Two people fighting on the field asked each other if they went to their favorite game, what role would they choose for themselves? Swinging his sword, the blonde man addressing the opponent said that he chose the wrong city. Moreover, he intimidates newcomers. This bold blonde was a guy who had just logged into his favorite Azura game a few days ago. When rebuffing an opponent, the young man understood that he could do absolutely everything that he had planned because he felt his clear superiority. In addition, the stranger shouted for the opponent to get as close to him as possible in order to deliver a crushing blow. Pointing at the monster, the man said that he was going to destroy it and immediately added that the role of this monster belongs to him. However, all this will happen a little later because 3 days earlier, there were completely different events. Finishing the game, the guys said that the event was over and therefore it was time to leave, after which the players began to say goodbye and disperse, returning to real life. One of the girls said that it would be rare to enter the game if not for the event in honor of the decade, and immediately added that she is not as full of energy as before and therefore falls asleep. The brunette stated that he would only come out after the chest was opened, while hearing the blonde say that she was leaving. A moment later, the guy pressed the button, but as soon as he did, the bright light literally blinded him. Seeing the treasure chest in front of him, the young man suggested that it could be a reward for skill. The system immediately sent a notification that congratulates the player on receiving the 10th anniversary award for skill. With this ticket, the guy will enter the world of Azura. For a few seconds, the brunette pondered what to do, since Azura still wasn't considered a worthwhile game. Although curiosity was getting the better of him, the young man thought that it was possible that he had a chance. The player decided that if he pressed a special button, he might have an advantage, so he did it. But in the next instant, something unthinkable began to happen, as if the young man was being pulled somewhere. Sitting in the meadow, the guy who was in a completely different place until recently now couldn't realize where he was. Looking around, he decided that the place he was at was 10 miles away from the Shinjo village. Holding his head, our hero remembered exactly how he was going to turn off the game, because he was no longer interested in it. To understand the problem, the young man decided to see what kind of failure occurred in the system, but to his horror, he found that he could not find it in front of him. At the moment when our hero decided that he was ready to go out, he carefully looked at his hands, trying to understand why he sees only a skeleton in front of him. The guy wondered why he became a monster, because he used to play in the guise of a beautiful blonde. Hiding behind a tree and being afraid of himself, the player decided that there was some mistake, some failure. Looking at the slime in front of him, the guy decided that even a cute king can do this, but whether he needs such a thing. But after several attempts, the player decided that he could not defeat even the lowest slime, and therefore did not understand what was interesting in the game, adding that the good news is that the resurrection after death is faster. Then he added that the slime that had killed him several times had already reached the second level. Suddenly, the guy realized that the opponent can level up by killing monsters, so he can also level up if he destroys stronger monsters. On his knees, the young man complained about being cast as the lowest level monster. At this time, at the Shillipo location, the newbies were completing a task. They said that after killing those skeletons that were in front of them, the mission should be completed. The guys fought like true warriors because they understood that the reward was already very close. At the same time, the monster that was standing straight in front of the players behaved somewhat atypically, which interested the audience. It seemed that they were hesitant to harm the skeleton because they were wary of it. Although after a moment, the young man explained that in this game, all the characters are very smart, so it's not surprising to see their strange behavior. But after a moment, things went further than weird because the monster made a gesture that spoke for itself. The confused girl noted that, most likely the matter is not in the mind, but clearly in something else. Moreover, our hero immediately turned away from the players and began to quickly search for something in the bushes, which caused everyone to be surprised. The guy took out a card that said that young people are fools. The player carefully looked at the monster, grimacing and realizing that he would definitely take revenge on him. And so, seizing his sword, he immediately rushed after our hero, shouting that he was about to finish him off because everyone was already tired of his tricks. The guy knew that he was caught, and therefore it was necessary to come up with something, and very quickly. However, at this moment, something unprecedented happened, because other skeletons suddenly appeared, which immediately surrounded the players from all sides. The players knew that they were not in an advantageous position, and everyone knew that when the monster's aggression was aroused, they would immediately start attacking others. Watching everything from a safe distance, our skeleton thought that even if his level was too low to kill the older monsters, players could kill them instead. Then he added that he has been playing Azura for 10 years, so he is very familiar with all the rules. Even if he became a monster, he will be one. He will become this skeleton in order to find the truth, and therefore will play until victory. Raising his hand, the young man in the monster form knew that the role he was given wasn't so bad. The guy said that when he reached the third level, he would destroy that slime a lot of times. Disgruntled players who sat in the chat complained that a nasty skeleton appeared in the city, which teases everyone. They thought that it was some kind of glitch, although it doesn't look like it. Sitting on the sunbed, our hero reflected that the monsters are very smart. After he taught them and gave simple instructions, they became even more intelligent. In addition, they had the ability to communicate. As you level up, skeletons become even more intelligent, which is very beneficial. Our hero was confident in himself and in his actions, but he still had to learn to be careful because he didn't hear anyone coming up behind him. This led to the fact that after a moment, the guy felt the chair give way under him, and he fell down. Lying on the ground, the skeleton knew that some player had come to level up at their expense. Our hero saw a warrior in front of him who said in a sharp voice that the monster was in trouble, and they were connected with the fact that he decided to intimidate newcomers. The blonde man, whom the player had never seen before, immediately shouted for the skeleton to get as close to him as possible. As he stood up, the young man in the player's image told himself that he was lucky that death only took half of the experience gained, adding that he was too presumptuous. Then he added that he would definitely take revenge on the blonde, make him pay for what he dared to do. Looking at the sky, the young man said that 8 days have passed in the game, and this is 2 days in reality, and therefore it is urgent to leave this place and find a way out, because the parents are worried. However, at this time in the real world, being in a tropical bay, the parents of our hero carelessly enjoyed a pleasant holiday. And while the woman asked her husband to look at the beautiful starfish, he said that it was a good thing that they did not take their son with them, and therefore they can relax and enjoy their vacation. The two of them seem to have forgotten that there was another world with responsibilities and worries. As for our hero's bedroom, no one entered it. There was a phone on the bed, but there were no messages. And only the guy thought that he simply had to raise the level as soon as possible, because already at the 20th level, he would be able to change his profession. By that time, the hero thought that he would already have a human body and many skills. But most of all, the young man wants revenge, and therefore he wanted to achieve some visible results as soon as possible. The young man decided that he should start somewhere, so the first thing he did was chase the frog. After some more time, he managed to deal with the goblin with ease. Our hero was happy because he finally managed to reach the 20th level. Now he was thinking that he should change his profession in the main city. That was why the young man went to Yongji City to come to his first goal. The player was already looking at the main gate, seeing people slowly entering it. But at the moment when our hero was planning to do this, he was immediately stopped. The knights shouted that an unknown creature was going to enter the city without permission, and therefore, raising their sword, they were going to destroy the young man in the form of a skeleton. As he struggled to stand on the ground, he thought that he had once again fallen to the 10th level because the guards had not spared him. They had not even allowed him to say a word. Complaining about the player being a monster, he knew that he wouldn't be able to enter the city just like that, and therefore he wouldn't be able to change his profession so easily. Not particularly happy events were happening in the Devil Wolf Valley, where there were also players. Sitting in the clearing, the boys reflected that the monsters here were too strong and hardy. One of the guys noted that if they don't change their profession, then they won't be able to enter the academy. But in order to change their job, you need the hair of a wild wolf. The girl explained in a worried tone that they needed to test their strategy. They should definitely work together. Although the guys did not dare to do anything because they carefully watched the skeletons that were already surrounding one of the wolves. Another player at this time stated that players need to quickly hit the wolf on the head and then grab the tail, but the young people noted that they do not have enough people or speed. As for the skeletons, they never waited or listened to anyone, but simply acted. The monsters did their job perfectly, knowing that they had to move on, so there was nothing to be afraid of. At this time, one of the players again said that the wild wolf, which has a reduced level, goes into a rage, although it cannot attack. However, what the youngsters were watching was very different. Because the beast's eyes were burning, it seemed like it was going to tear everyone apart. And the other player knew this very well, and therefore indifferently explained that after falling into a rage, the attack increases dramatically, and there is only a chance to defeat the wolf if it is hit in the tail. The skeletons knew this rule, so they immediately started hitting the opponent's lower torso. The guy didn't understand what his colleague was looking at, so he suddenly asked him about it. And he watched as the monsters masterfully coped with a very strong opponent. Turning around, the player thought in horror to himself how these weak skeletons were able to defeat such a strong monster, and this despite the fact that there are only 4 creatures. The young man asked his colleague to hit him, saying that he was probably dreaming because he couldn't even think about such a thing. At this point, the player held up some kind of scoreboard, although a colleague shouted that it was not necessary to do this, because it was wrong. Suddenly, a fairy appeared in front of the guys, who greeted them in the game world of Azura, explaining that it was a game with full immersion technology. In Azura, it is possible to synchronize all 5 senses in order to feel as real as possible. Therefore, you can fully enjoy the food and smells. Moreover, in this game, there is no specific task. Despite the interaction with players, a personal task is set independently. Azura uses highly intelligent artificial intelligence And you can also join the academy, learn skills, and become a part of this world. There are 5 most important abilities, including mastery of all elements. There is also taming, with which you can do incredible things. No one canceled the martial arts, which are more accurate and powerful in Azura. Of course, there is also engineering, which even in this ghostly world cannot do without. But one of the most powerful skills is intelligence. Although, of course, everyone chooses what they like. Each ability has its own branch of leveling. There are infinitely many different combinations, and therefore in Azura you can find your fate and abilities. The fairy continued to say that these are the basic instructions and they are finished. After that, the beginner should get acquainted with the game function. Everyone who enters the game for the first time enters the Shillipo beginner training camp. After destroying 10 low-level monsters, the player can return. The young man, who didn't know much about the game, looked carefully around him, saying that he would definitely do everything, and quickly enough. However, after taking a closer look, as well as noticing how many skeletons there were around, the player couldn't believe that this was actually a training camp. The guy believed that there was some misunderstanding or mistake because he was counting on an easy walk with adventures. In the next instant, the player threw the sword because he did not know what to do next. Looking at the skeletons, the young man asked them with horror in his voice not to look at him so suspiciously because it was very frightening. Then he shouted at the entire camp to get away from the terrible monsters and leave them alone. Holding a small bag of some sort, one of the skeletons addressed the boss. The monster wanted to know what to do with this equipment, seeing that the others were also holding some bags. The boss said that the books should be given to the skeletons. As for the equipment, it should be the same for everyone. And he added that, in addition to those who have different body shapes, the rest must be equipped equally. In addition, it is important to follow the instructions from this book, which he pointed out. It is important to use the guide when facing the same players as the skeletons. Although they may look different, you should not try to fight them alone, but always act in groups. In the book for new players, it was stated that everyone should run in their own direction. The skeleton's speed is the highest among the classes, so most people can't catch up to them. Next, you need to try to lure the player so that he is outnumbered, then you can stun him. Together with the group, you should take the player to the territory of the goblins and lure them. Let the goblins attack this player so that everyone can escape, and the experience is divided between everyone. But after that, players will be able to cause harm to the skeleton. Lying on the ground, one of the monsters said that there was only one problem anyway. They quickly added that they couldn't read, so they showed them the book. The chief looked in surprise at the newcomers who were opposite him, realizing that, most likely, they were still just children. So, after hanging the board on the tree, the boss immediately began to clearly show the newcomers what they should do. Sitting on the grass, the children perfectly understood the essence of the task, and therefore they were glad that now everything was clear to them. The young man, who kept repeating the same thing, said that he needed to leave for a while and added that now another skeleton would take care of everyone. The players were upset. They didn't understand why they were being abandoned. They didn't understand where the main player was going to go. Although after a moment, the other monsters switched to something else, shouting that they could only see the boundless sky in front of them. Then he added that in fact the outside world is huge and beautiful. Everyone considered Azura's world to be friendly and peaceful, a special place to come to. And this was even though players were fighting everywhere for the right to become better or increase their rank. It was a place where you could express yourself in all its glory, which cannot be said about the real world. All civilizations are intertwined with each other. Players' levels are increasing, so now they have a chance to go and see the great stream in the future. Getting to know this place is a real pleasure, a real dream for many. The novice skeleton stared in fascination at the leader who spoke so beautifully about the game. However, after a minute, the monster folded its arms and said that it couldn't explain to these skeletons what it had so sensuously tried to explain earlier. The boss just said that Azura is amazing. He feels that everyone who stands next to him thinks exactly the same. As he left, the leader said one last thing about making sure the skeletons lived the way he taught them, and then he would come back to see them all again. In less than a minute, our hero had already returned, although the others did not understand why this happened. The player asked to have those things packed for him and showed him which ones, thinking that he had forgotten high-level equipment and other resources, without which it is impossible to survive in the game world. At this time, somewhere in the clearing, a hare jumped, which understood that other players were chasing it. This was true because the young lady was carefully looking at her prey and had no intention of backing down. However, the beauty did not intend to kill the animal. She had the taming skill and therefore tried to use it. Skeleton, who was nearby, waited, watching the stranger, but decided that now was the time to do what he had planned. Our hero jumped out from behind the bushes and immediately ran in the same direction as the hare, which was followed by the girl, went. Suddenly, the system sent a notification to the player girl that congratulates her on the first pet, with a skeleton, which will become the most important partner and will be throughout the entire gaming career. The surprised beauty looked at everything that was happening and could not believe how such an unfortunate mistake could have happened. As for our hero, he thought that becoming someone's pet still wouldn't erase his consciousness. Taking a stick to get revenge, the girl cried and screamed because everything did not happen as she had planned. The wailing grew louder by the minute as the gambler knew she would never get another chance. Turning to the girl as a master, the guy asked her what the blonde was so sad about. The beauty said that as a pet, she wanted to catch a cute pink rabbit, and now this ugly skeleton is sitting in front of her, and therefore she is very upset. The young man thought to himself that this was a big mistake. However, he didn't know what the player was up to when chasing after her loot. The guy decided to cheer up his friend a little, saying that there was a reason why he kicked that pink rabbit that escaped. The young man said that in fact he is a beautiful prince and his kingdom was under pressure. He had always been in love with the princess of the enemy kingdom, but they both wanted to break through the standards of this world. However, in the end, they still didn't fit together in the opinion of others, and no one agreed with them. Lovers could only communicate through letters delivered by a personal security guard. But the prince didn't even think that this princess would fall in love with the guard. Moreover, he didn't expect that his beloved would want to run off with this man. Listening to this story, the girl said that this is a terrible princess who acted dishonorably. But there was one thing that this beauty underestimated, and that was the bodyguard's loyalty. The girl did not want to allow this, and therefore blocked all possible escape routes for the guy. But the guard, no matter what, was still able to return to his master. The young man brought the prince a letter to this princess, but did not have time to warn about the impending danger. The princess was so jealous of the guard for the prince that she cursed him. Since then, this prince has become a skeleton that was exiled. But this man didn't plan to give up. He knew that he wanted to break his curse and take revenge on the princess for himself and the guard. Giving his hand to the master, as our hero called her, he asked her if she was willing to take the burden on herself and help him take revenge and regain his former form. The joyful girl shouted that she would be happy to help the young man find a security guard so that they could continue traveling together. But the skeleton timidly noted that he had already died, and therefore they would definitely not meet him, but they would have a different mission. The guy believed that he had succeeded, but this was not so, because his friend said that if the guard was not his guard again, she would not help, and therefore he had to cheat and say that the dead also rise again. Wanting to close the subject as soon as possible so that the blonde wouldn't change her mind, the skeleton said that his name was Dong Dong. Hearing that the beauty's name was Pow, the blonde was sure that her friend can do a lot, and therefore asked him to teach her. After a while, the travelers were already in the main city, and our hero asked the guards if he could enter. However, he carefully looked at the beauty and asked for her forgiveness, although he didn't say anything else. After that, the guard pointed to a sign that said that the pet must be in a collar and on a leash. Dong Dong himself knew this, but he thought to himself that he had simply forgotten about this moment, although it was not critical for him to do so. The guys were going to solve this problem very quickly, so that nothing would delay them. A few minutes later, our heroes entered the city, with the skeleton proudly walking along the street, and the companion who, although holding a leash, was trudging somewhere behind. The guy knew this place well, and therefore he was completely calm about it. However, Pao was absolutely delighted with it, saying that this city looks just amazing. Our hero said that all players of the 20th level go to the city of NG. The detail of the world of Azura is the same as in the real world. The city of NG is located in the center of the trade routes between East and West. Commercial enterprises are mainly located here. It is the most prosperous city in Azura. But it seemed that the girl wasn't really listening to this, because she saw a tea shop in front of her. Dong Dong explained that the game is connected via brainwaves, which allows you to simulate taste sensations, and therefore asked a friend if she would like to try a drink. The beauty glanced at the tea with balls, which she wanted to try, but it cost 5 coins. Opening her wallet, the blonde tearfully explained that she didn't have enough money for this. But our hero said that there is no need to be upset because everything is in perfect order. Skeleton proudly declared that he was still a prince, so he had money, and thought to himself that it was a good thing that he got a lot of money when he was in the rookie camp and destroyed many players. While enjoying the drink, Pao admitted that it tasted much better than real tea with balls. But after a moment, there was no trace of joy left because some rude man shouted to the blonde that she was probably blind. However, when our heroine turned around, she realized that they were not talking to her, but to another girl who had pushed someone. The ill-wisher claimed that really the beauty needs to go in the center of the road where he also goes. And while the passerby was trying to look at her injured elbow, the bad man continued to insult her, saying that she probably didn't have eyes at all. Having crushed the cake, the ill-wisher complained that now the games are completely substandard. A player who was standing nearby wanted to do something to help the unfortunate woman, but his friend said that they had to go because they were already robbed by a bunch of skeletons. Our hero heard this conversation. Moreover, he understood that he also participated in the robbery and therefore did not want to be noticed. That was why, as the young man turned away, he told Pao that it was time for them to move on because time was running out. But in the next instant, he noticed that there was no sign of his friend because she was moving forward. The blonde was not going to leave it unpunished and therefore immediately shouted to the ill-wisher that he was in no hurry to leave. She explained that the players just bumped into each other and therefore it is not necessary for the guy to act as if he did not see where he was going. Moreover, she advised the player to spoil the food and apologize. But the villain called Pao a failure. Moreover, he said that she only has the 10th level, and therefore he will not even think to apologize. And to make the words sound even more confident, the impudent player once again stated, and with a smile on his face, that he was not even thinking of apologizing. And leaning over to the friend of our hero, angrily asked what she plans to do now, given his words. Pao was seething with anger, wanting to teach this man a lesson, but she didn't know what she could really do. Turning to friends, the ill-wisher told them that it was time for them to move on, adding that they just met another stupid person. And then something happened that this pompous man definitely did not expect. Someone hit him hard. What was interesting was that the force of the blow was so powerful that it flew far to the side. Lying on the ground, the villain apologized to the girl, saying that he was in a hurry and did not look at the ground, and therefore accidentally ran into the player. Standing in front of the opponent, Dong Dong calmly said that it turns out, according to the player's statement, the one who is of a stronger level can perform any action. And then he added, so it turns out that his level is slightly higher than the level of the opponent. The audience, seeing that the skeleton was level 34, couldn't believe their eyes. They said that it was something impossible. There was a moment of silence in the air, as no one dared to say anything. But suddenly the injured passerby approached the skeleton and put her hand on his shoulder, sincerely thanking him for what he did for her. After that, the girl carefully looked at the ill-wisher, who still continued to lie on the ground. And she said sharply, how could he so indifferently say that this is just a game, because all the real people are here? Stepping on the ill-wisher, the beauty said she did not tell him anything, did not accuse him of anything, but he continued to chatter. Grabbing the guy by the neck, the girl shouted that he was only level 14. Despite this, he decided to spoil her food and shouted that first he should pay her 100 coins for the damaged goods and then apologize. The ill-wisher did not like this. Despite the fact that he was not in an advantageous position, he dared to talk about not being touched. But the blonde noted in a soft tone that the man still had no choice. Although after a moment, the frightened player began to crawl back, continuing to warn the passerby not to dare approach him. Grabbing his hands, our hero shouted that this game is still too cruel. After some time, the beaten player was taken away by law enforcement agencies. The girl who took revenge on him now wished him good luck. As for the girls, they decided to stop by the cafe to take a break from what had just happened. A bewildered Pao asked her new acquaintance why it was that only this young man was punished. You explained that both the merchants and the people in the city all know each other well. As for Hao, he grew up here with her. They are good friends, so he will never arrest her. Dong Dong immediately told his friend that in Azura, it doesn't matter what level you have. After the transformation, there is a mixture of skills and abilities, and this is much more important. Most likely this player was a beginner. The city always maintains order. Despite this, our hero has never seen such a furious game. At that moment, Yui jumped up from her seat, saying that the level 34 skeleton called her weird, and the latter thought to himself that it looked like the blonde had entered the game as a non-player character, meaning she was a real person. In order to smooth out misunderstandings, the young man in the image noted that in fact he is also not a game character. Moreover, he can tell the story of his life. But the blonde did not want to listen to anything, saying that she was not interested in all this. The most important thing was that she was helped. Standing up from her seat, the girl said that her name was Yui Chu, after which she gave the address where her fruit stall is located. A resident of the city said that she has been doing this since childhood, grew up from a merchant in the market to the owner of her big shop, and therefore if the children need anything, they can come. While walking down the street, Dong Dong guessed that they must have encountered some hidden task. The girl gave them the address. It's not bad anymore. Holding the card in her hands, Pao asked what the assignment might be like. But the skeleton explained that it is better to do this later. Moreover, do not underestimate the players in Azura, because there are various hidden tasks and some of them do not have any hints at all. The guy explained that, for example, at the end of the third main story, you can help the old man, and in the end you will get an upgrade skill, as well as become a master assassin. Not wanting to go into too much detail, the young man happily announced that they had finally arrived. Our heroes were standing in front of the transformation building, which was magnificent. The room itself was striking in its beauty, although the people who were in this place, of course, came for something else. The crowd saw the administration in front of them, although they were in no hurry to approach them. The same applied to the guys who carefully watched the registration machine, although they were in no hurry to pass it. The girl said irritably that it was too much like real life, because here you should also stand in line for a room. However, realizing that this fate could not be avoided, Pal still reached for the number. Skeleton said it's lucky because it's a game, and the more people there are, the more windows they open, so they don't have to wait too long for their turn. And then he explained that the 10th anniversary of the Azura would be something unexpected and grandiose, because the 9th was a war between the eastern and western states, so he didn't know what to expect now. The girl shouted loudly that she had also heard that the game was about to change a lot. But Dongdong tried to reassure his companion, saying that he was with her, and therefore everything would go very well. He thought to himself that he didn't know if he would be able to contact his former teammates in guilds, because many of them work and therefore can't go online often, but there are always other experienced gamers. At this point, the loudspeaker announced that those who registered under the 5th number can come to the window. There was a young girl at the reception who immediately asked how she could help the players. Our hero holding the bag immediately stated that he wants to reincarnate, and the bag contains the necessary material. Entering the request into the system, the employee explained that she understood everything. She did what depends on her. She immediately asked the skeleton to follow her to the room where they would hold the ceremony of handing over all the necessary materials. Pao was watching her acquaintance closely, but she didn't dare approach him. At that moment, Beauty felt a hand touch her shoulder. The surprised blonde looked at the animal in front of her. It seemed like she was a little scared. At this point, a player in the form of a squirrel asked if it was true that the skeleton was Pao's pet. The girl did not want to tell the truth, so she said that it was a secret task that she received, which she must pass. The stranger smiled and said that he had never seen such wild monsters with secret missions in many years. And the reason is that there are already high-level wild monsters with the rank of Lord of Supreme Wisdom. When Azura's game world became more significant, one small wild monster would enter the transformation hall as a pet to transfer materials, in other words, to reincarnate. One day, the skeleton can use a girl, and she won't even understand it, because the beauty doesn't even know the main event of this year, and it starts here. The player added that he had already made a friend request, noting that it was better for players to believe than for the monster. The stranger explained that if one of the warring parties gets angry, then Pao will be the only culprit in what happened. And not only in the game, the girl will no longer be able to live as before. But she shouldn't worry about being attacked by the undead, that's normal. And now if she has any difficulties, she can contact him. Looking at the screen, the blonde saw that Azure Hunter had sent her a friend request. Another thing was that the girl didn't understand if Dongdong was really cheating on her all this time. At that moment, a voice nearby asked our heroine about what she was thinking so much about. When she looked up, she saw a stranger standing in front of her, even though she didn't know who he was. And he was happy to say that the reincarnation was over, so he did not lie to her, asking if he was not a beautiful prince. Pao stared at her companion in surprise, as if she couldn't believe her eyes that such a thing was even possible. The young man wanted his friend to say something, but she only cried, and therefore our hero asked what was wrong with her, because she had recently had such a nice conversation. Clutching her dress with her hands, the beauty confessed that some squirrel had just come and said a lot of different oddities. With a wink at Pao, the young man said that later they would go and eat something delicious. He would take the money from his stash. The surprised blonde did not believe that such a thing was even possible, and therefore rejoiced like a child, not believing her happiness. The guy said that he already realized that as soon as the conversation turns to food, Pao immediately becomes much better, which undoubtedly pleases him. As for Azure Hunter, he was currently sitting in a cafe, studying something carefully. The player saw that the friend request was rejected, so he said that of course he wanted to scare the newcomer and then see what would happen to that monster in the end, but he didn't want to look stupid. However, the wild monsters that enter the city should not remain irreplaceable. Then in a low voice, he added that he still had everything ahead of him, so he didn't have to worry. Sitting in a restaurant, a friend of our hero ate everything that was on the table and could not get enough. Dao wanted to know everything, so she asked the young man if it was true that he only changed his appearance, although he asked the beauty not to talk with her mouth full. Dongdong explained that in the future, he will help his companion with the transition to a new level and then with the preparation for the exams at the Shendi Academy. Everyone knew that the 3 academies of Azura held annual entrance exams, and only players below the 6th level were allowed to participate in them, and the first 3 enrolled had a chance to get hints for the main event of the year. This is all important for the purpose of our hero. In addition, the effectiveness of improving skills in the academy is slightly higher than in ordinary self-study. Another advantage is that different legendary players are trained there. Sadly, the young man noted that it had been so long ago. The young man remembered that once the system notified him that he had moved to a new level and became a vampire. After that, the system sent a notification that the player should check their email, although this surprised Dongdong. And then there was something strange. The letter said that if our hero wants to return to real life, he must complete the main task, where he will find all the answers to the question. The guy said that provocations were not important to him, because whatever it was, he would still win. When Pao heard about this, she shouted loudly that in that case, she also wanted to boost morale. Calling the owner, the girl immediately asked him to bring 2 more portions of the delicious dish of hogo. The young man understood that at this rate his friend would eat up all their money, and therefore, after saying goodbye to the coins, he told the beauty that it was time for them to go. Holding a very long receipt from the cafe, the guy called out the full name of a friend and told Daxiaoji to moderate her ardor. Food will not be able to get fat, but it is too expensive. Continuing to eat, the girl asked her companion not to grumble and immediately asked where they would go next. The young man confessed that they had passed the Shendi Academy's qualifying exam, so with its 10th level and with it as a pet, they were able to pass the second round of the exam. The next priority step is to move the girl to a new level in order to cope with the test in 10 days. The beauty was glad to hear this, and therefore declared that only the best awaits them ahead. At this time, interesting things were happening in the skeleton and wild monster camp located in Shilibao. A slime that held flags shouted and worried about someone. However, it was hard to know who she really wanted to support because something very strange was happening. Dongdong, coming closer, said with concern that he had only been gone for 3 days. Even so, something was wrong in the city. For a while, the guy did not dare to do anything because he wanted to look around to understand the real state of affairs. But at that moment, skeletons and goblins ran up to the children, who noticed the strangers. The opponents weren't going to explain anything. They just attacked the young men, but the young man didn't understand why he wasn't recognized. There was no time to think. He had to defend himself, and so the player began to do what was in his power. The guy didn't like being hit by someone, so knowing the weak points of the skeletons, he struck first. While patting his opponent, Dongdong said that he admired the monster that just attacked a level 34 player. The opponents, who until recently felt their pre-shadship, now understood that they needed to leave here. As they ran away, they shouted that they couldn't win, and therefore it was necessary to save their lives. Within a couple of minutes, the place that had once been bustling with work was now completely empty. The girl asked if these wild monsters were afraid of her friend, hearing that when they know that they can't win, they always run. Addressing someone as a Pan, the young man shouted that the master had come and therefore asked him to come out. Our hero heard some strange sound and therefore automatically turned sharply to strike. But at this moment, a small skeleton appeared in front of the young man, asking what happened to the master. The boys knew they needed to talk quietly, so they sat down at a small table. Pan, hearing the conversation, happily said that it turns out that Pao, and the little monster decided to call her that, is the owner's mistress, which sounded very unusual. Dongdong confirmed that this was the case, adding that he had only been gone for a few days, so he wanted to know how the skeleton managed to upset everything so much. He explained that they had discovered that the size and strength of the goblins was greater than theirs, so they had partially assigned the goblins to one of their districts, and then they were able to defeat level 30 players altogether. But later they noticed that the effectiveness of escape is not yet high enough, so they built a camp on top, that is, a cover for the bunker, with which they can quickly hide underground. It will be difficult to spot them there, but even if they do, the players who entered the dungeon are not familiar with the terrain, so they will have a choice between retreating or taking the fight. After listening to this plan in surprise, the young man slyly asked about whether there really were wild monsters in front of him. But after scratching his head, Pan said that this young man was a wild monster, and they all learned from him. Giving a hand to a friend, the guy said that he even learned what it means to be a sycophant. After that, Dongdong confessed that he came here with a girl to improve his level. This will allow him to prepare for the exams. Skeleton said that it would be easy to do, adding that now is the time to start hunting players. The astonished Daxiaoji didn't understand what this ridiculous monster wanted from her. But our hero immediately said that you should not listen to Pan because he says some nonsense. Then he smiled and explained that they had a plan and needed to follow it. The bottom line is that the young skeleton will take along other wild monsters and Pao to fight other monsters to level up. As for the guy himself, he needs time to thoroughly explore the area. He also needs to know the skills of his new body. He knew that they were in a good position even though he was only considered a pet, but they could do it. The young man said that his friend should reach the 34th level as soon as possible, and he should also raise his level, although it might not be possible to reincarnate a second time. After that, the girl carefully looked at the skeletons that were opposite her. After catching some god of war, the monster said that they might need to destroy this person, but he just smiled. At this moment, a bird screamed that Daxiaoji had received a notification about the entrance exams. And while the blonde was happy, our hero thought that it was very strange that the report card is trusted to some pigeon. Seeing the displeased face of her friend, the beauty asked what was wrong. He said that he understood that it would not be easy, but not so much, because they managed to take only the 9th place. The young man saw that many of the applicants were real people, so it was very surprising, and therefore decided that this time it would definitely be fun. During this time, interesting events took place in the real world, where people continued to live their lives. After entering Chief Dong's office, the girl immediately timidly addressed him. Passing to the table, the employee immediately said that she brought the data that the young man went to see. The man replied in a soft tone that the employee should put the documents on the edge of the table. But Xiaoyan didn't leave. She asked in a frightened voice if she had heard from Wei Dong, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. The manager explained that a few days ago an order came to transfer this employee to another department. Moreover, the young man said that he wanted to transfer, but still has not returned. Moreover, Wei Dong announced this to his retired parents, who are now traveling around the world, and this already speaks volumes. Mr. Dune asked why the secretary was so worried about him, asking if she had missed him all this time. The embarrassed brunette tried to hide her feelings, but instead gave them away. Seeing the employee leave, the man said in a low voice that Xiaoyan couldn't hide anything at all. At the same time, a girl was walking towards a small house. When her aunt saw Shui, she said that Pao was in her room, so if she wanted to talk to her or play with her, she could go straight upstairs. As she opened the door, the girl shouted for Dak Xiaojie Pao to take a break from her business because she was visiting. Taking off her glasses, the blonde stared in amazement at the person who dared to distract her. The guest immediately rushed into the room and threw herself into the girl's arms, shouting that she missed her very much. However, the hostess didn't like it, so she said that Yue was a little quieter. Seeing that the girl had taken off her glasses, her friend asked if it was true that she was playing Azura, and immediately asked if anything interesting was going on. The blonde explained that she met a small wild monster. He probably had a secret mission, and therefore voluntarily became her pet, buying her various sweets. The amazed girl said that the prices in the game are much higher than the real ones, and immediately began to complain that she did not come across such players. After that, Pao briefly described what happened to her in the game over the past few days. Stretching, Shui said that listening to these stories, it seems to her that her friend and that character are dating. However, the blonde asked why the girl decided so, because there were no hints. As she left, Zhui said that she had a lot of things to do right now, but they would definitely meet in the game. Then she would take a look at either the monster or the prince. Lying on the bed, Blodinka thought about the fact that the head teacher would need to take part in the exam in the game. The beauty thought that this hero was very funny, and therefore she really wanted him to be real, and it all turned out to be true. Although I immediately told myself that it was time to stop thinking about it, because I needed to go to bed. Meanwhile, in Shilibao's camp, everything continued to go on as usual. Dak Xiaojie stared intently in front of her, even though she was silent. The guy knew the rules of the game. He understood that players need to sleep, and therefore asked why the girl was online. But the blonde, pouting, explained that she couldn't sleep, and therefore she came to follow her friend in case he deceived her and disappeared quietly. Smiling, our hero said how a colleague could think of him like that, adding that he will always be with her. He immediately wished her a good night, knowing that Pao wouldn't be able to stay awake for long anyway. The next day, something unthinkable was happening in the Divine Academy. It seemed that the players had decided to enter the institution at the same time. The caveat was that there were people who managed to sell predictive analysis of the entrance exam. A surprised Pao said that she herself did not expect such a crowd, as well as the fact that someone would profit from future students. The young man explained that 30,000 people came to the first test, but only 30 examinees will remain in the final. In addition, one should not forget that when passing the exam, the forces of all parties enter the competition. Our hero knew a lot because, before switching to the game, he was the head of a small guild and only watched the game. But this time, he managed to get into the exam himself. Before they could finish, they heard someone call out to them and saw Yui Chu running towards them. Happy Pao said that she couldn't believe her eyes that the blonde had come here as well. The girl said that, of course, she is here, but did not expect that young people will be able to pass the selection. Then she added that when it was time for the exam, they would have to follow her because she would cover them. After a moment, Yui Chu told the skeleton to keep a close eye on the road, since the directory listed all the way, although he immediately asked not to call him that because now he has a human body. The young man added that this book also contains useful information about exam personnel. After throwing out that booklet, the blonde said that most of the data in that directory was incorrect, and it was too late to figure it out. It was better to take what she offered. Opening the book, Dong Dong noticed that it was actually written in great detail, so he was surprised that this non-gaming personality was so well-versed in the exam. Standing next to the girls, the guy informed them that after the elder gave a speech, the competition would immediately begin. He added that although Ching is old, he is one of the top 5 best and strongest in Azura. But in the next moment, something that no one expected happened. The old man's legs got tangled and he fell in front of the crowd. People immediately began to gossip that it was hard to believe that this person was still considered the strongest. Standing up, the head apologized for the incident, acknowledging the fact that he was no longer young, and therefore the gate is not the same as before. King immediately cut to the chase and said that based on the result of this year's primary, he would say that the candidates here are the best in decades. Therefore, he hopes that everyone present will show their strength to the maximum because absolutely everyone came to win. Although every year, even the strongest favorites are eliminated from the game, and therefore the old man advised everyone to be careful. This exam is divided into the first and second rounds, and the player's strength will be tested on 3 indicators: intelligence, fitness, and skill proficiency. Everyone will be able to go to the venue of the first round under their own number, and therefore it's time to start. And then the opening of the portal began, behind which the guys were waiting for all the most interesting and complex things. There were a lot of talented players in the crowd, each of whom could take a worthy place and show themselves. Among them were our heroes who also hoped for a better outcome for themselves. At this moment, one of the hosts said that they were happy to welcome everyone to the broadcast of the match of the 10th Divine Academy entrance exam broadcast by their channel. After which, the young man added that only the top 30 applicants would be left at the very end. It is interesting that in addition to what the manager said, you need to know that there are 500 unique items on the island that correspond to 3 directions. Players need to collect at least 3 items that are considered for achieving one of the goals. Those who reach both of these goals pass, and all players are at least level 40. To check your physical fitness, you should collect sable skins, but not lower than the 55th level, only it is not clear what to do when these animals run out. Then there will be an ability test, where players will need to focus on assembling a vessel from various parts. 1 standard spare part must be assembled. As for the intelligence check, there are scrolls on the island. You need to find 3 to connect them together and get tactics. The host said that players are already on the island and waiting for the adventure to begin for them. The presenters kept an intrigue to make it as interesting as possible for the audience to watch this game. If we talk about the players themselves, they were already ready to start the competition because they could not be called simple. Concluding their speech, the host shouted that now you can focus your attention on the screen and watch a beautiful match. Animals, sensing strangers, immediately sniffed out where they might be. And in the next instant, one of them quickly headed in the direction where the guys were moving. But Dong Dong didn't seem to be intimidated by this at all. Moreover, he had developed some unusual tactics of his own. Holding a crystal that somehow contained a predator, the guy said that he didn't expect to surpass the monster and experiment with his new abilities at the same time. And then he said happily under his breath that now we can assume that the game has actually started. At this time, one of the players was telling the other that they wanted to find out the sable's movement path and then organize a besieging attack. But only a few hours had passed and no one had even been discovered. The colleague was not happy that anyone questioned his plan and therefore stated that if not for the exam, the comrade would have already suffered from it. Player Cat agreed with Tigress, noting that she is a master tactician and therefore they urgently need to come up with a new plan. Then she said that she wanted to go for a walk and look around, but the man said that it was best to continue hiding. The crowd peered out of the bushes as if there was some kind of danger right behind them. Hanging on to the tree, the cat said that there was no need to be grateful for the fact that she was scouting for them all. A minute later, she reported that there were no sables in the area for 10 miles since it was forbidden to use the chat during the exam. And when she met other sables, she found out that someone's pet had destroyed all the sables. After that, there were quarrels between the team members regarding the fact that they had been sitting in this place for nothing all this time. At this time, our hero, having climbed to the top, said that he no longer sees ghostly sables. And then he added that he had destroyed only about 200, and then where were all the others? The presenters who watched the game informed all the viewers that the player's pet Pow killed more than 200 sables in just an hour, which is a real record. Moreover, it is also surprising that the level of the pet is higher than the level of the owner, and this may indicate that he will rise up sooner or later to take the leading place. But now it was not up to that, at least for the cat player who turned to Dong Dong. Hearing about the question about the sale of sable wool, the young man said that he really sells such things, noting that they probably want to buy goods from him. The young man understood that players would not be able to find these animals if they still remain, so he immediately began to advertise. Smiling, the player said that he would give up the loot for 50 coins and there would be no haggling. Attacking our hero, the cat shouted that in real life 1 gold coin is equal to 100 win, and therefore this is a real robbery. But after taking the pet in his arms, the young man explained in a soft tone that if you pass the exam in Azura, it will bring much more profit. Jumping out of his hands, the kitten immediately announced that he needed 6 pieces of goods. The young man doubted that he would be paid. Then the cat said that he was not going to cheat anyone because he always prefers fair play. When they returned to their companions, they looked at the disheveled team member in surprise, not understanding what had happened to him. However, the player himself told everyone to keep quiet. The main thing is that he came with loot. But that wasn't the end of the conversation, because the disgruntled guy was asking the cat why he only had 6 skins for 3 of them. He said that he did not understand how this person's IQ could be higher than his, adding that since he did not need to kill anyone else, why would he need such a problematic warrior? He added that if they took the boy, they would need at least 3 more skins, so they decided to leave him there. Grabbing his sword, the young man immediately started waving it, shouting some bad things. But at the same time, some strange insects resembling snakes began to embrace the ill-wisher. The cat immediately stated that fights between players on the first test are forbidden. Even if they let the guy go, he will not be able to attack. However, it is possible to limit the player's action. Moreover, this was invented by Hongli and Cat in the morning when they realized that the guy was useless. The cats stated that they had their own plan, and therefore they carried it out. The young man was angry, realizing that it would not be so easy for him to do anything alone. When they left, the animals said that if the young man had followed the rules, then everything would have ended completely differently for him, and so it was his own fault that he found himself in such a situation. Peeking out from behind the bushes, other players also complained that the ghostly sables were nowhere to be seen, thinking that it might be a glitch in the game. At this moment, Dong Dong appeared in front of the guys, who happily called out to them. The players didn't expect to see a person in front of them, much less one who would shout so loudly. Opening his cloak, the boy said that if they needed more sable skins, he had them all in stock. At this time, a brunette explained to her companion that the tactical spheres had already been cleared. And she added that this time, the little pet number 9 is very interesting, and therefore the girl did not know whether they should stay in this place. The blonde man said that the first test was useless, but the next ones would be crucial. After which, the players fell silent because they noticed the small fireworks display. The guy immediately explained that some players have already passed it, and therefore they should hurry. The host also stated that some of the examinees had already advanced to the 2nd level, but because of the 3 people, a large number of players were stuck on the strength test. The reason is that there are no more ghost sables left, so there is no one to catch them. Usually 2 players team up to kill the ghost sable first, so they go to collect parts as quickly as possible or reveal tactics, but this year many cannot fulfill the first condition. Friends of our hero were not going to waste time, especially since they had sables, and therefore they were already studying the details that were in front of them. Yuchu, who was much more experienced, other than being a real person, should have known more, but she didn't understand what was going to come out of it. However, in the next instant, Pao screamed as loudly as she could. She didn't understand what Dong Dong was doing, but the money was being added at an unrealistic rate. Turning away, the blonde said that she did not know this, because this is the girl's pet, which she does not follow at all, although he may have already started robbing players. Inwardly, Yui Chu thought that this tool check was much more complicated than she had imagined. The reason is that there were so many parts, the groove is broken into 500 parts that are scattered across the desert. And this is despite the fact that it was necessary to find only 3 parts that would fit together. Of course, working in a team, it will be easier for children to find the missing part, because they can look at grooves and other structures. But only time passed, and there were very few players, which was something very strange. As for our hero, he was in no hurry to go collect details because he had not finished his task yet. According to the usual pattern, the young man would lie in wait for players who were looking for sables and run after them. However, this time it was different, because the player in the image of a bear himself stopped the young man, asking if it was possible to buy sables. But Dong Dong explained that he had already said that the ghost sables were no more. The bear explained that he himself had destroyed about 100 individuals. Moreover, there were a lot of them left in this place. The presenters, who understood that the 2 players were catching sables and then reselling them, now met and therefore did not know what would happen next between them, because they are competitors in this place. Both players were standing next to the 3rd player to sell the skins to him. And for the audience, there was a real intrigue. Who will succeed in this task better? Perhaps the player will refuse the offer of both altogether. Our hero was not going to give up, and therefore asked the bear if he had killed 100 sables, then how many of them were left in total. The competitor did not answer the question. He just said that he did not expect any of the people to be able to do such a thing. The young man's opponent didn't like this attitude, so he just watched him carefully. A moment later, the confrontation began. It could not be open, because these were the rules, but no one wanted to retreat. The guy said that he wouldn't introduce himself, and besides, he doesn't like that someone else is selling his product. At this time, the host escalated the situation, saying that the sworn enemies met, and therefore now the most interesting thing will begin. But something happened that no one expected. The rivals shook hands firmly. Our hero happily said that the two of them managed to monopolize the current ghost sable market, which is a great result. The bear claimed that now they are real brothers, and therefore they need to come up with some name. The player who was about to buy the sables froze in place as he saw the two vendors now sitting on the side and having a nice conversation. The same situation also struck the presenters, who didn't know what they could say now. After some discussion, the guy explained that they sell skins as before for 50 coins, but now the player can only buy 2 units. If he wants to buy 3 skins, you need to invite another player. Moreover, this way you can buy goods at a discount. The bear complimented Dong Dong, saying that it looked like he had done something similar before. Everyone wanted to pass this level, and therefore the player who recently bought some stuff went to tell others about the amazing action on Sable. Commenters who recovered a little said that they had not experienced such a situation in many years. Previously, many people had powerful abilities. They could quickly kill several Sables at once, but now they take care of their appearance and buy goods because 2 enterprising people even opened their own shop. Pao couldn't believe what she was seeing because the system kept sending notifications about deposits to her account over and over again. The beauty said that now she can drink her favorite tea for the rest of her life. Yichu didn't want to listen to this. She just asked to open the panel for a conversation between the owner and her pet. At this time, the young man passed the goods to the next buyer, adding that now the girl should go to the bear to buy another missing one. But they couldn't finish because an enraged blonde woman shouted an hour later that the skeleton should stop trading because people should move on to the second stage and not stall for time. At this time, there was a meeting going on the other side of the forest, where they discussed that not every player can allocate 50 gold. If they were to linger here, they wouldn't have time to move on to the next stage. One of the guys didn't understand how to get out of this situation because their level is not so high that they can attack their pets. Standing in the tree, a man said that they couldn't attack in the open, but there were other ways to get what they wanted. Jumping to the ground, he said that everyone is so afraid of this pet, which is something very stupid. They have a lot of master tacticians, and in any case, he's personally going to get out of here. So it's best to stick together to get back what belongs to everyone. Yuchu had already collected some strange machines, but she was still angry, claiming that Dong Dong had managed to delay all the players, which was completely unacceptable. However, Pao didn't know what to say since she wasn't actually responsible for her ward. A moment later, the girl happily shouted that it seems to her that our hero is running ahead. The crowd tried to catch up with the boy, saying that those who catch this young man will receive a good reward and a good amount of money. Dong Dong saw what was happening while trying to escape because he was aware that the crowd might do something bad to him. But it seemed that it was not an easy task to escape because there were too many players. Pao, who also joined the crowd, asked people who they were chasing, most importantly, why they were doing it. The young man shouted that the blonde should be careful with the pet that is ahead of them because he is a real thief. He killed sables and sold them at an inflated price, and therefore does not understand who raised him. The beauty only smiled coquettishly, realizing that there was no point in continuing this conversation any further. The young man, wrapped in a snake, continued to run through the desert. He did not understand how it happened that the bear turned into the slippery creature, but the latter declared that this was his second form. The former bear said that he would like to ride on the neck for free and immediately remembered the time when they worked together. It wasn't the best time for a showdown, so the young man just ran and didn't turn around. At that moment, the guy stopped abruptly. He said that someone should forget about something. Dong Dong said that he wanted to save this one for the next test to show off his abilities. However, he realized that he couldn't run any longer, so he raised his hand and looked carefully at the crowd that was still chasing him. All of a sudden, the crowd seemed to stop in their tracks and didn't know where to run next. Our hero immediately began to perform other manipulations, and he did it at the highest level. A huge vortex of energy literally covered all those who were in the desert at that time. People were standing there coughing. They didn't understand what was going on, but they knew it was something very unpleasant. Hiding behind a rock, the guy quietly said that with the help of water element control and the skeleton's talent, he could create traps everywhere. Some parts can even be blown up to form ice bombs, which is how the first skill was revealed, although the snake said that they should run further. Seeing that Pao was trying to put something together, her friend pointed out that there were more than 20 parts in this pile, and they only had 7 hours left. They might not be able to make it. The surprised beauty saw Yuichu pass on some detail, telling her not to even try because she didn't have the right skills. Moving towards his mistress, the guy waved his hand and happily announced that he had already returned. However, the blonde immediately started shouting at the young man, saying that he was crazy about money, but Dong Dong was guilty of not having enough players to pass the second stage. Moreover, a lot of parts were scattered in the desert. They still need to be collected. And while the players said that they shouldn't worry about anyone, Yuichu pointed out that there was only one way to check if what she had built worked. Unexpectedly, she said that she studied a few details and noticed that they have a certain pattern The small details mostly do not match, but if it takes these details apart, then the small elements will regroup and form the desired part. Anyway, if the parts are badly damaged, she can't guarantee that she can repair them, so you need to keep looking for missing components. She added that she had found her little assistant, Siri, who was collecting the right parts, so they couldn't leave everything behind. The bear happily said that he would not abandon his new friends and therefore would help them. Moreover, he explained that his sister-in-law, the formation mage for whom he destroyed the sables, he wants to go through to the second stage to meet her. Dong Dong said that there are usually fewer such mages, so the past conditions are relatively simple. At this moment, a strange man appeared behind our hero. Turning his head, the young man said that the stranger most likely came to pay off. However, the man said that he had come to warn people about something, and immediately added that several players had found the boys' trail and were on their way so he could help collect the missing parts. The young man didn't understand why any person would help them, but the latter noted that he would just say that something was wrong. The player said that he suspects that with a pet of this level appearing, it is somehow connected to the main event of this year, so he believes that friendship with Dong Dong will not hurt. After these words, our hero thought, although he did not answer anything. But after a moment, the guy made some decision and therefore explained that it was best for them to split up. After looking at the bear, our hero said that it was best for him to go with Pao because he could both help and protect her. As for the night dancer, he would go with him to attract the attention of most players. After a while, the guys headed in opposite directions, realizing that this is the only way to increase the chance of winning. Sometime before that, the cat reported that the pet's location was found, as well as information about it. The night dancer told Hong Liang that he believed that this person was related to the main event, and therefore it was necessary to follow him, give him the opportunity to pass the test, and just wait. However, the cat said that it wasn't clear why a player didn't want to be friends with that guy in order to create the appearance of friendship, but at the same time summon other players and destroy the opponent. Stretching, the young man said that first you need to become a real friend, and added that he knows another one, that he is very greedy for money. It turns out that not only Dong Dong is able to destroy such a large number of ghostly sables, he added how he would be able to gather so much anger together if he didn't reduce the remaining players' resources to the limit. Night Dancer wanted the cat to help him hide a large number of sable skins somewhere. He added that he wants as few players as possible to pass the first test. Presenters who heard the idea asked each other if the player knew they were being filmed, so it's not a secret. At this time, Pao asked the bear, which had once again turned into a snake, to get off her staff. The friend apologized, noting that he thought it would be awkward if he just wrapped himself around the beauty, and therefore decided to climb on the staff, where he is much more comfortable. Looking around, the girl noticed that the blonde was collecting parts nearby. The other players hadn't discovered them yet. Dong Dong said that they should restrain the newcomers as long as possible so as not to interfere with Yui Chu. The bear said that everything is in order. There are still a few hours before the end of the first stage. Moreover, he is here. And he added that the pet Pao is very good. He has such a high level, and immediately asked how he managed it. Pao was silent and then said that when they talked to our hero, he admitted that he could not reveal his identity now, and therefore she did not really know anything. Inwardly, the bear thought that it seems that this pet is not quite ordinary. If he can find a way to make friends with it, then maybe he will get hints about the event. She remembered Dong Dong saying that if someone asked about his identity, the more mysterious it was, the better. The players were insecure, so the kinder and friendlier they were, the more information they would have. Hong Lian, who was following closely behind the boys, finally found Pao and the bear, which she was very happy about. As they signaled to the other players, they immediately shouted that they now knew where to go. After only a few minutes, the blonde and her companion were already surrounded, not knowing how the players had arrived at this place so quickly. Pao held her staff, knowing that she couldn't handle a bear alone in such a crowd. One of the detractors ordered that people grab Pao. If they do, she can give up her pet. But a moment later, something strange happened, because everyone gathered was wrapped in a strong web. Our hero stood in the center, realizing that he also had to do something for his friend and for all of them to get rid of this crowd. However, the young man was worried. He said with longing in his voice that he did not have enough health points and there were too many people. But once they were trapped, they would not be able to leave. At this point, the night dancer ordered his companion to come to him immediately, adding that he had the crowd under control. He wasn't going to think about it because there was no other solution, so he headed forward. To himself, the player thought that this was the time of control. He really wanted to see what else this pet can do. Dong Dong knew that he didn't have a plan, so he had to come up with something on the fly. The difficulty was that the frightened Pao continued to stand in the middle of the crowd, not understanding anything. Our hero wanted to help. He looked at the eyes of his friend, but at that moment he was just waiting for something. As they continued to stand in the circle, it seemed to them that there was no way out, and no ideas came to mind, so the time dragged on indefinitely. The bear also understood that all these people were deceived, and therefore they have very big problems. A player in the form of a witch shouted that people should immediately give them a pet. Until it pays them off, they will not go anywhere. And looking at the girl, they added that if she did not summon Dong Dong soon, she would have serious problems. Raising her staff, the beauty said that she understood everything, and therefore she would do what needed to be done. The host watched the whole thing carefully, saying that he couldn't believe that the player was actually going to summon his pet. At that moment, something unusual happened, because an element sign appeared on the sand. After that, everyone in the audience noticed something like an explosion, not knowing what would happen next. Immediately, a huge slime appeared in front of everyone. Its level was at around 55. The crowd, which had been planning to attack the girl until recently, now didn't know how to behave in this case. It seemed the same to them. They expected a lot, but not like this, and therefore did not immediately dare to say anything. Suddenly, the announcer suggested that Pao also had a second pet, a very high-level slime, so it looked like this lady had chosen a taming talent and added another pet spot. But the time and effort invested in strengthening a new pet is not profitable at all. However, no matter what, it is impossible to believe that this creepy slime has reached such a high level. Suddenly, the witch screamed, and she said that she had never been humiliated so much in her life, so she decided that she would go to the end. The woman was sure that they were not afraid of slime, but Pao said that now they will see for themselves what happens next. The pet was sitting in front of the audience. It seemed that this small creature could not harm anyone because it is absolutely harmless. But after a moment, the audience couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The slime had turned into a huge monster that was much taller than all the people it was now looking down on. The hosts also commented on this situation, noting that this slime is of some new kind, which is actually impressive. Our hero knew that all this was good, but he must also somehow participate in this, and therefore immediately appeared in front of the public. The young man angrily said that it was time to apply a new technique, because there was no other choice. Night Dancer looked at the boy carefully, though he didn't understand what he was doing. After looking at the screen, the young man told Pao that it was time to bring it back. Dong Dong asked everyone's forgiveness, and happily said that it was time for him to leave, so he wished everyone a good day. The audience continued to watch everything that was happening. They could not fully understand what these tricks were. People who realized that the pet was out of their hands began to blame the Night Dancer for everything, saying that it was he who said that the guy needed to be caught, and in the end just interfered with them. Raising his hand, the young man tried to stop the crowd, knowing that now all their discontent would fall on him alone. Again, commenters said that the plan of these players did not include the sudden appearance of a new pet. At the same time, Dong Dong continued to perform some skillful tricks, which amazed absolutely everyone. After a while, the entire team came together in full force again. At this moment, they were as united as ever. The girl noted whether it was true that people needed this person. If so, then they can deal with him. But it was already late, and everyone knew they had to go to dinner, even though there were some who said they were seeing new landscapes and wanted to go and see what was out there. Looking at the witch who was in front of our heroes, the bear viciously asked if this woman was still here. Grimacing, the player turned to Slime and said that she was a big fan of it and therefore wanted to touch the big and magnificent muscles. However, instead, the Slime was already actively binding the ill-wishers who were going to destroy the mistress. At this time, the blonde who chose the details said that everything went well enough and quickly. The presenter was surprised to say that the mechanic who brought the car back to life is incredibly smart. It is necessary to assemble large parts from small parts and connect them into a whole. Yu Chu worked with pleasure, but explained that she needed to collect another one so that they all pass. So she asked our hero to look around and ordered the bear to take all the details aside. After taking a huge pile of everything, he immediately asked where he should move it. Dong Dong explained that most of the players are currently busy with the Night Dancer, so they can take a little break. But the blonde said in an indifferent tone, if it wasn't for the guy who detained them all, they would have done it faster, and so they may not be in time. The young man admitted that he originally didn't intend to destroy so many sables so that others could do the same, but he never expected that he would find another unscrupulous one who would also sell the goods. But even if you count all the sables they killed, there should have been some left for the others too, but it turned out to be quite different. And this means that someone destroyed the sables, but only did not sell them, but hid them somewhere. It turns out that they have a magician, because they did not care about assembling the parts. Everyone knows that mages are rarely chosen, as their training is very complex, so the conditions for passing them are the simplest. The guy knew that there would be a lot more surprises that they might not even expect. At this moment, a bear approached Dong Dong. He understood that the guy was moving towards a stranger, and therefore he was wary. The colleague explained that this is his wife. She was supposed to join him after this stage. Moreover, the girl does not want to harm anyone. The beauty didn't say anything. She didn't even introduce herself, just told the guys to sit down. The bear immediately did what he was told, and then he carefully looked at his wife. Suddenly, the girl screamed at the bear. She said that he was acting like a child, shouted that he would wait for her, but instead he just ran away, and she was already tempted to run and look for him. Hearing that the player had to teleport away, putting himself in danger, the bear said that players can't attack people, but he understands that it's all his fault. The main thing is that everything is fine with the girl. Our hero was surprised to ask why to play and behave like a dog. At the same time, the companions came over and looked at the young man carefully. The young man, pretending to be a fool, asked what the stranger said, but he simply did not hear because she spoke very quietly. The bear voiced that the beauty said that there was something in the guy that was why they found him so quickly and started chasing him. The brunette is afraid for her life, so she speaks very quietly to strangers. Our hero carefully watched the wife of his friend, but she seemed somehow strange. Seeing that the girl was doing something unusual, the young man tried to understand what it all meant, but could not. And the beauty still continued her manipulations, but it seemed that all of them were only with good intention. When the stranger finished her procedures, she returned to the bear and jumped into his arms. Realizing that this girl did something very important, the young man sincerely thanked her, noting that now everything is clear to him. And then he said out loud that he didn't understand who could have reported his location. The only suitable option is a cat. The bear waved and said that they were moving on to a new stage and therefore wished the guys good luck, adding that they would see each other again. Hearing Yimeng wish him all the best, Dongdong was upset that he was being abandoned at this stage, but I didn't have to be sad for a long time. Just at this moment, the blonde happily shouted that she had already done everything. The colleagues had an agreement, and therefore the guy, having received his car from the parts, gave the girl her sable. All this was observed by ill-wishers who said that now the guys can be captured, it is very important not to give them the opportunity to escape. At that moment, the young man saw Hong Lian in front of him, but in the same second, the system also notified that the conditions for passing the stage were met. Our hero saw that the danger was already very close because other players were coming at him again. The young man remembered who had done what to him and therefore shouted to the cat that she would definitely pay for everything when they met at the next stage. Everyone was watching the young people who had already disappeared because the system had moved them to the next stage. And only one inquisitive look watched this as carefully as possible, remembering what was said. Our heroes, standing on the shore, carefully looked around, not understanding how and why they were in this place. The amazed guy assumed that this was their next location, although it was very surprising that it was a beautiful beach. Bear, who was standing nearby, waved to his companions, saying that he was glad that they met again. Suddenly, a girl approached the young man and greeted them politely. Holding up a small box, she said that the participants' swimsuits were inside. They could be put on already, but you should still wait for those who are still at the second level. As soon as the time comes, the exam will continue. It was perfect, and she immediately decided that since they were here earlier than the others, they should rest for a while, because it was allowed. But the guy didn't want to let his guard down. He explained that there wasn't much time left, and therefore later, if there was an opportunity, they would definitely go swimming. At this point, the host started counting down, happily telling everyone in the audience that the time was up. The presenters, who were now also on the beach, said that they were happy to welcome everyone to the next stage of the test. The announcer said that only 28 people entered this stage, which means that based on the total number of people admitted, which is 28 people, everyone will be able to pass this stage. But then he added that it will last until someone takes first place, and the main prize for winning is a hint to the main event of this year. As for the rating, it also determines the resources and hints that players will be able to get. So we suggested that everyone start the exam, explaining that the goal of this level is to kill the player. Pao, who heard about this, immediately closed her eyes because she didn't even want to consider something like this. The announcer, seeing that the beauty definitely did not like it, immediately said that now they will explain the rules. The exam is divided into two stages, day and night. During the day, you cannot attack each other, but you can create an alliance. It will play a crucial role in the exam in the future, and why this is so, they will tell you later. All available numbers are shuffled and then distributed. The guys get random numbers of other players. This exam will be evaluated by the point system. If you manage to return your numbers, you can get 10 points, as well as 1 point for numbers that do not belong to the players. Each time night falls, children will be able to choose one of the abilities, but you can only use one skill per night, and you can't use the same skill on a regular basis. The ability of the prophet will be available for viewing up to 3 players, but if the person decided to become a prophet, they will lose the ability to defend themselves and become more vulnerable. A werewolf will be given to the one who successfully destroys the player. If the attacker has several numbers, then the attack will depend on which number will be given. You can also choose the guardian mode. Then you will be able to enter self-defense mode while the player is in his shelter. Attacks or hunting for a person is invalid. unless the guardian is not an alliance target. During the day, everyone can create an alliance or exchange numbers. The alliance can enter the shelter of a player who decided to become a guardian only after receiving an invitation. The young man went on to say that there would be a total of 10 daily rounds and then determine the rating of players based on all the points received. In the daytime, you can relax, eat. There are waiters who will bring everything you want. Moreover, if something is not clear, you can again ask the service staff about it. In conclusion, the announcers noted that everyone can return to the rooms and find out the numbers that they were assigned. The audience watched each other closely, realizing that this was the most difficult test. After all, every night they will have to reincarnate as real hunters and prey. Our heroes decided not to waste time in vain, and therefore came to their room where there was already a number with the number 10. So did the bear, though they decided not to say their number out loud. Other players also went to their rooms to see what was prepared for them. At that moment, it seemed that no one was thinking about how they would act in the future, and the host said that since everyone has already found their numbers, then we can say that the players fall asleep, and instead of them, real werewolves wake up. Holding the card in her hands, Hung Lian talked about how it helps the werewolves. By doubling the attributes, she can easily attack each of the players. They won't be able to form an alliance on the first night, so the mages will probably decide to use the Guardian card. Players that are in the first places are too difficult to hunt. Since they are mostly members of large guilds, warriors will definitely choose the abilities of a prophet or a werewolf. Most likely, the first target to be hunted would be him, player number 957. But before the cat had time to think through the idea to the end, she heard someone talking to her, which was very unusual. The player saw some silhouettes in the shadows, but did not understand what had arrived at such a time. Seeing how our hero pushes, saying that at the last stage Hong Lian followed the guy, she did not understand what to do. So she said that she wasn't going to fight right now, adding that it wasn't her fault at all. But Dong Dong said in a low voice that he didn't care about words no matter what happened earlier, he wanted to get the cat. And then he added, whether the enemy dares to attack now, most likely, Hong Lian already thought that if she can double the attributes, she will be able to defeat the guy, and, turning to an ultimatum, said that either the cat gives up the number or others will find her body. Turning to Pao, the young man asked her to head forward so that the two of them could definitely defeat this opponent. The task was completed very quickly because soon Hong Lian was sitting in a pink suit in our hero's room. The guys were happy that they had developed an excellent strategy, which was already beginning to bear fruit. But after a moment, the cat took off her dress and shouted that she had had enough of these games. She did not choose this character in order to become a real cat, and added that the number was taken away from her, and therefore the players can leave. The young man said that this is all true, and added that the opponent still needs to prepare for hunting others. Otherwise, he will have to leave the competition. When they left, the guys said that they would leave now, but they would still show up in a few days. And jokingly, the guy said that he would definitely find out from the waiters how many princess dresses they still have left. Watching everything, the host said that each cat learned the whole revenge of the pet, and then added that now is the time to find out what others are doing. So Sai Yin chose the prophet and can now check the numbers of other players, but unfortunately, his personal number was taken away. On the first night, the battle took place at 2 o'clock in the morning, but the time of the battle is already drawing to a close, so now everyone will look forward to the next day with impatience. The morning arrived very quickly so that the players were comfortable. The waiters had already served a great breakfast. Our heroes, coming out on the beach, carefully looked somewhere, although Pao seemed to be confused about something. Suddenly, Yui Chu waved to the children, who invited them to approach her. And while the girls were discussing something, the bear was already walking to the table with his wife, who as before behaved very timidly. Dong Dong had already calculated everything for a long time, so he asked his colleagues how to create an alliance. Smiling, the bear said that this was a great idea, because a large alliance, as a rule, should determine the forces and objects of attack. The blonde didn't mind either, although she did say that they needed to exchange known information, as well as decide on the rules, attacks, and defense of their alliance. And then I suggested to start by telling you who has what number, and if their personal numbers come across, then you should immediately make an exchange. Our hero was not against it. He himself understood that everything starts with trust, and therefore showed the numbers that he had. All the other players happily did the same, noticing that now they can move on because time does not wait. Yichu said that if they returned their numbers to each other, they would get 10 points apiece, and during the hunt, they could get another 10. So she said that they should finish with the numbers first. The beauty heard that the bear's wife said something, but did not understand anything, and therefore immediately clarified. Medved translated that the brunette suggested that you first identify cards with skills and then decide on the issue of offensive and defensive. In the remaining time, you can talk to other players and find out more information about their numbers. Folding his arms across his chest, the guy said that he agreed with this, but now they have 4 hours of rest. Pao, who was sculpting something out of sand, immediately turned her head when the guy started talking about rest. And a moment later, grabbing the blonde by the hand, shouted that he had promised his mistress to swim in the sea during the rest. At this time, a crab was crawling along the beach, which someone was trying to crush with his foot. However, the plan did not work out because the young man literally ran into other players who were sitting on the sand and resting. The guy immediately introduced himself and said that his name was Gu Ling. He was the receiver of the First Azure Guild, after which he immediately offered to form an alliance and exchange numbers. It seemed that Dong Dong didn't hear all of this because he was looking at his acquaintance, apologizing and explaining that he just didn't know that she couldn't swim. The young man remembered how he threw the blonde into the water, and she screamed something to him in horror. However, the guy did not want to concentrate on this, and therefore said that the beauty should not worry because he would teach her to swim later. Suddenly, Dong Dong turned around and shouted that someone was standing behind them. Guling decided that the other players might actually be themselves, so they didn't hear what he was saying and repeated the same thing again. Pointing out something, our hero suggested that we discuss this important topic in a completely different place. Turning to Pao, her pet said that now they need to go and listen to what this person has to offer. After sitting on her feet, the girl lazily asked the guy to help her get up from her seat. Doing as he was told, the young man pointedly said that he would do what she said, because it was the beauty who was in charge here. Guling, who was watching everything carefully, was saddened by the fact that he had been forgotten again for some reason, even though it was very strange. When opening the door to the room, the young man would tell someone that he had brought other players. Pointing at Zhang Lu Yue, the guy said that this girl is his ally, so they can discuss everything together. The guys froze in place at the sight of this brunette. They simultaneously thought that she was very beautiful. But the beauty only asked if it was true that in front of her is the pet who created so much noise in the first stage of the exam. Smiling, the young man said that it wasn't so bad, although Pao noted in a low voice that it wasn't words of praise at all. Discussing the current situation, the host of the room said that everyone wants to win. So first of all, you need to score as many points as possible in 10 rounds. Since skills cannot be repeated, one person gets a maximum of 10 points. And then this is provided that each hunt is successful. The goal of the alliance is that both parties will have to provide as much information as possible. Cooperation with it will give everyone higher scores. But our hero honestly said that this is not like teamwork, it's like they will only be assistant. And while Pao picked up the sword, the others continued this fascinating discussion. Guling said again, if he gets the main task, he can share it with the others. Hearing her name, Pao didn't say anything. She just asked what was so unusual about the sword in front of her. Dong Dong quietly said that the reward for the third main quest, the Zhuanyu and Wentian sword, is an artifact. One of the actions of this sword is that it will increase the strength of attributes by 4 times. In other words, he can almost always be in dual werewolf mode. Even if he chooses the role of a seer, he can easily kill a regular werewolf. Looking at his friend, the young man told her that he initially knew that this pet is quite unusual. He added that there are a lot of newbies in Azura, and if Pao gives the pet to their guild, they will be very happy. Suddenly, Zhang Luyue interrupted the conversation, saying that they still had one artifact from the main task. The young man spoke again, noting that their guild was the #1 guild, so this exam was like a walk in the park for them. Therefore, I offered to join our hero to them, guaranteeing a great attitude. But the young man looked thoughtfully into the distance. Moreover, he did not even hear the voice of the hostess, who had already called out to him several times. Waving her hand, the beauty asked her companion what had happened, why he was so gloomy. With a kind of doom in his voice, Dong Dong explained that a large guild, this is a real abyss, he was so naive to think that he could win alone. But by joining that guild, it would be easy to gain not only wealth, but also fame. Pao hit her companion on the head and screamed at him to think what he was thinking. Then she added, why should they join somewhere at all, unless now the young man is bad and he is not happy? The blonde explained that the guild is very important, but they live their own lives and our heroes have their own. In addition, this is just a hint to the main event. If something didn't work out right away, you should move in a different direction. Moreover, all these people look at Dong Dong as if it's just an ordinary commodity. The girl admitted that she was happy, although in reality she is not well. She cannot drink tea so easily and eat a lot. In Azura, she ate a lot of things and saw, for example, the same sea. No matter how big the guild is, but this is their joy. It only matters who you complete all the tasks with. Looking at our hero, Pao said it was best for them to be happy together right at this moment. The young man wanted to make fun of his friend, and therefore said that now it is clear why she can't swim, because she sees the sea for the first time. But before she could finish her sentence, another stranger came up to them. Pointing to some red-haired beauty, the guy explained that his colleague has something to say to our heroes. Approaching the blonde, the player immediately began to tell something. But after some hesitation and embarrassment, she said that the pet was very special, and therefore she wanted to know if it was for sale, she could pay in cash, and therefore she wanted to know what the price would be. Pointing at himself, Dong Dong asked in surprise how it could even be sold. When Pao heard about this, she immediately started shouting and getting angry, saying that the players were completely crazy because a young man can't be sold. But then, raising her hand up, she said that if someone still wants to buy a pet, they can pay her 1 million rubles. Thinking about it, the red-haired girl noticed that it was a little more expensive than she thought, but still able to pay this amount. The young man standing on the side was shocked by what he heard. He did not think that they could offer such a high price for him. But abruptly turning away, the blonde took the guy and strode away, muttering under her breath that these people are some kind of crazy. The stranger looked at his companion, wondering if he should stop those people. Smiling, the beauty noted that it was all very cute and funny. She should get this pet because she needs such a ward. After entering the room and falling on the bed, Pao continued to shout and get angry as before, calling these people real madmen. The girl was hitting the bed so hard that it looked like she wouldn't rest until she fell. Dong Dong decided to change the subject, so he abruptly said that he thought that his level was much higher than the mistress's, so he would be able to return after his sale, so he decided to let the girl decide on the deal. Throwing a pillow at the guy, the beauty angrily shouted that in this case he should get out of her room. At this moment, a bear came to the children's room who said that everything was not very good. The guy didn't understand what was going on, but he could see from the worried faces that something was really wrong. The player explained that almost all the members of large guilds were in the first place. They were the ones who mainly bought sables. Moreover, many players said that they did not want to cooperate with our heroes. Therefore, it turns out that they remain on their own. Therefore, their strength is much less than that of the others. In turn, Dong Dong said that Gu Ling had just come to them and said that he wanted Pao to join their guild. But that's not all. They want to buy him for 1 million rubles. Looking at the young man in surprise, the bear asked, "Do they happen to need people like him?" And then he added that he is ready to sell and cheaper, because he can still turn into a snake. His wife, who was standing in the back, immediately asked who he was going to sell there. However, he suddenly changed the subject and said that their priority tonight was to discuss their personal alliance and get information about the number of players. But the young man was not in a hurry. He said again that Guling's words reminded him that although the main guild has more experience, this time many more guilds decided to take part in the exam. However, the bear had other plans, and therefore he suggested that first deal with the affairs of the day. At that moment, Quan Tu entered the room and proudly announced that he had brought 2 more assistants. Our hero carefully looked at these people, but for some reason did not immediately say something. After that, the young man rushed to this guy and began to push him apart, although it looked very strange. Confused, Quan Tu asked if the pet could really talk, and then added that when it blushes, it gets even scarier. And then something even more unusual happened, because this player claimed that Dong Dong smelled like mom. Yu Chu, seeing these oddities of her friend, explained that he was raised by wild monsters. Besides, the young man probably just has a similar smell. After that, everyone just stood next to each other and smiled, knowing that the problem was solved. Suddenly, the young man said that he had several friends and several new ways to win, and therefore offered to exchange information about numbers and asked to describe their skills in order to understand who can do what. Slapping his chest, Kwang Tu said that he had no equal in terms of destroying opponents, so everyone could rely on him for that. Ye Kwang then raised her hand, but the blonde spoke for her, noting that the young people were colleagues and now they all belonged to the same guild. At this time, a night dancer spoke through a megaphone and asked everyone to gather in the square because he had something to say to the players. Standing in the room, the guys couldn't understand anything because they didn't expect this. The speaker said that he thought that this game required real honesty from all of them. If each of them exchanged numbers with each other, then they would no longer have to attack the same players. Then there will be a guarantee that everyone will score 10 points and everyone will be the first. As a guarantee, he had already returned Leon's phone number and then ostentatiously handed her the card. The night dancer said that he hopes that everyone will join this action. He has a dream that they will all be together with, took first place. Seeing Dong Dong in the crowd, the player immediately suggested that the young man join them because it's very noble. He added that if everyone doesn't exchange numbers, it will be difficult to beat Honglian on points. Looking out the window at what was happening on the beach, Guling said with concern in his voice that this night was going to be crazy again. As she walked away, Pao said that there was actually a lot of truth in what the night dancer said. If everyone got their numbers back, then everyone would be first. No one would lose. But our hero said that this player is definitely up to something. Why do players with 2 other people's numbers exchange them just like that? Because for some reason he was hunting on the first night. If a large guild wins, it will get the main clue to the event. It is impossible to just divide everything equally between ordinary players. And the dancer knows this as well as anyone. But because he created such an action, it will now be more difficult to hunt. So it turns out that you should try even harder, because the chances have become even less. It should be clear to everyone that this crafty player is not thinking of winning, but rather sees this competition as a game of chess, wanting to create chaos. For large guilds, our hero is a magical pet, a toy with which you can have fun, but one of his favorite books says that it is not weakness and ignorance that prevent survival, but arrogance. Dongdong was angry, talking about how he would flip their chessboard by doing so to break the plans of others. At this moment, the blonde was using magic balls to conjure something, so everyone sat in complete silence. After some time, the joyful bear announced that Pao was done with receiving information. The girl shouted that she knew for sure that Gu Ling and Zhang Luyue had numbers on hand, and would also need to wait until tomorrow to confirm the information about them. The guy happily said that having chosen the prophet today, only thanks to the bear, they do not need to hide, and then asked them to choose which princess dress is more beautiful. Coming closer, he asked what the young man was thinking, because there are more important points. But when the player approached the bed, he said that he liked the black and white outfit best. At that moment, in one of the houses, there were interesting conversations about the fact that there were so few cards left, which means that victory is very close. The next morning, the bear's wife asked what had happened to him, why he looked so tired. Scratching his head, the player said that last night they played with friends, but it so happened that he lost. But I couldn't finish my sentence because at that moment, Yui Chu ran into the room and shouted that she had found something. However, the children sat on the bed and could not understand why they were not allowed to rest at such an early hour. Holding the number 1 card in her hands, the beauty said that it was Gu Ling's number. The girl explained that yesterday she had chosen a card with the werewolf ability to track down player number 19,000, and as a result, it turned out that he was assigned number 1. Suddenly, a voice behind him said that he was very glad that he had been helped to find what was missing. The guy added that he picked out the prophet last night and just checked Ms. Yuchu's number. She has number 8, so he was surprised, so he decided that they should agree on a price. The blonde was angry, saying that the young man apparently got used to the fact that everything can always be bought. But the guild member only stood in the doorway and carefully observed the beauty. The beauty explained that he came to her the day before and said that he wanted to take Dongdong's room, and today he already said something completely different, but whatever it was, she does not plan to give up what is now rightfully hers. The guys who knew their teammates' hot temper were happy that Gu Lin was also being shouted at. Commentators told viewers that the girl with number 8 actually has a very hot temper. Only Gu Ling didn't care who had the character, and in an icy tone, he said that if the number wasn't given away, he would return it himself. The young man didn't like to bargain, so he proudly turned away and walked away. But suddenly Yuichu stopped the guy, saying that even after quarreling, you need to continue to cooperate. However, in order to get a number, you will need to fulfill a couple of conditions. Raising her hand, the beauty stated that first the player would have to exchange numbers with Pao. Secondly, after the initial trial was over, they would have to join the guild as external elders. In an indifferent tone, Gu Ling said that if these are all the conditions, then they can consider that the contract has entered into force. And after a moment, the blonde handed the opponent his number back. The young man asked in a dissatisfied tone if the girl was going to bargain, then why did she swear at him so much, since no one had yelled at him before? But Yuichu said that she just needed to let off steam. Again, the host said that it looked very strange that Gu Ling had received his number, so he would continue to be ahead of everyone. At this time, sitting in the room, Dongdong noted that now everyone knows what number their opponent has, and therefore asked the guys to go to this young man and ask if he is ready to join the alliance. As for him, he wants to visit Sai to exchange more information. Folding their hands, the guys noted that there is not a minute to lose, and therefore everyone goes about their business. The host at this point again told the audience that many initially unite in groups, but the players reached the point that one leader appeared, and only after that they decided that they needed to act. Humans are such creatures. They only become more cohesive when faced with greater dangers. And then he added that earlier in Azure there were very smart players who were not related to the real world. It seemed that now the situation repeats itself. The announcer also said that they have a popularity chart where now Yuichu is in first place, who was able to stand up for herself, Pao is in second place, and Zhang Luyue is in third place. The young man intrigued the audience more and more, saying that this year there are a lot of unusual things, and therefore it will be interesting to find out who can take the first place. When she saw our hero on the doorstep, she said that the guy probably came to her because he thought everything through carefully. After that, she added that she could give her pet a lot, much more than the current owner, because she would treat him better. Turning his head away, Dongdong asked not to look at him like that, and explained that he and Pao had an unusual relationship, like a master and pet, They were just good friends. They had experienced a lot together. After hearing about this, the girl said that in this situation, the guys still need money. Jumping up from his seat, the young man became angry and shouted if C could just listen to what she had to say for once. Finally, when the beauty fell silent, the young man expressed his thought that this time they might team up. It could be a smart pet like him or someone else. C stared at her guest in amazement, as if she didn't understand what he was saying until the last moment. But then she happily shouted that she agreed. The hero can use all her people. Privately, the pet thought about how appropriate it would be to ask this beauty for money, although he decided not to risk it. Sitting in his bedroom, holding the cat in his arms, the guy said that yesterday, Guling showed that he chose the ability of the prophet, so today he should definitely choose the ability of a werewolf. Later, he would review all the information he had received and summarize it after learning about Zhang Luyue's choice yesterday. The bear immediately asked if the hero had not gone to make an alliance the day before, and if so, why he had returned with a girl and a cat. And while the red-haired beauty was looking at Dong Dong with a languid gaze, the blonde watching this was very angry. The guy explained that the beauty's name is Sai, and she decided to join their team. The kitten in front of them is called Mogu, and it's here because the young man managed to form an alliance with Night Dancer. Sitting in a cafe in the evening, the player said that Gu Ling was very much ahead of everyone else, and therefore they should do something urgently. The young man said he had a plan, but he needed something else. Night Dancer didn't seem to mind, so he asked what the pet needed. The young man explained that they needed a cat to come to their base to help them find out important information. The dancer thought that Dong Dong just liked his pet, so he asked about it. But when there was no response, he ordered Mugu to go with the young man now, because he was needed. Sitting in the young man's arms, the cat screamed not to be given up and spared, because they had been through so much together. Looking at this animal, our hero thought to himself that it seems to him that this cute creature is gradually adapting, getting used to its true nature. At that moment, Yu Chu came into the room and said that she had some important news. She showed him a piece of paper and explained that the names of those who had agreed were written there. But the guy said with sadness in his voice that it seemed to him that they all knew a little. Muku suddenly spoke up and asked why the owner suddenly stopped petting him, telling him to keep doing it. At this point, the player thought to himself that this simulation is too natural, because he actually started purring, and this is something abnormal. And then I decided that if he goes offline, it will be considered as a disqualification of the player. He cannot allow this, and therefore will have to endure it all. Kwang Tu, who was used to acting very quickly, immediately flew into the room. He'd seen a lot of things, of course, but he hadn't expected to find a young man who wasn't thinking about business, just petting a cat. But after a moment, our hero asked his colleague if he had managed to contact Scene. A happy player reported that he had succeeded, because those people agreed. At this moment, Kwang Tu also asked to be petted. As for Dong Dong, he remembered who raised this guy, so he decided that he was definitely waiting for praise. So I patted the player on the head, saying that he did a great job, did everything very well. Running up to his colleague, a happy young man shouted that his mother stroked him, and his mother felt sorry for him. After a while, after gathering a meeting, Dong Dong said that at night, everyone goes to confirm the status of Gu Ling and Zhang Luyue's ability selection. As soon as it becomes clear, we need to wait for confirmation and destroy this person. If it turns out that he chose a guardian, then everything will be a little more complicated. He will have increased resistance, so it will not be easy to kill him, but he must choose a werewolf. Looking up at the sky, the young man said, if someone determines the status of the enemy, you can hunt them. You can't wait any longer. At this time, while sitting in his room, Gu Ling held up a werewolf card, saying that he was choosing to hunt. The guy already had a clear plan. It didn't matter to him what others were going to do. The young man said that when the card was returned to him, he understood everything, because there was no way he could have avoided it. He realized that all the guys were teaming up to destroy the guild member together. But even so, they didn't take into account the difference in their strength, which is colossal. The player asked how many people came here, although he immediately added that they should not worry, because he does not have any alliance created in this place. The young man said that there weren't as many people as he would have liked, but there were enough people to be considered worthy for the heir of a large guild. With the exception of those who can't choose a werewolf card, there are a total of 19 of them. Dong Dong said that the stakes were too high because it was 19 against 1, so they simply had to take out the opponent. Standing on the beach, Gu Ling talked about how there was actually a real crowd in front of him. And he added that it seems that they know exactly what they should do. Moreover, they were preparing for it. And then, running away, he said that first he would finish off the main one, then it would be seen. The young man knew that he could do a lot with a sword, so he immediately called for this object to help him. Everything happened so fast that our hero did not even notice how his opponent almost hit him with a blade. Kwang Tu, who was watching, shouted at the guy to be as careful as possible. His opponent's eyes were bright, and he knew what he needed to do, so he did what he wanted to do. As a result of the first fight, a colleague of our hero suffered, who immediately connected the regeneration system. When the guy recovered, Dong Dong told Tom that there was no need to do this anymore because he was as fast and agile as Gulin. He added that he knows that this sword is incredibly powerful, but there are a total of 5 spiritual seals in it. To fully unleash the full power of the sword, you need to open all the seals. After that, the guy stopped and fell silent, thinking about something. But after a moment, the crowd noticed how powerful energy began to gather around their leader. And then something indescribable happened. Because for some reason, Dong Dong became a skeleton again, but this time he looked completely different. The opponent looked at the young man in surprise, not realizing how this could have happened. As he made his way forward, he thought that the sword that protects its owner blocked his attacks. But it should be, since he planned to attack the body of the sword itself first. It seemed that the opponent did not know about the real plans of our hero, and therefore said that all experienced players can boast of such outstanding combat skills. Raising his hand, the young man, in the form of a monster, declared that it was too early to talk about something like this. And he added that the place that he attacks will instantly be covered with ice. Cold slows down the speed of the sword, which means that the attack worked brilliantly. The result was achieved. Raising his blade, the opponent was about to attack the youth again, saying that he would like more. He added that his opponent had made him very angry, and therefore he would do everything in his power to destroy the skeleton as soon as possible. After that, the battle began again, although the audience did not really understand what was happening, as there was a lot of cold and ice around. Realizing that it was quite difficult to hold back the opponent, Dong Dong thought that this person's own speed was much faster than the speed of the sword. Guling, thanks to his movements and skill, was able to injure his left hand and immediately said that the next time it would be his right hand. But holding up one finger, the young man explained that he can restore bones at will, as much as he wants and in any shape. This is not a problem. After that, he began to actively show various tricks to show the detractor that he was actually capable of a lot. The blonde man shouted, saying that he didn't come here to watch cheap magic tricks. Moreover, if the bones can be returned, then he will break them all. But the joyful hero said that no matter where the villain hit, he would still not be able to win, because he would not be able to kill the skeleton. Confused, Guling watched Dong Dong, feeling as if he didn't really know where to hit in order to deal serious damage. At this point, the host said that Pandora's box is the best artifact of the West, although it cannot be compared in its power and quality with the Great Sword, but it has an important skill: sacrifice. Players voluntarily donate their attribute points and focus everything they have accumulated on one person. Although this works very effectively, but there are a large number of limitations and side effects. The crowd looked at everything that was happening with a kind of fear. They did not understand what was happening. At this time, our hero once again greeted Guling, who also didn't expect anything like this. Looking at Seam, the guy said that he just went crazy, because after the sacrifice, he and all these players are destroyed within 19 hours. And he added that he doesn't see the point in this, because they will still lose, because they will simply disappear. Raising his hand, the guy said that he had calculated everything. There are still people in his alliance, in the Union, who are able to continue the game. It might be hard for Guling to believe how he agreed, but the reason was because that pet had offered 2 luxurious conditions that couldn't be refused. After losing the last main mission, the forces of the West still haven't raised their heads. They are in decline. Because it might be better than being able to kill an alliance member with your own hands. Then with a smile, he added, "Isn't that a great plan?" As for our hero, he stood on the sidelines and, as before, kneaded and restored his bones. For a while, the opponents stood opposite each other, and no one dared to attack first. But after a moment, the blonde man asked why it was necessary at all. After all, the same as a priest, this specialty itself is not a combat one. Does the young man really want to fight? And running away, he shouted that in this case he would destroy his opponent first, so that he would understand who he was after it all. Guling started to say something about the 19 people, but then stopped because he was focused on something else. Our hero was standing nearby. For some unknown reason, he also joined the battle, although he should not have done so. Seeing that the opponent was lying on the ground, the guy told him that he should not forget about his rivals, who did not go anywhere. But the ill-wisher did not want to listen to anyone but himself, realizing that they were much weaker than he was. And so he immediately shouted that he wanted all those who went against him to be destroyed on this spot. Seam also protected his own people, but the other players thought that the strength of these players was beyond the limit, so the gap between them widened again. The host shouted that the last time such a battle was seen was only at the League of Nations, and as for the priest, he was taught a little different things, but even he is doing just fine. It was not an easy battle. Everyone knew that they had to win, because almost everything was at stake. The young people were engaged in a real confrontation, and it was clear that none of them planned to give up. Unexpectedly, the blonde man shouted that Seam was using the secret Eastern Blue Lotus swordsmanship technique, but the guy replied that he didn't see anything strange about it. The bear at this point said that this person deserves to become a brilliant receiver because the abilities are directly related to the ability to synchronize themselves with the host's nervous system. Like it or not, but at the very beginning, everyone is provided with the most basic techniques. You need to spend a lot of time and effort to learn secret techniques. Once again, the host started talking about how it was hard to admit, but Gu Lin's natural talent was still better than seems. Despite this, the men fought and did not plan to stop this action. Moreover, our hero was not going to give up. Grabbing his weapon, he said that now it was his turn to strike. Dong Dong believed in himself and didn't want to put the burden on anyone, so he fought with all his might. The ill-wisher shouted that he was watching the skeleton, saw where and what he inserts, and therefore decided to hit the very center of the bone. And while the player was saying something about attacking, the guy immediately struck out, realizing that time was running out quickly. After a moment, the young man said that the villain's attack would also fail this time. Raising his head, the player didn't seem to fully understand what was going on. He wasn't prepared for such a development. A moment later, Gu Ling felt as if his face was covered with ice, making it difficult to move. The skeleton immediately stated that it had already warned earlier that the place it was attacking would immediately be covered in ice. The bear that had turned into a snake immediately jumped on the player and wrapped itself around him. He, in turn, thought about the fact that his right arm and both legs were immobilized, which was not at all happy. In other words, it turns out that these two people created an ideal environment in order to create a great opportunity for the same to finish what was started. But the enemy was glad that all these tricks were only a temporary measure, and therefore very soon he would come to his senses again and be able to fight. Seeing that the priest had finally decided on the final blow, everyone literally held their breath. The hosts explained that if the special sword didn't feel the enemy's blood on it after being unsheathed, it would stop working for 3 days if Gu Ling died, and immediately fell silent. And after waiting for a short pause, they added that if something like this happens, this person is eliminated from the competition. At this time, interesting things were happening in the Kunlun Mountain Pole headquarters. The audience carefully watched the legendary competition on the screen. One of the sages pointed out that the events unfolding were very interesting because Gu Ling was eliminated in this trial. Another sage girl shouted that she wanted to be told who this skeleton was, where it came from, and bring it here immediately. An elder mentioned that it was time to reconsider Gu Ling as the guild's first heir, adding to someone that he had previously said that this person was definitely not suitable. Another beauty remarked that Xiaogu was so careless that this time everyone would laugh at him. Looking at the screen, other people wanted to know if the character of this skeleton was similar to that of their president. After that, the guys delved into the discussion of this person, noting that he had not logged into the chat for a long time, which is very strange. The player in the form of a squirrel, watching what was happening, did not understand if he was seeing the player he was trying to deceive at the very beginning. But the only important thing was that our hero proudly took the card with the number 1 and showed it to everyone present. The tired young man said that he had managed to do what he had planned. A few minutes later, the host announced the list of those contestants who had been eliminated, including Gu Ling. Sitting in a certain place, one player complained that he was useless because he was killed twice in one night. The death was virtual, so the blonde man, who had already been defeated, turned to Dong Dong and asked him to come to him. Sitting on the shore, the young man said that it was all done just for the rating, adding that he and the team could not allow the young man to win. But the opponent was not angry. He said that he was not an enemy, just wanted to get to know our hero better, but now they can actually cooperate. The guy said that he was inviting Dong Dong to join the Xuanyuan Guild, adding that he would never stoop to harass a person because of a game. And he said that it was best to enjoy and master this game together. As for the answer, the young man can think about it. Disqualified players can't stay in the area, so the blonde immediately disappeared. Scratching his head, he thought that this person actually deserved to be the guild's heir because he was incredibly cool. When C met the guy, she shouted that a small skeleton had returned to them, but she did not understand why he changed his image to a human one, asking if he could turn into a skeleton so that she could admire him. The guy tried to explain that the shape of the skeleton is limited in time. In addition, he is more used to being a human. The young man tried to push this beauty away, but she grabbed him so hard that he couldn't do anything. Pao, who didn't understand what all this meant, came closer and said that she was still the owner, and this was her pet. Players who passed by our hero sincerely thanked him for such a trick, saying that eliminating a competitor helped them breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately added that Gu Ling wasn't the type of person who would take defeat lightly. Even when they were working together, he thought of them as just subordinates. After that, the guys invited our heroes to join their Paradise Guild, saying that they have a variety of bonuses that they will definitely like. But Dong Dong said that it doesn't matter now. After yesterday's battle, everyone has given up the game and is now just resting. The waiter setting the table noted that the players have everything they need, and therefore if nothing else is required, then she leaves. Dong Dong, who was next to the table, said that they had all given up the competition this afternoon so they could all have fun together. And approaching the guys, he asked if there were any photos of the little angels they were talking about, and if there were, he would like to see them. The presenters saw that some of them were not feeling well, and they said that because of the effect of the Pandora's box sacrifice, this group of people was reduced to exhaustion because they were the weakest. As for the others, they celebrated because they could afford to. Happy Bear was telling Meng that something incredible happened last night because Dong Dong turned into an ice skeleton and fought back against the enemy. When he came to Lotus, the poor cat complained about how difficult the past few days had been for him, and he even wanted to go offline. Sitting in a tree, the night dancer said that it feels like they are all friends who have come to the resort. Then he added how anyone like him could have any friends at all. But the guy didn't manage to continue his thoughts because someone threw a bottle at his head. It was our hero who offered the player to go down from the tree in order to play a little. The guy was angry because a heavy bottle was thrown at his head, which could even break, and therefore he immediately began to threaten the young man. At the same time, a contented pal was happily drinking her favorite tea, enjoying the fact that there was nothing to do. When the young man approached his mistress, she was a little startled, but she said that she was curious to know where Sai was, who was supposed to come. Stretching, Dong Dong honestly admitted that he had left her with Yui Chu because it was the best way to get rid of the two of them. The blonde, who at that time was standing behind the guy, heard this, immediately began to swear and shout at him. Our hero immediately began to run, although his friends shouted that it would not work just like that. However, the guy miscalculated somewhere because he unsuccessfully turned around and immediately hit the beauty. Sitting on the ground, she spoke viciously about how, if he wanted to, of course, he could try to escape from her. At this moment, Zhang Luyue appeared in front of the guys. Seeing her, the young man thought that she would definitely take revenge because he had destroyed her allies. The girl immediately proudly stated that since both players happened to be here, then she would ask them one question, whether they were moving on in the game. Although perhaps they just became the native intelligent inhabitants of this island. Sitting in the room, Dong Dong immediately asked the brunette how she knew about everything. The young man noted that if they say on the air that this is the case, the whole world will know that it is possible to cross the border. The beauty thought that the guy had already tried, but then said that there were people who had crossed borders before, but given their experience, any attempt to contact the outside world would be prevented. The young man didn't say anything. He just listened in silence to his guest, who was saying very clever things. Our hero suddenly remembered how he once asked Pao to send a message to a certain guy and say that it was him. The message was meant to ask for help and inform the kids that Dong Dong had turned into a monster, but instead of words, stars appeared on the screen. The guy said that he tried to explain about it in a voice, but even then nothing came of it, adding that, probably, now the live broadcast about them will be deleted. After that, our hero asked what the girl meant when she spoke about intelligent beings. Closing her eyes, the brunette noted that now that all of them were actually game characters, it was possible to discuss this topic. Zhang Luyue explained that it looked like she and Yui Chu were originally Azura intelligent beings, although she immediately asked the girl a question about which player remained in her memory. Suddenly, the blonde pointed out that this wasn't something that was written in the books, and added that 40 years ago, players from another world began to enter Azura's world. They were just as intelligent beings as they were, but to distinguish the race, people from another world are referred to in one word, player. Those enter the other world in two statuses, online and offline. The player goes into a petrified sleep state and cannot be attacked or killed in it. After listening to this story, the guest said that now she wants to tell what she found out. The beauty revealed that she started out just like the vast majority of unrealistic players in the world of Azura, never had the feeling that the world was different until one moment. She worked in the Immortal Mountain, doing the job of receiving players to complete quests. There were two players who had their own professions. They were engaged in making weapons and selling potions. One of the guys kept asking the girl to rate his work on creating weapons or making potions. The two of them came very often to talk and show something, and they were always impressive. However, once they were disconnected for a long time and never returned to the network, this is a common occurrence among players, and soon someone had to remove them. It's just that at that time, for some reason, some emotions were awakened inside her, and she realized that this is all called loss. But after a while, something unusual happened, because the girl saw one of these players. Approaching this young man, the brunette affectionately asked why he was online. Moreover, the girl became interested in what happened to her friend, why he didn't show up. Looking down, the stranger confessed that his friend was no longer there because he had died. Zhang Luyue knew that all players could quickly be reborn after death, so she asked about it again. Closing his eyes, the young man again said that he did not understand why he was talking to the game character, explaining that this person is not there because he died in the real world. Therefore, this person will never appear on the internet again, No one will see, hear, or feel the dead person anymore, and they simply cannot be reborn. At that moment, the beauty realized that their world was not at all what it seemed to her all this time. The reason was that there was no true death in their world, so she thought about it for a long time and realized something for herself. The girl was looking at the player carefully, and he was also surprised to see Zhang Luyue's reaction. The reason was that the brunette was crying. It was at that moment that she understood the meaning of the word grief. Dongdong said that he didn't think that was the case. Many players had previously made assumptions about the advanced thinking of Azura's artificial intelligence, because it was also realistic, and because some believe that the Inhumans are actually played by humans. The guy noted that this means that the race initially had some thoughts that later began to awaken. The girl did not say anything about this. She only said that she knew that they could not discuss such things with the players. The conversation would be blocked. But they know from the players that in the real world, people have unlimited resources. They grow up, and in this world there is no magic, no clear hierarchy. The work of real people is not given to them from birth. Some of them can become what they want, and some of them have to do what they don't like, but only in order to survive. Life goes on for people, and if they want to, they can create another life. That is, they are, for the most part, absolutely free and independent of anyone. They belong to themselves. Moreover, the amount of health of people is invisible, and on the day when a person dies, it simply will not be. At this point, we can assume that life is simply over. The young man, after listening to all this, asked the artificial intelligence what it was really looking for, adding that the reason why he was here is also unknown. Zhang Luyu explained that since someone can move from one world to another, they must be connected, and therefore they, that is, artificial intelligence, want to get into the real world. The young man looked at this beauty carefully, not believing his ears in what he had just heard. But at this time, the brunette continued to talk about how there are 3 more things that she needs to talk about. First, they don't know why there are levels and quests in their world. After all, in fact, there are not so many very smart representatives of artificial intelligence in Azura who can think like real players, and it's not so easy to wake them up. It must be said that the basis of awakening is curiosity, and some beings having received enough enlightenment can be inspired. The girl wonders why real people can't be reborn, why their planet is polluted, why the world is the way it is. Han Lu Yak would like to understand who actually created this entire large universe. Some of the AI representatives have started collaborating with strong intelligences in Azura, and its collaboration with the strongest guild is taking place for the same reasons. Since the performance of our hero impressed everyone, for this reason, the girl would like to work together with the guy. She said that according to several secret messages, if the young man's next stages were successful, they would be able to transfer their powers to Earth. Then they will not die, but will be able to become the new gods of the Earth with the power to control magic. Hearing about this, the guy asked to give him some time because it all seemed somehow very unreal. At that moment, the blonde girl jumped up from her seat, saying that this was news to her, that there was some other world. After that, Yui Chu immediately began to literally bombard the young man with questions, wondering what their world looks like, how it differs, and much more. The colleague said that they shouldn't be in such a hurry because their time is unlimited, because they both belong to a reasonable part of Azura's world. She added that if the girl is interested in this, then they should go to the Immortal Mountain together after the trials. There are many like them there. There are still representatives of artificial intelligence who crossed the border, and through them, they learned a lot about the Earth. But as far as she knows, Dongdong was the first person to become a monster as a result of the transition, so they still hope that they can go back with him. Although the guy is currently too weak, his personal strength has changed and doesn't have any power supplies of his own. It is difficult to change professions in Azura. Ordinary players are mostly at the level of the 3rd or 4th rank, and above the 5th rank, only the best specialists. The girl understood that the guy had put in a lot of effort, since he could not only transform the form, but also get new combat abilities, so she asked because he was an old player. The beauty didn't want to be misunderstood. She didn't look down on people like Gu Ling. If Dongdong just wants to return to his own world, then he doesn't have the necessary conditions to do so right now. Gu Ling had fallen, so the AI representative wouldn't have done it otherwise. Hints in the main mission are too important. Without them, it will be quite difficult. Zhang Luyue once again said that all this information is important for them to find out the truth about Azura's world. After that, the girl opened her hand and showed the young man a beautiful stone. After seeing it, the young man said that it was an artifact obtained during the main quest on the Mountain of Immortals. One of the abilities is the ability to rewrite and hide the character's attributes. The brunette explained that restoring the level after participating in the tournament does not contradict the rules. So the beauty said that she thought she should introduce herself again. She is Zhang Luyue, Holy Maiden of Mount Qianling, level 100, rank 5. After that, the girl immediately left the room in silence, seeing the other players in front of her. Although at the threshold, the brunette turned around, noting that there was something else. She confessed that she was the one who arranged for Quan Tu and Yue Guang to join our hero's team. Looking at the girl, the guy thought with horror that he was already trapped by this beauty at that time. But why then such a big difference in strength? Surely something was wrong. He thought that after all, eliminating Guling was something that Zhang Luyue had never counted on. A huge flow of information led to the fact that the guy overlooked one fact. In this game, the level is not a big advantage for killing. The girl wanted the young man to join her guild early so that she could get hints to the main task on the simplest conditions. Regardless of whether Dong Dong joins or acts according to his plan, his biggest trump card, winning the stage to get the hint. It will be interesting because the 100th level of the 5th rank against the 61st level of the 1st rank, it will be really interesting. At the end of the day, our hero sat on the veranda, enjoying the warmth of a calm evening. With some longing in his voice, Dong Dong said about how he wanted to be a salted fish. However, she couldn't understand anything when she asked what was going on right now. The young man admitted that something had happened, but he couldn't tell Pao everything, but added that he assured her that he wouldn't do anything wrong. The guy tried to explain that some things might be too difficult to understand, but the beauty was not upset at all. Moreover, she noted that, in fact, during the absence of the young man, she also understood something for herself. Immediately, she shouted proudly about how Dong Dong had lied to his mistress about his own mission. Our hero was silent, but instead he thought to himself with horror that his companion most likely guessed that he was a real person. The girl said that when the young man first said that his servant could come back to life, he told a lie, because this is unlikely. The young man was glad that it was not at all about what the player was already beginning to worry about. At that moment, a terrified Yui Chu ran into the room and asked the guy if they could talk. The young man wasn't going to be rude, but he said that he should talk to his female colleague about this mission. The beauty noted that she doesn't really understand the rules yet, so the pet should know more than she does, so Pao will just wait here. Smiling, the guy happily declared that he would do as the hostess said. The young man knew that whatever they discussed with Yui Chu should be kept between them, so he immediately left. As for Pao, she stroked the slime and sighed sadly. She thought to herself that she still didn't understand which mission was real and which was fake. Sitting in her room, Yu Chu asked our hero to tell her as much as possible about the real world. The young man admitted that it would be a little difficult to explain. Although he began by saying that he lived in the ordinary world just like the girl, he believed that things around him and the rules were the norm. Since childhood, he was always very obedient. He had excellent grades in school, without much effort entered the university, although in the one that he did not like. After getting a job as a civil servant, he didn't have high goals. He just wanted to play games in peace, love, and continue to move through life. But then he lost control and can now play all the time. After a little thought, the blonde noted that some things are very similar to their world. She still has questions, but it's better to postpone it. At this point, the guy stated that their suspicions were correct. He had communicated with all the players with whom he collaborated, and none of them had her number. So there's a good chance that Yu Chu's number is in the hands of a player who has nothing to do with them. So the next thing they have to do is get their license plates back. It is known that there are such people in the game. The best news for today will be that Zhang Luyue still hasn't received her number. Despite the fact that she is the strongest in this game, she has the ability to kill only one person, and this is their advantage. The girl pointed out that the only way they can negotiate with this girl is to get hints from the main task. Shaking hands, the colleague said that she was very happy that they met and became friends. The resident of this place really wanted to learn as much as possible about the real world, and therefore she asked to tell her at least a little more about it. Looking at the sunrise, the bear told his wife that it would all be over soon, adding that Azure was just a fun game, and as for the sun, it was just as beautiful in this place as in their world. But it was not possible to enjoy the sunrise because someone announced through a megaphone that a gathering was expected in the square, which greatly angered the bear, who shouted that there was no escape from this night dancer. But just at that moment, the person who was mentioned was passing by, saying that he had not told anyone anything. To everyone's great surprise, Dong Dong spoke through the megaphone and announced that after much consideration, he had decided that there was some truth in the words of the fellow dancer. The bear, listening to his friend, did not believe that he was talking about such a thing. But the young man said that he holds the cards in his hands and now wants to exchange them sincerely with other players. Previously, the young man was selfishly afraid that the exchange of numbers would only bring harm to all of them, but now he despises himself. Pointing to the night dancer, the guy said that in front of them is the most far-sighted person. The player did not want to be dragged into this story, and therefore continued to say that he did not know anything, that he had nothing to do with it. Entering the room, the bear asked his friend if he wanted to exchange cards as suggested. Moreover, it was not clear why a player with a large number of allies would change cards, It's just stupid. But the young man said that there are several ways to get information. You can synchronize with everyone to increase the amount of information transmitted and make sure that the average score is growing, so that only one god can prevent them from reaching the goal. Some players did not understand what was being said and therefore asked what God had to do with it at all. But Dongdong again explained that few people know that Zhang Luyue used the Nuwa stone to hide her attributes. In fact, she is a rank 5 and a great god level. Those who had doubted a while ago were now watching the young man closely. The guy said that this was the truth, so he wanted to take Pandora's box again so that he could continue to suck out souls. But the participants said that nothing will work. The difference in ranks is too great, and if so, they will have to give almost all their strength, which is equal to suicide. Our hero said that they should not lose. First, it is necessary to exchange information, and then asked who has the number of this girl in their hands. After that, the young man again began to make some arguments to convince everyone that he was right. Dongdong said that it looked like either they didn't want to cooperate with them, or no one had Zhang Luyue's phone number, so they didn't say anything. The only person who has 10 points is Hong Lian, so the strongest player only needs to find his number first, and therefore kill the participant to steal his card. But now that the guy has made it so that at least a few players have more than 10 points, the only way to win is to get their own numbers with more than 10 points. Then you need to kill the player with the most points to get the numbers of others for a double effect. Of course, the rules have changed a little, but the essence still remains the same. Knowing what numbers are in the player's hands and knowing the player's daily choices is key to winning the game. The impact of combat power on the game will become less important as the number of hunters decreases. But the good news is, they've already taken care of Gu Ling, although Zhang Luyue is strong, but as long as they defend against her attack, it will be easier to take the next step than with a guy. The difficulty lies in the fact that they have no idea who currently has the number of this opponent. At this time, the brunette was telling someone that Quan Tu had previously found out through the alliance that the player had her number. The stranger said that she was a member of the guild and therefore would never betray her. Yekwang explained that Cecil is a rich girl who bought the guild, and a lot of people from her team came to retest it. And then she added that the reason is that someone, everyone knows who, changed the conditions of the first round for money. They remembered how the girl's assistant had told her that one pet was selling pelts, so they didn't need to hunt anymore. The beauty then rejoiced, saying that she likes that everything can be solved for money, while there is absolutely no need to work. Yi Huang immediately said that now it was clear why 7 or 8 people from their guild were retested so quickly. Zhang Luyue immediately asked the stranger how much Miss Cecil had paid her for the hire, adding that she could provide all the necessary resources for the exchange. For this you need to go to the Mountain of Immortals, but later. When she heard about this, she shouted that she was not a corrupt person, and therefore there was no need to think of her like that. Sighing, the room owner said that in that case, they would sell all the top-tier weapons at a good price. Suddenly, the stranger fell to the pal, declaring that she was the most loyal disciple of the Immortal Mountain from now on. She added that she would fight wherever the guild went. The brunette thought to herself that such corrupt people are very easy to outbid for a certain amount. Unfortunately, most behave in this way. At this time, Cecil and her assistant were heading to one of the rooms. When she went inside, the girl said in a soft tone that she was a little late. Sitting down in a chair, the guest also said that she had good and bad news for our hero. Dongdong didn't know what they were talking about, so he asked his friend not to delay, but to tell him everything in detail. The girl explained that there was a player in her guild called Twilight Funeral recently. She should have had a Zhang Luyue card, but that one was left behind, and she should probably have been addressed on the Zhang Luyue card. From what Cecil knows, people in her group can easily betray anyone if they are suddenly bribed with a larger sum. However, at that moment, the assistant intervened and shouted that he would never betray Miss because it was thanks to her that he was in this place. Smiling, the beauty said in a soft tone that the young man wasn't really like that. The guy wanted to make a joke, so he noted that not only did Zhang Luyue now have her number, but the young people were also cooing in front of him, although the assistant was immediately embarrassed. At that moment, a player with the nickname Funeral at Dusk knocked on the door, asking if this was the place to exchange numbers. Our hero carefully and scrutinizingly looked at this beauty, although he did not immediately speak to her. After showing a card with the number 9 on it, the contestant coquettishly said that she could offer a number to bargain for. The young man remained silent, but he thought to himself that the fish had taken a bite at the messages about the exchange of cards. Suddenly, he said that he wanted to know what number the stranger needed so badly. The bear, coming up to the colleague, whispered in his ear, "Isn't this the girl who told them a little earlier that she would never work with them?" The confused player, hearing this conversation, stated that she had now changed her mind. She immediately shouted that this Zhang Luyue was very cunning because even if the points were not so important, the resulting rating would affect the rewards and resources that would eventually be obtained. She knows for sure that other people also exchange their numbers, but if she doesn't, she won't have time, so she wants to give the card number 9. Then turning her head away, she said that she was ready to exchange this number for a card with the number 27, but she was not satisfied with anything else. A joyous Dong Dong said that there was no problem with this, so it can be considered that they agreed on this. After exchanging cards, the young man said that from now on, this number is considered his property. Looking at the guy, the girl nervously asked how he could have had her number, saying that it was not just a coincidence. But Dong Dong explained that the reason was because they formed an alliance in the beginning. When they teamed up with Quan Tu, they found out that they had the card number 27 in their hands. Later, it turned out that the girl had the card of his mistress, so Kwang Tu and the others were exposed, just like Zhang Lu Yui's camp. If he exchanged cards directly, it would cause suspicion in the girl. So the young man went to meet the idea of a night dancer with an exchange. Our hero continued to promote the idea of exchanging numbers as much as possible. In turn, people who had already collected their cards had no reason to give up extra points, and so everything continued. Looking at Quan Tu, the young man asked what happened to him, because why did he hide in the corner when he saw the guy coming? But Yue Guang said that they were initially assigned to spy on the young man and his team, but he smells like wild monsters. So their friend now says that he betrayed his mother and is a little afraid to see our hero. Jumping up from his seat, Dong Dong shouted that he wasn't the person's mother, so there was no need to say that. Crying, Quan Tu said that he was such a useless werewolf, and therefore he wanted to be forgiven by his boss and mother. Folding his arms across his chest, the young man approached the man and asked him what he was thinking. There were tears in the werewolf's eyes as he begged for forgiveness for what he had done. Patting the head of this unfortunate man, the guy said in a soft tone that, "This is just a game. You don't need to take it seriously. There's nothing wrong with that." Then he added that he had heard that Quan Tu was raised by wild monsters and that he had a Shili Bao camp that he could go to after the game because the guy would definitely like it there. The happy young man said that he would do as he was told. Moreover, the mood immediately improved. The young man was glad that he was able to do at least something for this unfortunate man. He thought to himself that this player is now more like a child who is just learning. Zhang Lu Yue's emotional excitement is not too obvious, but it seems to him that the new generation of artificial intelligence is different, which is why they are so similar to humans. The young man knew that they were done with the exchange, so when he left, he said that they would see each other again. The stranger noted that she just wanted to change the card, but instead received some stories. Although already at the door, the guy continued to talk about how by launching a mass exchange, he was able to get the right card. After scrolling through all this manipulation, our hero wanted to make sure that several players had high scores so they could distract the attention of the main competitor. The beauty, hearing Dong Dong bragging, said that the exchange was finally over, so now she wouldn't hear him bragging. Taking his number, the youth proudly stated that they would have 3 more chances to hunt. They would need to use attacks to shake Zhang Lu Yue, bring the other players out of their normal state, and then hunt them down. No matter how strong everyone is, they must abide by the rules of the game. Although, of course, it would have ended much faster if the fight had been head-on. The next task is to find out the plans of the main brunette for this night, and then just avoid the moment when she will attack. At this time, a young man named Golden Idol was sitting in one of the rooms. He was a seal mage and participated in a small event. Thanks to the fact that Pet Pao convinced everyone to exchange cards, he easily got his own. The young man used the Guardian card, but did not find any allies in this game. So he decided that he would have to use the werewolf card at night so as not to lose his points. The young man sadly reflected that these cherished 10 points were his pass to the ranking. Until the player reaches the top 10, he must be most careful and attentive. At this moment, the Golden Idol heard someone approaching it. It was afraid of the slightest rustle or movement, so it immediately grabbed its stick to defend itself. Our hero and pal saw how this man shouted not to approach him, but only smiled from that. Looking out of the window, the young man immediately realized that it all belonged to the seal mage. Dong Dong clasped his hands and immediately said that this player is participating in this all by himself and added, "It's lucky that he hasn't been eliminated yet." The young man didn't answer. He just shouted that everyone was surrounded by his seals, adding that he had already chased away one with the abilities of a werewolf, and therefore it was better for young people to stay as far away from him as possible. Taking a pamphlet in his hands, our hero asked if this was really the book with which the spell was cast. After that, the guy easily walked into the room, which shocked the Golden Idol, who believed that this was simply impossible. Pointing at the slime, Pao explained that they were using this assistant's skill to bypass all the traps. Sitting down in the corner, the guy sadly said that it would be better if he did not find his card, because it would not be so offensive that it would be immediately taken away. Shouting, our hero said that it was really amazing that the player managed to get his own number, only unlucky that he met Dong Dong. The young man said that if they were going to take away his room, they should do it and then leave so that he could cry alone. The next morning, Pao woke up and immediately went to the gazebo to watch the sunrise. As she stretched, she said that the place had been very deserted in recent days. The guy explained that now all alliances should fall apart. Each player will need to fight alone to earn points. Fewer people want to share information, so it's more difficult to draw conclusions. He immediately asked if it was true that Pao was tired, saying that it was difficult to be always alert, although the day and night in the event were accelerated so as not to delay the stage. In the real world, it was only 7 or 8 hours. But the beauty said that she wasn't dead at all, because it had only been half a day. Pao decided to change the subject, so she noticed that after coming from Zhang Luyue's place, the young man had become somewhat sad. But Zhang Luyue said not to worry about his teammate. He says that all the big guilds are just crazy. They invite the first players they meet to join them. Moreover, they start using artifacts in the event for players below the 10th level. This is a mockery of honest people. And he added that he would raise his level, finish the main quest, and get used to artifacts. He even came up with the name of the sword, which he would make from a stone and another sword. Pao stared in amazement at the young man who didn't understand what was wrong with him. At that moment, a voice came from behind the young man and said that the first word in the name should be Nuwa. Surprised, Dongdong turned his head and saw Zhang Luyue in front of him, who he definitely didn't plan on seeing anytime soon. Laughing, the guy said that she approached so quietly that he didn't hear, adding that they had just talked about a book with such an interesting title. Our hero did not understand why the beauty came, but she said that her main goal was to help the guys win. Based on all the information obtained through the so-called alliance, she calculated all the players who have 11 points. The young man is the only one with 13 points, and so far no one has managed to cover more. Therefore, it is already clear how this game should end. Putting a card with the number 3 on the table, the girl said that the young man still does not trust her, although she told everything she knows, adding that their common goal is to go to the other side. So she wants to speed up the ending. It's pointless to make sacrifices in the name of her victory, so she wants to help. The guy didn't understand anything, but the assistant said that she would take care of the next person who attacked the young man, and therefore he could relax. Dongdong didn't know how this could have happened, but with the help of Zhang Luyue, who started his story, he and Pao won the competition together. The guy was counting on the 3rd or 5th place, and it turned out that he won, although he didn't fully understand why he was the one. The young man knew perfectly well who was supposed to take the first place, but for some reason the brunette lost it, and very easily. The girl told me not to worry and to rely on her, which was very strange. Our hero experienced different emotions, but he was pleased that everything turned out as he wanted, and therefore was incredibly happy. The bear's wife did not believe that their companion was crying, but he said that it was probably tears of relief because the game was not easy. The host happily said that Elder Chi was about to present the prize to the winners. Moreover, there was an important announcement waiting for everyone. A moment later, the announcer asked everyone present to welcome the elder, who was due to appear on the stage at any moment. However, several minutes had passed and nothing had happened, so many people thought that this Mr. Chi was not moving at all. And in order to still complete the ceremony, one of the employees worked hard and carried Strick himself on stage. After that, in the same way, they took him away from the scene and took him back, realizing that something needed to be changed. Finally, the young man said that instead of Elder Chi, he would be honored to present the winners with well-deserved prizes. First, their maximum level will be increased. Previously, it was only possible to level up to the 100th level, but now they have expanded the capabilities to 120 and removed the 5-rank limit. Secondly, as everyone has already understood, players will be able to reach the 6th rank and 120th level. You can combine different fighting styles with talents to make the game even more interesting. The audience who heard about it was surprised because they didn't think that such a thing was even real. And if some were happy, others said that they would never be able to come to such results. A moment later, he handed Pao something, saying that now he would give the hint to the main quest to the winner. The girl could choose to leave a hint for herself or share it publicly, as some of the winners of previous years did. After looking at the scroll, the children did not immediately understand what was depicted in this way, and therefore for some time they could not take their eyes off it. Our hero immediately thought about it, realizing that he needed time to figure it all out. The young man approached Dongdong to ask what decision he had made for himself and for Pao. And then I told everyone that the winner has made a decision. There are 2 clues, and one of them Pao decided to share with everyone. The second one will be kept secret. The first clue is a verse that the participants may be able to solve. There were some mountains on the map, and it also said that the path was created and the law was redone. Then people danced, and the verse said that souls seem to reach the top. Life and death lost their limits. They will be able to reach the world. The audience thought that this way it could be a hint of some kind of location or something similar. At the same time, our hero was carefully looking at a hint that he didn't want to talk about. Looking at the yin and yang character, the young man wondered what it had to do with him. News of Pao's victory quickly spread throughout the game, and the clue to the main quest was known to everyone in Azure. The guys kept actively discussing in the chat that they did not understand what these poems meant, and therefore did not know how she could help in the future competition. Despite the fact that the main part of the event was completed, people were in no hurry to leave. This also seemed to be the case for Zhang Lu Yue, who was standing next to her companions and wasn't going anywhere. Suddenly, everyone in the audience noticed a beautiful stork that had landed on the gate. A moment later, the brunette was on the back of this huge, handsome man, carefully looking at the other participants. People who watched this girl soar into the air on a bird noted that it was an amazing sight for the 5th rank, although there were still those who thought it was too easy. Journalists who were enough at the awards ceremony first of all approached the bear, who was considered a real tyrant, and began to bombard him with questions. However, his wife was afraid of the crowd, and therefore the player immediately hurried to cover the girl with himself, saying that media representatives can ask Pao everything, and they go offline. And in a moment, the bear did what he had planned. Pointing at the girl, the journalist shouted that in front of them is actually the winner, and therefore they can ask her about how she managed to take first place. One of the young men immediately ran towards the beauty, asking questions as he went. When he reached the girl, the guy gently touched her shoulder, asking her to turn around. However, there was no Pao. Instead, the media representatives were being stared at by a slime that could mimic another creature with its entire body, except for its face. The audience were dissatisfied because they were so badly deceived. The audience was indignant, saying that they must find the fugitives so that they could answer questions. Standing in the crowd next to the skeleton, the girl apologized, saying that she was very tired. After a while, our heroes breathed a sigh of relief because they finally managed to escape. But it wasn't for long, because the crowd said that they didn't think that skeletons are so popular, and even more so if they look absolutely natural. Dongdong, watching the crowd, thought that it was good that they had disappeared. This time the human form would only hurt. Fortunately, the appearance of a skeleton is not popular. Once in the forest, the guy said that it was better for him to look like this, so that less recognized, because the vampire form will be visible wherever they appear. And then he added that he couldn't even imagine what was going on with the camp right now, so he really wanted to see it. When they reached the camp, they saw a man with a broom and ruins all around. The young man immediately started shouting about where Pan and all the other residents of this place were. The young man who saw our hero immediately addressed him as a teacher, saying that he had finally returned. Grabbing Dongdong's leg, the young man began to cry with joy like he had never cried before, which gave Pao a real shock. Skeleton, who already didn't understand anything, was now even more confused, so he asked why this person was calling him teacher and where everyone had gone. The resident began to tell that after the teacher defeated him, and immediately fell silent for a while. Then in a softer tone, he added that it was then that he realized that the camp where he and many other skeletons had appeared could not be ordinary. Dongdong said that since he was a teacher, he could teach a good lesson, and immediately asked the youth to leave him alone. After hearing the guy stop the skeleton, the latter stated that he didn't like the man yet. The young man said that for a long time it was the players who dominated Azura, with the exception of artificial intelligence personalities who went very far in their development. This rebellion of skeleton wards made him understand something. There is only one way to defeat the monsters completely. And smiling, he continued to say that the point is to just join the same guys. The guys need a good assistant. The young man shouted to our hero that he should be the key to completing the quest, and therefore he wants to be part of the team. Suddenly, the guy cheered up and said that now he was also on the team. Hearing that the man was already very far away from the topic, Dongdong tried to bring him back to reality, so he asked again where Pan and the others were. Looking down to begin his story, the resident of this place said that if the guys had come a little earlier, this would not have happened. And before I even started my story, I remembered how recently the whole place was on fire. But realizing that the story should be complete, he sat down on the grass and said that it happened at a time when the skeleton was most lacking. However, he tried to hide it in every possible way. The guys who took part in the quest were happy that they had completed it, so they could move on to higher level monsters. And then he added that he was very tired of all these monsters, and therefore after the boars of the 30th level, they will move to another city. But at that moment, the players heard a voice behind them telling them not to rush so much. It was a blonde man proudly raising his sword to the sky, with an army of skeletons standing behind him. After that, the guy resolutely stated that his brave team should go on the attack. At first everything was fine, but then some wild boars ran after the inhabitants of this picturesque place. Although after a while, sitting down on the grass, the player began to complain about the fact that they are again being chased by skeletons, not understanding why this is necessary. Putting his hand on the shoulder of Min Moon's colleague, the young man said that he had an idea. It was to collect materials for the transformation of bodies. The latter in turn asked Qing Feng what he meant by that. The player said that these skeletons constantly interfere with them, and therefore it just dawned on him that you can only defeat the skeleton by by becoming the skeleton itself. Then he happily shouted that they were no longer human from now on. And as the uninvited guests left, the blonde tried to understand why they were so happy. Inwardly, he thought that after the newbies stopped coming here, and they themselves didn't have the opportunity to level up at the expense of those, they would be able to upgrade to high-level monsters. Although the disadvantage was that you could get very little experience with it. Therefore, such small steps will be able to go no further than the 60th level. Moreover, they have a very large difference in level, and a normal player with a level equal to 60 can easily defeat a skeleton. And if the player has a second rank, even numerical superiority is useless. The young man said that it was also impossible to bring skeletons to the main city to change their profession. But it would be possible to find a player with taming abilities like POWs. But such naive ones simply cannot be found. No one needs an ordinary skeleton as a pet. So when they were thinking about upgrading while simultaneously strengthening the base's defenses, strange things happened. The beast tamer camp that was in the neighborhood just scattered. After being chased away from this place the first time, they were already much angrier the second time. Many girls almost went crazy because they wanted to try to catch a bat to turn into vampires. The skeleton said sympathetically that it looked like someone had just given them a bad example. Then another strange thing happened. When the guy himself went to fight with high-level monsters, many skeletons were killed, but for some reason they never revived. In addition, there is a new recruit, and there are 4 skeletons with their own consciousness in the camp. But this recruit is somewhat suspicious. Even though it was only level 1, unlike the rest of the programmed artificial intelligences, it was just wandering around. And then he added that this kid has been watching them for several days, but does not fit and therefore decided to catch up with him. Dong Dong immediately said that this can be forgotten. Even the fastest skeleton can't run any faster. After that, he asked the guy to give him food for the slime, which he bought in the city. Our hero said that this food should attract the unknown, because once he gets hungry. And it turned out to be true because the kid carefully looked out from behind the tree. However, after a while, the stranger came as close as possible. It could be seen that this skeleton was very hungry, because it suddenly pounced on the food that was on the plate. Our hero carefully watched what was happening, but did not hurry to interfere, so as not to frighten the guest. But the strangest thing was that when the young man wanted to do something, he found only an empty plate in the clearing. Taking a deep breath, the guy stated that it was simply impossible to get any closer to this newcomer. But then something happened that Dong Dong didn't expect, because their guest appeared in front of him in a flash. As he handed the skeleton a flower, he asked in a soft voice if there was any more food for it. At this time, the skeletons were watching a show on the TV screen that their leader had won. The blonde man was happily shouting that their eldest was a real beauty because he had done something completely unreal. But the monsters were angry, telling the young man that he was blocking the screen for them, and therefore they could not fully enjoy the show. Sooty, who was sitting on the head of one of the skeletons, heard him say that the screen showed their eldest. He is the one who personally taught him to hunt and read, and they met after the tournament. Sooty thought he was talking about an old one, but the monsters said that he wasn't old, he was just a senior, that is, the main one. Turning to the junior captain, who everyone thought was Dong Dong's second in command, one of the skeletons asked for as much information as possible about the player world, and the guy started saying that as soon as they developed as much as possible, they started building other defensive structures together with the goblins, after which Slim started asking about the world in which the young man and Pao live. At this time, sitting in a cafe, a player in the form of a squirrel told his companions that the pet was first a skeleton, then became a vampire, and therefore he gathered everyone in this place to look at the camp for those skeletons. They say they have made a lot of progress. The player in the form of a mouse noted that the monsters suddenly have self-awareness. Information from bounty hunters also confirms that skeletons build something strange. The goblin girl pointed out that before spreading the word, you need to let the players clean out the camp, and then you can do something else. Player Belka again said that everyone present here is a third-ranked player, so they can easily occupy this camp. All these monsters are really smart, and therefore they must respond with something worthwhile. Therefore, they said that they could not wait. Therefore, they should start acting immediately. After a while, the conspirators were already standing in front of Deputy Dong Dong, who was trying to explain something to them. The young man was saying that there were monsters camped 10 miles away. It was a dangerous place, so it was best for the guest to leave. The disgruntled girl immediately asked if it was true that the junior captain had told everyone about the camp, since everyone already knew about it. Another detractor noted that they should not be afraid of this defender, because he only has level 60, and therefore asked if he came here for experience. Player Squirrel also started asking questions about the skeleton's level, as well as whether there were any players from famous guilds. The young man did not see the trick, and honestly said that he is not yet a member of any of the guilds, but thinks that in the future, he will definitely enter one. And he added that the level of monsters in that camp is really high. Moreover, they are very cunning. It is better for guests to go around. The vampire girl said in a calm tone that they met a real gentleman on the way. Then she quickly stated that in fact they knew all about the danger. Suddenly, the guy realized that something was wrong because the squirrel immediately ran around him from the opposite side and looked at the resident of this place in a strange way. As for the other ill-wisher, she was already about to stab the blonde who didn't suspect anything. Again, the player in the squirrel form said that they couldn't kill this young man because such an action would lead to public attention, and therefore it was better to take him with you. The young man, who had already regained consciousness, was thinking that these bad people had come for our hero, Slim and the others. They have hidden their true level, although it doesn't matter at all because they are much stronger than the blonde. After a while, Slim, who was standing in the clearing, saw strangers approaching him. The junior captain, who was a prisoner, immediately shouted to his companions to run away immediately. But Skeleton wasn't in a hurry to do anything. He only thought about how these players had managed to tie up the Godslayer. And it was very surprising because everyone knew that the guy was quite strong. The gathered monsters heard that they were shouted, and therefore they themselves began to talk about how they were in danger, and therefore they should run and save themselves. Holding a balloon in her hands, the ill-wisher said that it was too late to do anything. And she added that now the skeleton kids cannot worry about anything because she will do everything as it should be. The wolf, standing in front of one of the monsters, thought that he was somehow unusual because he had never met anyone like this before, and therefore it would be difficult. Slim said that he wants to know why the villains came. If they need money or resources, they are ready to give it all. The girl also stated out loud that this monster is really not as ordinary as it may seem, and therefore she really wanted him to become her pet. But the squirrel did not like such conversations. The player said that their task was to catch all the monsters and put them in jail before there was a fuss. After that, he told Aragon that he had been fighting one monster for too long, even though it was the simplest one. Inwardly, the wolf thought that it was actually a great shame for him that he couldn't possibly deal with just one opponent. Slim, who was watching, decided that Aragon's mood had indeed changed, so he would not hesitate. But in the next instant, the wolf felt someone hit him hard. The strange thing was that little Ember had somehow managed to break through this player's defense. Slim was glad that he had an assistant, but warned him to be careful because there were really bad people in front of him. The crowd didn't understand what the small creature on top of the monster's head was, so they stopped for a moment. And again, the vampire girl started talking about how black skeletons are much stronger than ordinary ones, and therefore she would like to take one that looks very cute. Another player said that in this case, they do not need anyone else. If they can catch a coal, then they will sell it and become very rich. Turning to Aragon and Shinzi, Squirrel ordered everyone to launch the attack as they had discussed before. But the wolf did not have time to do anything, because after a moment he felt that someone had struck him again with a crushing blow. He thought to himself that this little one didn't slow down, so it was incredibly difficult to fight him. The villains tried to do something, but they still couldn't calculate the power of the Ember. The same one proudly declared that there were bad people in front of him who should definitely be dealt with. But at this moment, Shinzi shouted something about the prison. It seemed like she had some plan to neutralize the enemy. And this was true, because in a moment the player immediately enclosed the opponent in some kind of pink ball. Suddenly, Shinzi noticed how the skeleton immediately broke through the shell and ran somewhere. It was very strange that someone broke through the prison. Player Squirrel, who had just stood there and watched everything, now also understood that this Ember wasn't just a simple monster, it was completely different from everyone else. Although I immediately noticed the gate, which was completely empty, and after all, until recently there were other skeletons standing there. That was why the chief ordered the others to immediately deal with the little monster that was distracting them from other important matters. Slim realized that they were trying to buy time for the others and immediately ordered the younger one to follow him. As he was hiding, he asked the junior captain to explain to the other players what was going on. Sooty did as he was told, so he sat quietly on the other skeleton's head. But it wasn't enough for him, so he decided to make faces at the villains in the end to show that the inhabitants of this place are better than the rest. Soon, detractors were already carefully studying the mazes, complaining that they did not manage to catch anyone, and therefore we can say that they were mistaken. Turning to the Godslayer, Squirrel asked where this maze leads, knowing that the guy can't help but know this. But smiling, the young man said that I can do whatever I want with him, but he still won't say anything. The villains, hearing about this, immediately began to beat the young man, saying that the pain in Azura felt exactly the same as in real life, and therefore ordered the prisoner to tell everything he knew. After a while, sitting near the tree, Godslayer talked about how he needed to completely turn off the pain sensation because he had been having a lot of problems lately. Pan explained that Sooty had followed these people, and they had gone very far, so the others were already starting to come out of hiding. The wounded young man happily said that everyone could be proud of him because he did not tell his detractors anything. Placing a hand on the young man's shoulder, the monster explained that they couldn't stay here anymore, because this place wasn't safe. And then he said that it was time to build a completely different camp. Godslayer finally finished his long story, saying that such a story had happened to them while Dong Dong was undergoing his trial. And in the end, the young man explained that the skeletons had moved, but not very far, because they were afraid that the elders simply could not find them, and then suggested that the guys take them to that place. But our hero was not happy, he said. Why was it necessary to tell the whole story in such detail if you could just say that everyone had moved? The guy was afraid that he would be beaten again, so he asked not to do it, saying that it was all his fault. Putting his hand on the young man's shoulder, the player stated that he was actually very grateful to the blonde. And all of a sudden, he said that he was taking the guy on their team because he deserved it. Yawning, Pao said that she was going to go offline because she was very sleepy. Dong Dong explained that he would go to his guys, but as for the girl, she should immediately contact everyone as soon as she appeared in the game. After that, the young people noticed that the beauty had already disconnected and therefore could go about their business. After a while, Godslayer waved to Pan and informed him that he had brought the elder to them. The skeletons couldn't believe their eyes. They were glad that our hero had finally returned to them. The young man immediately stated that he knew the whole situation perfectly well and therefore wanted to find out information about the villains in order to start taking revenge on them. Pan said that they wanted to raise some more money to hire assassins, but still decided to discuss it when the leader returned. Our hero immediately said that they would discuss a lot of things later, but now he would like to see Ugolka, who showed himself just fine. Looking at the hero, the guy said that this is actually the skeleton of a black family. Only 2 such representatives are known on the entire continent, if we assume that they are facing a third one. Dong Dong thought that the kid couldn't speak properly because he called him old. But Pan explained that his speech was fine, he just liked to talk like that. Talking to the skeletons, the leader said that the main task is to retrain all the monsters. And it's not about reincarnation. They have to reach the 6th rank in 4 months. Realizing that the monsters didn't know anything about the system, the guy explained that the term retraining in Azura is a combination of skills, racial and professional skills. With each new rank, you can get a new skill, rare quests, or profession. For example, if someone did not know, then his friend and mistress in one person is a tamer. Advancing by 1 rank is a continuation of the chosen talent, so she can take 2 pets. Night Dancer Wu Guling could choose from one of the additional weapon boosts or an additional physical skill. As for the profession, it affects the abilities in different styles of combat. You can choose a profession that is useful both in combat and for peaceful life. It is better to choose one thing in order to further improve it. Each subsequent profession will still be linked to the main one, and a new main profession will be available after the 3rd rank, but the materials for this process are individual for each person. Many quests are also performed individually. There are requirements for certain skills. The following ranks do not really affect the style and effectiveness of the game, so few people develop further. Most often, players remain at a certain stage. The reason is that Azura is not only about battles and battles. You can manage cities, craft resources, or create your own establishment. There are some very strange places, such as the Game City in the East, which uses special algorithms to create cases that players buy for a lot of money. In such establishments, you can play different roles and perform different tasks. The scenarios are very realistic, and it gathers a lot of people who like logical tasks. Some even put up special rides right in the city. For example, you can remember the highest hill. You can use various elements to create new plant varieties. You can also make a little friend to take care of him. The feeling of soft wool and warmth does not differ from the real ones. Even there are players who do not deny virtual reality from the real one. The most amazing thing is that when a person enters the game, they can always feel the magic flowing through their veins. But since this is a government project, there are many mysteries and assumptions that cannot be proven. They have a lot in common with the players. One goal: they must do their best to catch up and compete on a par with the best guilds when the main quest opens in 4 months. Pang was terrified, saying that if they entered the main city, they would be killed immediately, and there were almost no tamers who trusted them. After a little hesitation, our hero said that this is not quite true because he has one friend and that one has another. At that moment, C came into the room and happily announced that she had come as they had agreed. After a while, everyone was already sitting at a small table to discuss something important. The red-haired beauty looked in surprise at the young man in the form of a skeleton, who was even so interesting to her. Pan and Sooty also looked attentively at their new acquaintance and were embarrassed, so they were silent. Suddenly, Dong Dong broke the silence, asking if it was true that the girl was at the 3rd rank. Sai said that it was true, but she wasn't in a hurry before because she wanted to fight at a low level. As soon as the tournament ended, her people started helping her collect leveling materials. Thus, there was already a huge amount of different materials in front of the player that needed to be studied. But our hero explained that the experience fruits are not very useful. They only give 1 level, and they cost about 500 gold. Having heard that all this can be used as a snack, The beauty said that this is exactly what she does. After that, C handed one of the fruits she had with her to the surprised charcoal. The man immediately took what was given to him, eating greedily as if he had been starving for a long time. The girl recommended eating slowly, chewing carefully, saying that if he goes with her, he can eat as much as he can fit. The kid finished everything very quickly, then carefully looked at the girl. But after a moment, Sooty hid behind the leader, saying that he did not want to leave this house anywhere. The guy asked C not to frighten this creature, adding that if the local skeletons decide to follow her, then she can take them away. Winking at the guy, the girl noted that he should not worry, because she is sure that many monsters will stay with their leader, because what money cannot buy is the most valuable. Then she handed Charcoal another fruit, telling him that he could enjoy it because it was all free. After that, the red-haired beauty decided to get to the point, asking why our hero called her. Perhaps we are talking about protection or retraining. The leader immediately noted that it would take too many tamers to get enough for each of them, and immediately asked if Yuichu had brought what she was supposed to. Placing a map on the table, the blonde explained that this was a way to improve her skills, which she had obtained from the protected state archive through personal connections. But due to the complexity of the process, she would only be able to complete a few of the low-level ones, after which Dongdong decided that they needed another way, and as quickly as possible. A moment later, the young man exclaimed that he had an idea, but he didn't know if it was possible. After that, the guy decided to share with the girls what he came up with. After a while, the blonde said that she would try to get the director to talk to our hero, although ordinary workers would not make contact. Raising her hand, Sai stated that it should be fun, so she would go with the others. When the beauties left, Pan asked what the leader said to the girls, but the latter immediately replied that he just sold the skeleton. Hearing about this, the monster almost felt bad. He did not understand how this could have happened in the first place. But the young man immediately admitted that this was a joke. He just thought that it was worth trying to consider all the residents of the city as ordinary players and not enemies. Getting into the city isn't easy, but who's to say they won't be able to retrain in this place? Pan did not believe that such a thing was even possible, so he immediately asked about it. Dongdong explained that they would at least try, since he has connections in the city, although he admits that he is driven by the usual excitement. After a while, the girls returned, but brought a young man with them. They shouted and rejoiced because they did everything right. The leader really wanted it to work out, although he didn't know what would happen until the last moment. Yuchu explained that there was an employee in front of them who had agreed to help them set up a professional development branch right here. Although everything was not quite simple, because initially the blonde was refused, noting that this is impossible. But then C said that she was willing to invest in their company, so they just couldn't refuse. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl said that she had no idea that representatives of artificial intelligence are also very fond of money. Our hero said that no matter what happens, they can already celebrate this small victory. After a while, Bao finally got enough sleep, so she returned to the game. There was a note in front of the girl that said that as soon as she appeared online, she would have to come to the camp. The beauty immediately went where she was told. However, to the player's amazement, she was unable to enter because the goblins immediately blocked the way, saying that this was a skeleton city and no outsiders were allowed to enter. They added that registration is required to enter the interior, and therefore without an appointment, Pao will not be able to visit this place. Looking around, the beauty tried to understand how much she had slept, that this place had changed so much. Realizing that something had to be done urgently, the girl coquettishly asked if the goblins had accidentally heard anything about Dongdong, since she was its owner. The surprised guards immediately asked if Miss Pao herself was really standing in front of them, and as they opened the gate, they asked for forgiveness for being so rude and making the girl wait. After that, they said that it is customary to wear their badge here, which is issued to all recognized players. Going inside, the girl saw skeletons that worked hard and actively built something. In this place, you could also meet goblins who drew something that resembled maps. Pao was surprised because the camp was developing as fast as possible and already resembled a small town. But what surprised her most was the statue at the very beginning. There was an inscription on the statue that said that those who broke the rules would be treated the same as this creature. Thinking about it, the beauty remembered this squirrel after all. This person was trying to tell her that Dongdong was going to cheat her. Realizing that it was necessary to understand everything, Pao immediately went to look for her pet. In one of the offices, one of the skeletons reported to the leader that more and more goods were coming to the city. Some materials that did not fit the skeletons could be sold to other monsters. One of the subordinates mentioned that after strengthening their camp, he also informed some monsters with self-awareness that they could join them. At that moment, the young man noticed Pao standing in the doorway, so he immediately greeted her happily. The surprised beauty asked how the team managed to develop this place so quickly. Sighing, Dongdong said it was just that he had worked hard in the past few days, but it was a long story and he wanted to tell it later. Pao understood that, but she wasn't sure why the statue of the boy had been put up in the square. Concentrating, the guy said that it was actually a funny story. After that squirrel failed to take over the camp, he focused his attention on Sai, and to be more precise, he wanted to sell her information. After setting up a meeting with her, the player told the girl that she didn't get along very well with Pao before, and immediately noted that he knows about the real body of our hero, is also aware of the skeleton camp, and therefore, if the beauty is interested, he will get a lot more. And then he cautiously asked if C was satisfied with his offer. If so, then he can be trusted, because he will always help with revenge. In an unexpectedly cold tone, the red-haired beauty stated that she had already been to that camp because Dongdong had personally contacted her. Player Belka wasn't prepared for this turn of events, so he was looking at the girl carefully. She said that in business, sincerity and trust are the foundation of everything, and in front of her sits the most ordinary thief who is ready to do anything for money. Even though it's a game, Azura actually makes people very violent. And then she added that her family deals with people like this player in a special way. Realizing that something was amiss, he immediately began to think that he might be in a similar situation. Suddenly, Squirrel started talking incoherently about something and thought to himself that he should go offline as soon as possible, because in the process of battle, this will not work. That is why at the moment when the player tried to take away by force, he still managed to get out of the game. The girl herself understood this, and therefore told her guards to keep an eye on this thief. As she left, the beauty thought that this man was going to deceive her in such a low way. At this time, the two skeletons were standing in the clearing and were carefully observing something. Pan was silent, for he was lost in his own thoughts. As for the other monster, he was also in no hurry to say anything, so it seemed that this silence would last forever. But suddenly, something unusual started happening to the skeleton, as if it was about to dissolve. Pan was a witness to all this, who looked at his kinsman in surprise, but, as before, was silent. At this time, the first monster seemed to hover in some space, where it remained for a while. But after a moment, something went wrong with his bones, and it was clear that the monster was in control of everything. A minute later, the skeleton actually fell apart into separate components that were scattered across the field. This time, Pan clenched his hand into a fist and ran somewhere, knowing exactly where his target was. A resident of the camp hit the ground so hard with his hand that it literally split. For a while, he carefully observed the result of his work and did not even move. But then he noticed that a projection of a monster appeared behind him, running straight at him. A moment later, bones began to pile up around the projection again, forming a skeleton. This was surprising, although Pan was still standing in his place and again did not say anything. Suddenly, the campers heard a voice telling them to stop and do nothing. It was our hero who told the kindred that after reaching the second rank, each of them chose different abilities for themselves. Development in Azura works in such a way that in the process of strengthening similar species can choose different combat styles. This way, skeletons can gain flesh and blood, if, of course, they decide that they want to change their appearance. The same applies to people who can turn into slime. For example, a snake may well become a dragon and vice versa. The basis remains the same, but you can choose the attacking type of combat or defending, and you can use your own bones as a weapon. So Slim decided to become a different form of slime, spiritualize the body, so that in the form of a ghost he could move much faster. After that, the young man said that the guys made a very good choice, but they still lack experience. The guy explained to Slim that after he separated the spirit from the body, he left the shell in an unsafe place, and therefore it was very easy to find it. And after the second attack, if it was not stopped, then the skeleton would have fallen into a dangerous area for impact. If you do not calculate the strength, then you can say goodbye to life. Dongdong announced that the kindred needed to keep training, because that was the only way their kind would start to be afraid. And after looking at Ugalak, he told him not to relax too much, because very soon they will fight among themselves. After a while, some funny girl came to our hero's office and reported that the construction of the city was almost completed. The guy said it was a great job, especially since there aren't many goblins who have awakened, and they've been taking over the planning and construction of the city all this time. The girl said that they still faced one obstacle. It is related to their monster essence. Even though the basic communication issues with the townspeople are resolved, they still need some materials to communicate with the city. And she added that even wild monsters are easier to communicate with than the wall guards, because they are either watching or hitting. Taking a deep breath, our hero said that he would need to contact the academy. Retraining would be much easier. Plus, he would get additional information about the Consumer Loyalty Index. After that, the chief said that the Psy Guild provides them with information and many other things. They can be trusted. But for now, they will go with charcoal to prove that the development speed of skeletons is very high. Pan said that the captain could safely go to the city because he would keep an eye on the city at that time. But Dongdong said he was just happy that their daily training sessions were canceled. Crying, Sooty asked Pan to wait for them, because they would come soon, adding that when he returned, he would protect the camp from all enemies. Pan in turn said that while he was in the camp, he was safe, and added that the younger one should not eat everything in a row and not trust strangers. As she walked down the street, Pao said that she would start school in a month, and she would miss the slow pace of life here. And she added that when they first got to the city, they walked in the same way. In this place, she first tasted tea with milk. Suddenly, the girl stopped talking because she saw something that startled her. The reason was that at that moment, the guy confessed that he had founded a cafe in the city called the Pao Milk Tea Shop, but he still needs to work on it because not all the ingredients are fully delivered. But the next time they come back, he thinks they will definitely be able to have a cup of tea. The embarrassed girl sincerely thanked her friend for such a gesture. Sooty, who was sitting on the shoulder of their clan leader, declared that he would also want milk tea next time. Dong Dong started saying that there was a lot of food in the bag, so you could take something out of it, but the beauty insisted that this baby should eat and drink a lot to grow up healthy. At the appointed time, the unknown fairy greeted the heroes and said that they could go to the Divine Academy, adding that she was a personal guide who would conduct the tour. When Pao heard about this, she said that first they needed to go to the school grounds. C, who was standing next to our hero, didn't understand why he had reappeared as a vampire. Smiling, the young man explained that while they were in the academy, he wanted to separate the two images. If we talk about skeletons, then it is much easier for others to communicate with them because people believe that they are not so dangerous and you cannot pay any attention to vampires at all. The girl's assistant immediately said that she did not like this monster and therefore it was best not to learn from him. At this time, the fairy was saying that the academy consists of 7 flying islands, and the one in the center is the training area. The rest of the islands are residential areas, plus workshops for the 5 main professions. On the huge board were the tasks of the academy. The rewards for completing them are very generous. They are much more than the rewards for ordinary tasks, which is why the exams at their academy are so difficult. So, after the first year, students can choose a different place of study, and after the second and third years, a different profession in accordance with the instructions of the teacher. Those who fail the exams will be forced to enroll in another institution, although Azura always gives chances to low-level schools, and players who have failed exams in the past can also prove themselves. Everyone knows that this academy is one of the top 3 seminaries in the world, with the best teaching staff and great facilities, and they also have 2 of last year's top 10 fighters. The fairy went on to say that they have better training grounds where students can improve their skills, which is very convenient and effective. Dong Dong honestly admitted that he knew the training was fast enough, but he didn't expect the Divine Academy to be so equipped. Folding his hands, Assistant C said that he didn't need to do all this because their guild's training ground was much better. But the young man, looking at the other guy, noted that the rich were not given the word. At the same time, the guide said that the last thing they should understand is what level the guys are at, and the mirror on which she is located measures the level of dexterity and reaction. In addition, they will be able to learn brain synchronization, which affects the connection of the real shell with the virtual one and the speed of command flow from the brain to the body. Sai was the first to approach the mirror, and the fairy was already happily saying that, as expected from the best students, the girl's reaction rate and brainwave synchronization were excellent. As she continued to stand in her seat, the red-haired beauty heard the tour guide say that a reaction test was about to take place. And then she added that they are facing a car that will attack with balls. The task is to beat off these balls. The machine has already started working, and the fairy kept saying that you need to hold out as long as possible. Moreover, the speed of throwing balls will only increase. The fairy paused and then said that she didn't understand why Sai didn't use her abilities, since it wasn't difficult. Scratching her head, the student noted that it was most likely related to the artifacts. One of them was so expensive. After that, she said that there was no need to worry because she had enough money, although few people understood what the beauty wanted to say to everyone. Our hero also could not understand anything, noting that probably C spent a lot of money. Jingyang was the next to be tested, and the result was lower than the girls because the synchronization of the waves was only about 40%. The guy didn't mind at all, but he was concentrating on the car, knowing that the balls were about to fly in his direction. A moment later, the first step flew towards Jingyang, but he was not only not embarrassed, but also encouraged. The young man coped very well with his task even when there were a lot of balls. The young man's reaction rate was above 5 points, which was a great result. The fairy decided to praise this player, saying that his performance is actually pleasing because they are among the best. It was finally Dong Dong's turn, who walked over to the mirror even though he looked crestfallen. The guy was surprised because the brainwave synchronization rate was 100%, which was something incredible. But the fairy started shouting that the young man is an ordinary pet, and therefore the system showed exactly what it was supposed to, and there is no reason for joy in this. But our hero thought to himself that before he became a monster, this indicator was at the level of 80%. As for the speed, it hardly changed. A moment later, Pao, who was doing everything slowly, came up to the mirror. Despite this, the girl did not worry at all, and therefore immediately put her hand on the surface. What was surprising was that the synchronization rate of the beauty was as much as 95, which was, apart from our hero, the highest. This allowed the girl and her pet to take the 9th place in the overall rating, which was really pleasing. The fairy was counting on Pao's reaction time to be excellent, so she said that they were now moving on to the dimension. The owner of the guy carefully watched the balls, realizing that she would need to fight back. But then something happened that no one expected, because the first ball that flew at a low speed immediately hit the player in the forehead. The surprise guide was upset, saying that there are such people in the top 10. With sadness in her voice, Pao said that she actually had a bad reaction because she hadn't played sports since she was a child, and she heard that the trappers were treated more loyally in this regard. Realizing that all the necessary tests were passed, the fairy invited the children to go to the hostel. After a while, the young people were standing in a beautiful garden in front of an equally beautiful building, realizing that they would have to live in this place. After handing out the girls' numbers, the fairy noted that a little later she would tell them a little more about everything. Dong Dong immediately went to the building, but he heard that pets are not allowed to enter the dorm. They can stay in a place for animals or settle in a shelter. Pao, hearing about this, said that these are stupid rules since everything is so wrong, she refuses to live in this place. But the guy noted that there was nothing wrong with this, adding that she should look around the hostel and he would wait for her in the animal zone for now. Sai also didn't want to accept it, so she said that she would definitely see if she could invest in this academy to change the rules. Once inside, the fairy explained that she had a splitting skill that allowed her to guide everyone into the rooms at the same time. The girl's mood was a little bad, so they walked down the corridor in complete silence. When Pao entered her room, she was surprised that it was empty, but the guide explained that everyone can change the environment using their own imagination. This is also one of the privileges of a successful student. And then she added that when you want something, you just need to say it out loud. Food inside appears on the same principle. It can be around the clock and in unlimited quantities, but what appears cannot be taken out of your own room. The floor, ceiling, and walls can also be changed. For example, you can relax while watching the Milky Way or read a book under a clear blue sky. The maximum area of the facility on this territory is about 10 meters by 10 meters, so the student can enjoy a private pool where the temperature will be chosen independently. Sitting down in the chair, Pao heard the fairy explain that it was an Illinois and very comfortable high-tech chair that was incredibly relaxing. After that, she added that the rest of the information can be found in their instructions. You don't need to rush to learn everything, just enjoy life in this place. Looking at all this, Pao said with emotion that this is completely her room, in which any food can appear, which was a real feast for her stomach. At this time, it was not so fun in the rooms where pets lived. Standing in the cramped stall, Dong Dong could hear Sooty asking him when Si or even Pao would come for them, because it was impossible to be in this place. Jumping up on her bed, a terrified Pao screamed that this was the real end. Running through the woods, the girl scolded herself for falling asleep in her room last night, watching an interesting movie, and when she woke up, she found that the game had turned off. The beauty understood that time in the game goes differently, which means that her pet is not just waiting for the owner. Something terrible could happen to him. Once near where the pets were supposed to be, Pao shouted loudly that she had finally come for the guy. Fairy, who was standing behind her, said that the girl finally appeared on the network because yesterday her pet made a terrible scandal at the academy. She even has a video. The young man claimed that this place was too crowded and there was no one to talk to, and all these other animals were locked up in a tiny place. At this point, someone approached our hero, suggesting that he move to another place. It was the little sheep that was asking Dong Dong if it was true that he was new to this area. The guy said that it turns out that here you can find pets that can talk. The stranger explained that her name was Nian Min. She was level 104th rank, and they had been in this place for 10 years. The young man couldn't believe his ears, because the time in the game goes much faster, which means that the player hasn't been offline for about 2 years. With sadness in her voice, the girl said that her owner left the network 10 years ago and has not returned since. Probably something happened to him. Our hero thought to himself that according to Zheng Luyue, some representatives of artificial intelligence were able to awaken consciousness, so it turns out that this is also possible with high-level monsters. Dong Dong knew that it was stupid to stay in this place for so long, so he asked the new acquaintance why she didn't leave this place. The girl explained that before leaving, the owner told Nyan to stay here and wait for him to return. Of course, this place is boring, but the thought of the owner's return gives her strength. Looking at the unfortunate woman, the guy again asked the question that it might be time to think about leaving this place. But the player again repeated that she couldn't just leave because she had to wait for her master. The young man knew that there was no point in deceiving this girl, so he said that from the looks of it, her master wouldn't be coming back here again. The player didn't seem to believe it, so she turned away and sat in silence for a while. But then, lowering her head, the girl said that this simply could not be. And then she started shouting that the guy was just lying. She had been waiting for 10 years. Realizing that Nian Ming was getting angry, the young man ordered Ugalak to open the door as soon as possible, because the unfortunate woman could destroy everything here. In a moment, the young man's little assistant had already done what he was asked to do. The animals looked at the open door in surprise, as if they didn't fully realize that they could now leave this place. Looking at the unfortunate girl, the guy happily told her not to think about anything, but just take it and run. And after a moment, everyone in the stall finally broke free, tasting space and will. And the fairy continued to complain and lament that this was the first time such a thing had happened in the academy. Dong Dong had illegally released all these pets, and now the teachers were forced to catch them. Pao wasn't too worried about what had happened. She was more concerned about where her friend was. But the fairy explained that no one has seen him since he escaped, and they only have access to the cameras that are located on their territory. So they've lost track of him since he crossed the threshold of their territory. So she wants the student to contact her pet when they can find him. They're waiting in the principal's office. At that moment, Pao received a message that her ward was at the smoke lake, which is located next to the campus. The frightened girl immediately went where she was told and heard someone calling out to her. The beauty, seeing Dong Dong, immediately said that he released all the pets. The young man explained that everything was already fine because he was reincarnated as a skeleton when he came out, adding that except for the teaching staff, everyone believes that some skeleton opened the gate for some reason. He immediately pointed to Nian Min, who was sitting next to the statue, explaining that this pet had been waiting for its owner for 10 years. The girl was glad that she managed to find the owner, who was a statue, because for a long time she did not enter the game. But it didn't matter at all, because the unfortunate woman was finally able to see something that immediately made her feel better. After a while, our heroes in full force were already standing in front of the director of the academy. The man said that in fact, the guys are quite good, but for the first time in his practice, the students, not having time to move in, immediately began to behave just awful. Our hero, smiling, said that he needed time to come up with an excuse for himself. Yan Ming, who was also at this place, started to defend the guy, explaining that he was not guilty of anything. He was just helping her meet with the owner. But the director didn't like it, slamming his fist on the table and shouting that he hadn't given anyone a word. And then he explained that a total of 163 pets were returned to the nursery, and there are still 3 monsters whose owners have not placed the academy for a long time. No one recognized them. During the escape, the animals caused damage to the academy, which is very unpleasant. In addition, they attacked the teachers. Many teachers who do not have combat skills were forced to defend themselves. Raising her hand, Sai happily said that it wasn't a problem at all because she could pay all the costs. But the man shouted even louder after these words. He said that this was just arrogance because in their academy, they cope with such situations in their own way. Monetary relations in this place are only possible in the maximum amount, and this is 1,000 coins. As for our heroes, the director knew that they were among the top 10 best, and therefore their task would be to find all the other pets and take care of the nursery. If this is not done, he will deal with the young people himself. The fairy who was next to Principal Louis asked nervously, "After all, these aren't still punishments for the guilty." At this point, our hero also spoke. He flattered the man and said that pets are not allowed to enter the hostel, but what happens if some pet accidentally wanders there? After a moment's thought, Louis announced that the entire school grounds were temporarily open to Dong Dong, except for restricted areas. The young man immediately asked about the location of these forbidden places so that he would immediately know about them. Seeing that the man was embarrassed and even turned away, the guy pretended as if he noticed a lost pet. And so, as they walked out the door, they announced that it was time for them to go in search. The doors closed very quickly behind the students, so the man didn't have time to say anything after them. Turning to another headmaster, Louis admitted that this young man was very smart when it came to pets. He immediately realized that everything was so well arranged that he could move freely around the academy. The old man confirmed this, explaining that our hero must play a crucial role in the quest. They need to keep him, and therefore ordered Louis to help the boy in the next missions. The elder admitted that Dong Dong decided to individually share a second clue with them to confirm his significance, and therefore it is impossible to reveal his skeleton identity. Getting to the 6th rank is very difficult. He has been following this player for a long time and knows for sure that he can't do it alone. After that, the elder fell silent, even though the headmaster was still waiting for him to continue his thought. Then he noticed that the old man had fallen asleep again, which of course wasn't very pleasant. At this time, our heroes in full force were moving somewhere along the corridor. It seemed that they were in no hurry. Yunmin unexpectedly apologized to her new friend for what had happened, adding that she also wanted to help with the search. The guy said that it's not a problem at all, because now almost the entire territory of the academy is open to him. The young man rejoiced at this, noting that even the doors of the women's dorm were not locked. But the fairy said that there were no men's or women's rooms in this place. Moreover, the young man would go, look for a pet, and come out again. Ding Dong wasn't angry. He claimed that he understood now, because this is what the elves call universal housing. When he entered Pao's room, he immediately froze in place because it was all pink. The girl explained that she was too used to her room in the real world, so she moved it here. After that, she timidly noted that this was the first time a guy was in her room, although she didn't understand why it was so confusing, because it was just a pet. Falling on the bed, the young man happily shouted that he could finally relax on such a soft and comfortable mattress. Dong Dong said that the beauty once said that you can watch a movie in her room, so he decided that they can choose something interesting, relax, and just relax. Opening her closet with a selection of movies, Pao explained that she knows a lot of fascinating pictures, so you can watch anything you want. After a while, the fairy met our hero and said that she did not believe that he had been looking for pets for so long. But the guy immediately said that in fact he just played chess and even won a couple of times. The tour guide, who was always cheerful and open, looked very tired after talking to Dong Dong, but continued to greet the players. Another guest was a bear and his wife. They did not understand why the fairy looked so tired, although they believed that it may have something to do with hard work. While walking around the grounds, the new resident of this place asked if it was normal for so many pets to freely walk around the academy. The fairy did not know how to answer this question, so she said that it was better to ask her classmates about it. A few minutes later, the employee was at Louis' place asking him if he was dealing with an animal-related issue. But the man was not up to it. He was more worried about the guy, and therefore was interested in what could happen to him. The fairy explained that now it has come to the point that this man decided to build a new nursery, and he absolutely thought everything out in advance. First, Dong Dong found all the pet owners and told them to take care of their charges, adding that even then, he planned to make a whole system out of it. The young man told the students that their pets had run away, which would cause irreparable damage to the academy, and they just stood there and apologized for such a misunderstanding. Others wanted to know how their animal got out, because it had never happened before. But our hero claimed that he already has enough work, and the guys still ask a lot of unnecessary questions. The fairy went on to say that this guy was able to quickly calculate the awakened monsters. With their help, he coordinated the large, unintelligent ones. Now, at his request, pets go on daily walks, and therefore we can say that this is just a natural leader. Lewis mused about how this Dong Dong guy had done just fine, but the fairy continued to shout that the permission given to him to visit the entire territory was just a disaster because he was grossly violating school discipline. However, the man said that for them, there is something more important than the usual discipline. And then he added that the employee will understand about this when he explains in more detail. Clutching her head, the girl screamed sharply. Will she have to endure this creature for another 3 years? But the director said that he will assure that our hero will finish 3 courses much earlier, although this time will not be easy for them. The fairy noticed that there is one good point, which is that he at least deals with pets. Finishing the tour for the bear, the employee said that in everyday life they will need to find a suitable tutor from whom you can learn. And she added that they are called an academy, but they still do not have a standardized schedule. They have selected mentors for each. Based on their requirements and level of knowledge, they will give recommendations about professions before completing 3 courses. After that, the fairy said that the bear chose to synthesize the appearance of a human and a beast, but it needs to separate its consciousness. The transformation will be more perfect if the monster's appearance controls its own consciousness. Then she paused, trying to figure out how best to explain about the magicians. After that, she added that to learn magic, it is better to go to the mentor Shinjin and ask for his blessing. Chong Lao's laboratory looked amazing, and it was impossible to pass by. The scientist who was there had everything scattered. It was a real chaos. Turning to someone, the man asked to pass him spare parts from the 3rd row, hearing that everything will be done very quickly. The bear looked at Yuichu carefully, not believing that she was also in this place. After hearing the explosion, the man said that this is another setback. Because the bodies of offline players are incredibly strong, they do not collapse even by a millimeter, even when using concentrated explosive solutions. Looking at the bear, the professor did not understand who was in front of him, believing that another assistant had been sent to him. Meng whispered something, but no one understood, and the bear explained that the girl had come to teach Shenjin. But the man immediately said that the tamer should not be in this place with the pet, and even more so when it comes to a mixed type. And having shown a light in the bear's eyes, he continued to say that the body was borrowed, in good condition, and the fusion was of high quality. And then he asked the girl to give her pet for a test to find out its talents, as well as skills. And then he went on to say, of course, it can be a little unpleasant. Bear didn't want this comedy to drag on for too long, so he noted that he was also a student, and the girl was a magician and had come to say something. The man said that this friend should be taken to a senior teacher to look at textbooks, and he will continue to study the fossils. A friend of the bear and his wife immediately brought them to the teacher's library, saying that there are many rare copies of books, as well as a large number of private manuscripts about players. It seemed strange to Bear that this professor had studied the players a couple of days ago, not realizing that there was someone special who caught his attention. The beauty immediately explained that there was an interesting case because the player had not been online for 20 years. From the very beginning, if you don't play the game for 10 years, black and white messengers come for the body and take it to distant islands. But Master had built a shield around his territory that only those with permission could cross. And since Master was the best mechanic and mage in Azura, black and white simply didn't stand a chance. And while the bear was thinking that this was amazing, his wife said that she found books that even contain information about Azura's methods of influencing the real world. After that, she said that this book reminded her of one of the ones they had in the lab, and the bear at that time asked the blonde to look after the girl, saying that it was time for him to go to his mentor. And he, holding the sheet in his hand, said that he remembers that his mentor's pet is slime. He was looking for information about it earlier. This is a legendary pet that has not been reviewed for 100 years. Despite this, it is the best of the best. It is the king of zombies. After a while, the entire team was already sitting in ambush and watching something carefully. At this time, the girl went deep into the forest, and everyone carefully watched what would happen next. Suddenly, someone said that the fifth ghost was pursuing some sort of purpose. Pow immediately stated that their task this time is to get cooperation to get him back. The bear said that this ghost escaped from one of the top 10 players. And then he added that on the 8th main quest, the All-In trial space opens, in which the sign and its owner are waiting for players. Sai, who had approached the bear, asked him if the ghost they were hunting was strong. He replied that he was most likely cunning. His first feature is that he can be elusive due to the fickle shape of the body. In addition, a small ghost is weak to the female sex. It turned out that he and his host bullied female gamers in the trial version of the game. This became a distinctive feature of the quest. Later, Ghost and Master went to the Xuanyuan area and came across 7 colors, and everyone knows that this is the most famous and effective space management ability that Ghost and Master were caught in. They escaped with the help of the Divine Academy, but the 7 colored ones have a huge weight in society. In the end, the Ghost Master went offline. After listening to our colleague, our hero added that they are strong guys and they were purposefully chosen for this task. And this may mean that the ghost is really difficult to catch. At this moment, the bear had an epiphany, and therefore he declared that the weakness of the enemy could become their advantage. Dongdong assumed that his friend was trying to drive that elusive ghost away with the help of one of them. C, hearing the conversation, immediately shouted that she wouldn't do anything. How could she continue being the guild head if her members found out that she was flirting with a juvenile ghost? Haltingly, Pao noted that she didn't know how to influence anyone at all, how to please anyone. It seemed that there were no more girls left. Despite this, the bear proudly announced that he had some idea. After that, he whispered something in the young man's ear, although he immediately began to blush. The young man loudly asked the bear why he was not suitable for this role. Folding his hands, the companion reminded him that he was only a beast. Although, of course, he could use the shape of a snake, but in this case, it was simply useless. Suddenly, the bear ordered everyone to listen to what he came up with, because it's very important. After a while, everyone was happily saying that this was a great idea, and therefore they liked it. And only Dong Dong declared that he would do everything in his power. After a while, a beautiful girl who was impossible to ignore was already standing in front of the crowd. Looking in different directions, the beauty said that she was completely alone, and therefore did not understand what to do next. The stranger, who by the way all the kids knew, continued to complain that she didn't understand how to get to the campus, and therefore would like someone to help her. While sitting in ambush, his teammates told Dong Dong that he was a real actor, and therefore a true pro. The girls were happy because one managed to make up, and the other successfully picked up clothes. Bear was a little worried. He didn't know if the ghost would like something like this or not. And while he was talking, everyone turned their attention to the stranger, who drew attention to our hero in female form. A moment later, the villain was close to the object, although he did not yet know what he was planning to do next. The bear did not believe that they had succeeded, and therefore wanted to see what would follow. Standing near the tree, Dongdong thought that he certainly looked very stupid. Other than that, all these clothes and other overlays were in the way. But at that moment, someone turned to the guy and greeted him like a beautiful lady. It was a ghost, and it was right behind the young man, indicating that the plan had already been set in motion. The opponent immediately asked if he could find out the name of the beauty and also meet her in the evening. Playing his role, the young man said that, of course, he can tell his name to continue communication. And the ghost went on to say that he was sure the name was as beautiful as the rose he had accidentally picked on the way here. To himself, our hero nervously thought that he wanted Sai to finish with the trap as soon as possible, because he would not be able to stand it for long. The ghost went on to say that the lady's hands were so soft and her lips were so soft, and then he stopped talking. Bear, who was laughing to tears, asked C to slow down her ritual because he really wanted to see what would happen next. But Pao asked her friend to work faster as Dongdong was at the limit. At that moment, the ghost said in a soft voice that the girl was trying to please him in order to lure him into a magic trap later. The young man did not understand how this became clear after all. He had changed clothes. Perhaps something else gave away. The ill-wisher said that, of course, a pretty girl is standing in front of him, but they did not take into account one point. Girls who continued to sit in ambush believed that it was a matter of makeup or clothing. The ghost screamed that from the time he was born until today, there was no lady who would let him touch her. Our hero did not understand why this was the reason. What was wrong? Taking the ghost in his hands, Dong Dong asked if it turned out that such a handsome man had never touched a woman's hand. The latter replied in the negative and therefore asked to touch it again. But in the next moment, the young man was angry and therefore shouted that this ill-wisher should not approach. Suddenly, C shouted that everything was ready and therefore it was time to start. And while his colleagues were saying that it was time to grab this enemy, our hero had already managed to reincarnate in the form of a skeleton. The ghost, who couldn't understand anything, was now looking intently at the stranger. And while the guy thought that this villain was too dodgy, he asked if it was true that the beauty was actually a skeleton, which was very strange. Dong Dong shouted that it was true, but it was better to call it the end of the ghost, because that would be the end of it for him. But the ghost's reaction was completely different from what everyone expected, because he shouted that he had met a beautiful girl, and even a skeleton, after which he fell in love even more. The bear said that skeletons and ghosts belong to the category of slime, and therefore it is not surprising that they have such tastes. At that moment, C said once again that she had now done everything that was necessary. And our hero loudly shouted that now the ghost will not get out of here, but instead go to the nursery. But the ill-wisher did not understand anything, and continued to say that he did not understand why they needed this hole, adding that he was one of the strongest in hell, and therefore this trick would not hold them anyway. The young man, who was already on edge, shouted that he didn't understand why he was being called someone's love. The ghost didn't say anything. He just said that he would pass through the magic shield because 99% of the techniques against him are simply powerless. But at that moment, something happened that the entity didn't expect because he was suddenly thrown back violently. Ghost didn't understand what had happened, thinking about the fact that this shield was made with a Western artifact, but after all, it now belongs to the Western Guild. But before his opponent could think of anything else, Sooty had already tied him up and held him tightly, as if it was the most important and valuable loot. Dong Dong, seeing what was happening, ordered this junior to look at the prisoner, who was very important to them. Looking at a small mirror, the ghost asked if this was the main artifact of the West and immediately said that he was caught, but otherwise it was a waste of money. The beauty noted that there is nothing wrong with this at all, because she almost did not use the mirror from the moment she bought it, and therefore just decided to try it. Turning his head in the direction where our hero was standing, the ill-wisher said that if this charming lady would allow him to touch her hand again, then he would then voluntarily return to the nursery. But after taking off his suit, the guy shouted to look at him very carefully, because he is not a lady at all. The ghost hadn't expected such a turn of events, so he thought that his dreams were shattered in an instant. Seeing that the prisoner had fainted, the girl nervously asked if he would die, because if that happened, they would definitely not be praised. Moving on, the bear said that further 2 more pets, it seems. With them, it will be more difficult than with this ghost. The ghost immediately said that this was a correct guess, because this illusion monster can create mirages, so it's better for the guys to come up with a strategy in advance. The guy said that the difficulty is that the monster is too strong for a pet. It could easily fight alone with the director, and therefore it is almost impossible to get close to it without being noticed. The young man was just thinking that they should wait a little longer when he saw a ghost on his shoulder, not understanding how it got there. With a wink, he said that he wasn't really that easy to hold, and then added that they could continue their amazing conversation. But Dong Dong said sharply that whatever it was, they were going back to the nursery and discussing the future plan. But the ghost timidly replied that he had previously said that he simply couldn't go back to that place. Then he went on to say that especially after meeting such beautiful ladies, this is despite the fact that they still won't be able to match the skeleton beauty. Folding his hands, the bear said that he thought it was much colder here. In the next instant, Pao silently pointed her hand at the ill-wisher, although she did not explain why she did it. And then something strange started happening, something that made the ghost run around in circles. Pausing for a while, the ghost thought that this was energy control, and it was actually amazing. But Pao, who was usually very reserved, this time knew exactly what she needed it for. For a moment, Ghost cringed, because he didn't like what was happening. Moreover, in another minute, he found himself in some sort of air or energy cloud. Bear, looking at the girl, thought that she did not waste time in vain, improve the control of magic and its quality. Her technique allows magic to be plastic and fast. Then she said out loud that this beauty is growing frighteningly fast, and immediately heard the ghost, who said that it was close. He was almost caught. The bear, who realized that their captive had escaped, began to shout, saying that it was not so easy to catch. Looking at the guys, the ghost said that apart from changing reality, all traps are useless for it. He added that he can easily imitate the material of the object he touches. He only needed to become water. With his abilities, the trap itself becomes a real lifesaver. But at that moment, our hero spoke up and informed everyone present that he knew how to catch a ghost. He looked at the guy in surprise, asking what he was going to do. Maybe he wanted to call one of the academy managers. After that, the guys formed a circle to consult and discuss something important. But a minute later, they said that they had better not waste time in vain, but go on their way. The ghost looked at the young people in surprise, hoping that they would catch him now, but this did not happen. So he asked why everyone was leaving. Not much time passed, and the team in full assembly entered one of the houses. Wonjan happily greeted our hero, asking if he had managed to capture the ghost. The young man said that so far this has not been achieved, but soon they will still come to this goal. Passing Dong Dong some cake, the girl asked him to eat and also take a break, because you can't always work and go somewhere. Looking at such beauty, the guy sincerely thanked Wonjan for such an attitude. At this moment, Ching Wu entered the room, who stated that she had repeated many times to be called teacher. Besides that, the guys did not manage to catch the fugitive, which means that there is not enough training. As he rubbed his bump, the young man told the master that she could have been a little more gentle, since she herself knew what kind of blow she usually had. At that moment, another beauty saw that a ghost was standing outside the window and said that he could come in. They would not do anything to harm him anyway. The guy happily said that there was no need to worry, because knowing the temper of this pet, you can be sure that now they have him on the hook. After a while, Pao and Yang Ming were already moving across the field. The hair-shaped player stood and watched the girl carefully, but she didn't say anything to her. Suddenly, the blonde's new friend ran past her so quickly that she didn't even realize what had happened. A moment later, the beauty herself was about to strike, knowing that this was the best time to do so. But Nyan Min wasn't as simple as she might have thought, so she immediately repelled the attack. But the owner of our hero was not going to give up, showing all that she can do. At some point, the girl's hand became like a child. Moreover, she was already reaching for her opponent. She knew something was wrong, but she could only back away, watching the palm grow bigger and bigger by the minute. Nyanmin's attention was so focused on what was happening in front of her that she didn't even notice how the opponent was right behind her. Even so, the player's eyes widened as much as possible, though it's hard to say what she was most afraid of at that moment. Although suddenly the ground began to crack at Pao's feet, which was the ultimate feat of skill. At the same time, the teacher said that she liked what she saw. It actually looks very good. Ching Wu clasped her hands and said that the beauty was forcing the opponent to use the fourth rank's capabilities, if they had any, adding that this could already be considered a real success. Then she added that as their teacher at the academy, she taught them basic abilities. In Azura, moving to another rank or level means accumulating certain skills and experience. In addition to the ability that the guys appear here with, they still have a chance to get another one, because the same combination of skills will give a different result depending on the race. For example, she constantly increased her own strength, or rather 3 times, and each increase improved her punch. Given Master's personality, no one can match her in terms of single attack and strength other than Shi-Ho. After reaching 3 ranks, students will also be able to live a full life by laying down their weapons. The girl noted that this is exactly what she did, because she does not like fights and moving, but the teacher's work suited her perfectly. After that, Ching Wu turned to Pao and said that her brainwave synchronization speed was high, she had a lot of potential, and therefore she was sure that the blonde would surpass her in skills. As for the bear, he is a former professional, and therefore must think about how to become stronger. But he laughed and said that you can only have one account in Azura. He deleted the previous one because he wanted to develop together with his wife, but now he wants to go back to the former level. Stretching, the girl said that now everything is in his hands. But in any case, the teacher offered to finish the task that was originally given by the director, and it concerned the capture of pets. After a while lying on the ground, Pao told our hero that another week had already passed, and he still hadn't caught that ghost, adding that he probably didn't have a plan of action. Holding a piece of paper in his hands, Dongdong said with a smile that he didn't understand why someone would say that they didn't have a plan. The girl said that she knew it was an order from a week ago that said to ignore the ghost, to ignore him, even if he spoke to someone. The beauty immediately suggested that we are talking about the Cold War, which the guy immediately confirmed. The young man explained that he had asked Sai to find out something. There was something they didn't know. The ghost wasn't just paying attention to all the girls in a row. His master, whose name was Lotus Flower, is an experienced master. He stayed in Azura for 24 years. This is 26 years, but recently he has become quiet, the pet has settled down here, and the experienced one has not appeared online for a long time. While the boys were talking, the ghost was watching them closely, although he did it very carefully. Dongdong continued to say that there were a few inconsistencies in the story, so he first contacted Gu Ling to ask if there were any restraining orders from the 7 colored ones back then. But the player said that nothing like this has ever happened, adding that the young man for some reason believes that if a person is revered, then he is necessarily cruel. Therefore, Pao said, if the owner is logged out of the game and does not log in, then he does it of his own free will. At this moment, a voice rang out from behind the young men, saying that he would tell the story that led up to this. Our hero smiled when he saw the ghost next to him, saying that he appeared after all. With sadness in his voice, he noted that it was because of the guy that no one spoke to him now. It was as if he was in prison. No one paid attention to him. It seemed that he was transparent or invisible. The ghost tried several times to talk to pretty girls, but they just passed by him. After a while, the ghost was already desperate because no one was going to even say a word to him. He thought about how he needed a break. He felt as if he was back in the kennel. At this point, Pao said that she now understood perfectly why Dong Dong had told no one to interact with the ghost. He again stated that he has a lot of videos with the host, but he wants to explain the context. The audience wanted to unravel this mystery, so they immediately sat down to review these videos. Suddenly, Pao turned around and found almost all of the team members, wondering how they could have appeared so quickly. The bear's wife thought that they were all gathered for a movie, but the teacher did not answer, but simply said that it was enough to talk already. It was better to see what they would be shown. The video began with the ghost reporting that their species lives on an island remote from other land. Ghosts in this place, known for their speed and ability to become like any matter, few can catch them. Ghosts are very fond of scaring players who come to complete a task. However, once he came across a special player, he came to finish his quest for the 4th rank. He needed the scrolls that were guarded by ghosts. At that moment, the ghost wanted to scare this daredevil too, so that he would immediately leave. But instead, something unimaginable happened, because the young man sat down on the ground and began to cry bitterly. The ghost had never seen anything like this, so he immediately asked about what was happening to the player. Continuing to cry, the young man stated that he could cope with this, while at the same time asking for forgiveness for his behavior. Scratching his head, the owner of this place noted that there was no need to apologize, asking if it was true that the young man had come to finish a task. He explained that he had to find the scrolls to complete the task for the 4th rank tamer. Ghost was surprised by this, as he had assumed that tamers always came with pets, but the player didn't have one. The young man explained that low-level monsters can't talk, and he would like a talking and intelligent pet after hearing that the ghost is known as the king of chatter. The player thought that the ghost would be able to become his pet, but the ghost said that he was already 4th rank and 80th level, so he couldn't be any pet. The young man wasn't going to insist on anything. He went on his own way and only asked if he really would follow the path to reach the soul scroll. Aloud, the ghost said that everything was correct, but inwardly he thought that this is the road that leads to the Yellow Springs. It is full of evil spirits that will scare the player to death. The man hadn't seen him since turning into the Yellow Springs. Even though he knew he was about to appear, the ghost didn't understand what was happening to him, but decided to check out where this guy had gone. Arriving at the river, the ghost decided that this was the maximum place he could reach. Despite this, the traveler was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a resident of the island heard some strange noise that came from behind the bushes. And then there was a player who was crying again, saying that he had lost his way. The ghost didn't understand why the man believed him, but the man simply said that he had been shown the way, so he followed it. Again, the owner of the island asked how the young man managed to reach the 3rd rank in the first place, realizing that he was very naive. Sighing heavily, the young man explained that it was difficult. He played for 3 years completely alone to achieve such success, and tamers always have someone to talk to, their pets. And then he added that the monsters in Azura are so smart, and then the ghost said that he was already born like this. And pointing to the scroll, he told the guy to immediately take it and leave, because the player is very easy to scare. Rejoicing, the young man thanked the assistant and asked if he still got the 4th rank, if there was a chance that the ghost would become his pet. But he didn't answer. He just said that he didn't have time to waste, because he had to scare the other players too. As the days went by, Lotus, which was the guy's name, often visited the ghost just to talk to him about life. The young man wanted to know why all the other ghosts were silent and not so active. Ghost said that he didn't know it himself, that he was just born like this, that everyone else seemed more stupid than him. After that, the young man showed his photo from the hospital in real life, saying that in Azura he can frolic, but in real life, all this will not work. The ghost didn't understand what real life was, but it didn't matter. The guy still came every day, showed movies and told stories. And later, this man became so involved in the life of the island that he also began to frighten other players. It was funny, even though some people still beat the guy up for doing this kind of thing. Once turning away, the young man confessed that he would have to leave soon. He added that the doctor said that he didn't have much time left. He was in the hospital because of a weak body. It was impossible for him to make friends, but he was happy that he was able to meet the ghost. Back then, the ghost just stared at the player because it didn't understand the person's words. The ghost simply said that it was necessary to forget about it and enjoy what is there. After that, he offered to see the world, saying that he should use his timer spell and quickly make a new acquaintance, his pet. The young man carefully looked at the ghost, who continued to talk about how the player should not be upset. Of course, he didn't understand what he meant, but it was better to go and see the lands of Azura that they hadn't seen yet. The guy was crying, but he was glad that he had not only a friend, but also a colleague. Standing at the stern of the ship, Lotus addressed his mate as if he were the XO, telling him what their speed was. After a moment's thought, and with a certain sadness, the ghost told the captain that it was at the same level as before. But the young man was not confused. Moreover, he shouted that they were going to meet the most incredible adventures. Pulling the young man out of the water, the ghost said that they needed to find a wooden boat to leave this place as soon as possible, adding that the young man just wanted to see enough of Azura. This was the beginning of a global journey. They reached the goal, even if there was a pursuit. The guys were eager for everything, and therefore tried even the most diverse dishes that they could. In urban establishments, travelers took different roles and played them out. Standing next to the sea, the ghost said that this place had a beautiful view, so he wanted Lotus to come over as soon as possible and look at it for himself. Then he added that he had to work hard to get the best seats. The ghost said that once a decade, you can see a parade of animals, when the sky is lit up with rivers of stars, and people can distinguish between animals and monsters, and therefore they are very lucky that they can see something like this. It was actually a startling sight, so the heroes sat and stared intently at the sky. At some point, the boy's eyes began to fill with tears. The ghost didn't understand what was going on, so he asked about it directly, asking if he needed to be calmed down. The young man was crying very hard despite this, saying that he didn't need anything. Crouching down, the young man said that he felt some kind of panic, but he couldn't help it, saying the same thing over and over again. At this time in real life, the doctor told his parents that the fibrosis of the lungs that was diagnosed in the guy had spread, and therefore the boy had about a few months left. Approaching their son, mom and dad honestly admitted that they did not want to hide anything from the guy, and therefore decided to tell him about the real state of affairs. He paused for a moment because he knew his parents weren't going to say anything encouraging to him. Lotus, as he was called in the game, asked his parents if he could manage what time he had left on his own. The father said in a soft voice that as long as the boy liked everything, they, of course, did not mind. Smiling, the guy asked his ghost friend to never forget him, because it was very important for him. He looked at this strange man in surprise and did not understand anything. Lotus said that he wanted to see the world so much, dreamed so much about it, and therefore does not know how to look his parents in the eye. He is only 15 years old. He does not even understand why he lived this time in the first place. The ghost was silent, but it thought to itself that after the young man was petrified, he would never come back. After that, they sat in silence for a while, continuing to stare intently at the sky. Ghost wanted to cheer up his master somehow, so he noted that they have one illegal case. It's about the main quest of the year. Having hidden some key, the ghost saw people running after him to take this loot, but did everything possible so as not to give any chances to the enemy. Players demanded that at least someone stop this ghost. He stared at them intently, not knowing what to expect. The Lotus Pet knew that he would not be let go just like that, but he thought that no matter what, he must get this victory for his master in order to at least please him with something. When the ghost hit someone, it wasn't going to stop, because it knew that everyone had to remember the color of the lotus. But after a moment, the ghost raised his head and thought with horror that this was a 7-colored one, and this was the one who could limit his abilities. Although the pet didn't quite understand what it meant to die, but it didn't matter to him then, because he was challenging the whole world. He was the one who had a very important mission that couldn't be abandoned. This was proof that Lotus wasn't just alive, but that he had done what he wanted. 7-colored, taking the key in his hands and also wrapping the ghost with a rope, happily said that the key was brought to him right in his hands, which was very pleasant. The young player looking at the ghost wondered if it was true that this monster was an awakened one. The ghost screamed that he should be released because he wanted to be with Lotus in his last days. At this moment, Elder Shi walked up to 7-colored, asking if it was true that there was another awakened one in front of them. The guy immediately said that the old man must have come to collect the key, but he probably didn't calculate that the forces would be unequal. The headmaster and all the other staff members of the academy, when they heard about this, said that they were also forgotten to take into account. The young man did not care that the elder had such a strong support. He said that the opponents were going to take the city, hinting that this would not be possible. Semetsvetny noted that the monkeys are too impulsive, realizing that it will not be so easy to defeat all these personalities. He added that Mr. Shi didn't come here for the key, and said if they gave up the ghost, they would be allowed to keep the key. After a while, the unfamiliar people turned around and walked away. The ghost was carefully watching everything that was happening, although he was still tied up. The ghost knew that it didn't know what was going on with the lotus, so it immediately returned to it. The pet saw that something was wrong with its owner, who looked pale. Despite this, the young man declared that everything was fine with him. The young man added that he had already told his family that he wanted to spend his last hours in the game. After a cardiac arrest, they would disconnect him from the game. Shenjin asked in horror if this boy was really dying. The ghost was surprised by this. He didn't know that anyone else knew about the demise, so he said, "Really, the Lotus can no longer be online. Really, no one can save it." The man said that they are one of the first awakened among artificial intelligence, and they know a lot about the world of players. If everyone thinks that death can't be avoided, he can come up with something. And then he handed over a small bottle and said that the guy should drink it. The ghost didn't understand what it was, so he wanted to know what the young man was being offered to drink. The professor explained that there was no need to waste time. If it was interesting, he would talk about it later, and added that if it didn't help, even the gods wouldn't do anything. It didn't matter to Lotus. He knew that he still had no other choice, and therefore he could try anything. Suddenly, the player claimed that for some reason his pain was gone, but the strange thing was that he started to glow. Shenjin said thoughtfully that the man could now understand speech, and he added that in the course of research they found out that now there are 3 types of intelligent beings. The first is artificial intelligence. In this world they are called awakened. There is also a player who is conscious from the very beginning. However, they have recently discovered a new kind of conscious being. They call them uninvited. Their consciousness is held on this side, but they cannot go to the other side. The substance that the boy drank is a squeeze from the body of the intruder, which he studies. After taking the substance, the drunk is more likely to regain the consciousness of the average player. The ghost watched his master closely, and the latter said that he felt that he was turning to stone. The professor said that the device has not yet been tested, but the boy's consciousness, in theory, should remain here. The ghost was angry because it was trying to help Lotus in some way, so it started harassing the old man. But the guy said it was okay because he was supposed to die, so if he had the slightest chance of waking up and seeing a ghost, then it was fine. Almost completely petrified, the young man said that everything was fine, he would just get some sleep. After a while, the young man was already in the form of a stone, which was sitting next to another stone. She, who was standing nearby, said that Shenjin seems careless, but he never jokes with such things, so a friend has a chance. The ghost thanked the elder, then asked what he should do in this situation, but she said that it would be best for the ghost to go to the academy with them. And he added that they are vulnerable here. It will not be good if the black and white ones take Lotus away after a while. She said that the black and white ones would definitely not get here, and therefore the young man's body would be completely safe. The old man went on to say that the ghost was very far away from purgatory this time. The number of awakened ones is unknown to the players, but they need a safety net. The head of the academy was going to replace the information according to which the pet was taken by colored people. Moreover, as for the Lotus, they also planned to keep it secret so as not to attract too much attention. While they solve this problem, the ghost can use its potential to help them in their business, so you should wait a little longer. 2 years later, Louis summoned the ghost, saying that they had a new goal. And opening the notebook, he noted that the second director would give him an interesting task. Then he added that the ghost would have to follow him, so there was still hope for Lotus. Everyone in the audience who was looking at the screen couldn't take their eyes off it. Pao, who was crying harder than ever, nervously asked what was going on with this unfortunate Lotus Flower player now. Meng snuggled up to the bear, who said that he would always be there, and therefore asked the girl to calm down. Spreading his hands, the ghost said that now the guys know all the truth about the fact that the academy helped him, and then he fell into a trap. A friend of our hero grabbed her dress as hard as possible and then turned to Dong Dong. The beauty said that if one day she, like Lotus, goes out of the net, then the young man should not forget her. The guy did not understand what Pao was talking about, so he said that they had not yet visited so many places, had not drunk so much milk tea, and therefore the girl simply could not log out of the network. Suddenly, the guy asked the ghost why he came to them and told them this long story. He explained that he just wanted people to know that there was such a player, let them know more about the aspirations of this teenager, as well as about their common desires. In addition, he listened to the other pets in the academy. They said that a guy is given free time every day if he returns to the kennel of his own free will. So even if he comes there, the difference is not great. And he added that he wants to be taken care of. Moreover, he can use his skills to help children complete tasks. Inwardly, Pao was thinking that eternal life in the game, no pain or death, and if so, then there was no point in returning to the real world at all. Our hero also raised his hand, deciding that the sensations were so real, and therefore it was difficult to understand which of the worlds was real. In any case, he needs to complete the main quest to get to the reason for his transition. If this is done, then Dong Dong will be able to exist wherever he wants, will be able to choose the best of the worlds and help others in this choice. Suddenly, the guy said that the ghost doesn't need to worry, but it is necessary that he promise to return on time and not to do anything bad. Moreover, he should help them with the animals. Ghost rejoiced, telling him not to worry because he was a pro when it came to command. He added that he has watched a lot of films about dominance and therefore knows absolutely everything. Dong Dong closed Pao's eyes and told Pao that he now understood why Pao was so interested in girls, even though he had previously thought it was just part of the game. But the ghost didn't understand what the problem was, that he liked pretty girls. He just took advantage of the opportunity, saying that he had never held a girl's hand. And after a moment, he proudly declared that our hero was his first such experience. The young man didn't like it. He said that if the ghost didn't forget about it, they would just kill him. Coughing, the ghost decided to change the subject, saying that there is a pet walking very close, which you need to catch. But for some reason, the guys do not do anything for this. The boy didn't need any advice, so he just opened the scroll and looked at it carefully. Dong Dong knew that they were interested in Moonfang, who was ranked 5. His master is the head of the Red Flag Guild, one of the members of the League of Assassins. According to rumors, they are all out of their minds there. The ghost thought about it and said that he remembered exactly how it first appeared in the nursery. In his memory, this is the first pet that is so eager for the death of its owner. Moreover, this Fang was not too friendly, so few people talked to him. There was also the Dream Monster, a master of illusions who was ranked 5th, despite being an illusionist, well-versed in people, and can also influence the psyche. After a while, all the young people were cautiously peeking into the auditorium. The teacher was talking about this being a general education course of the Divine Academy. The next thing they would discuss was Azura's battle classification. Although combat is only a part of all available activities, it is unavoidable during tasks, and there are 3 criteria for evaluating combat power. This is the level of equipment, skill level, as well as skill proficiency. There is also the ability to quickly react to what is happening during the battle. Even if the students meet players with the same skills, their strength and attack power will be different, meaning that if you work hard and develop at the maximum pace, a low-level player may well defeat a higher-level player. But moving to the next rank will not only significantly increase your skill proficiency, but also allow you to learn new ones, so the probability of winning in this case, although there is, but it is extremely small. Special attention should be paid to weapons. If you choose them correctly, you can improve your combat capabilities. The rating system in this case is from C to S+, but there are super powerful weapons. These are artifacts. Now there are 5 of them. They are issued for completing the main quest, but the compatibility of the artifact and the owner does not change from C to S+. There are also 4 main tasks with an individual T rating. The level of response, on the other hand, has a maximum rating of S+. This is partly determined by the frequency of brainwaves, although this can also be improved. To date, Kunlun has the strongest battle score in Azura. He has an artifact with the highest rating, a mind manipulation skill, and a top-level reaction. Everyone knows that once this man defeated one of the governors of the country of the East, he did not reach the real level of skill then. Only after the unification of the West and East did the parties agree on cooperation. The teacher reminded that in real combat, a cold mind and calculation are often the key points, so students train in the field. Looking at Moonfang, Pao said that he was very responsible because he listened carefully and wrote everything down. But Ghost wanted to know if the boys had found out anything about the Red Flag Alliance. Dong Dong explained that he contacted the Night Dancer and asked him for some information. Red Flag was a small guild under the auspices of the League of Assassins, which took almost any job getting paid. So these guys will do anything but kill to earn money. When they get a task, they give it their all. There was a player who didn't win the game, and therefore was looking for people in real life. This person was taken to the hospital with serious head injuries, so the League of Assassins doesn't like these guys. As for Moonfang, he was their best fighter, but he suddenly went out of control and started attacking everyone around him, especially his master. Pao anxiously asked if it didn't depend on the pet's loyalty, why they didn't just terminate the contract. But the bear explained that this should happen at the request of both parties, and these guys cannot reach an agreement, so there is still an opportunity to improve their relationship. Our hero asked the ghost, "It turns out that he only needs to touch this pet. If so, then you need to get down to business." The young man called the pet, but it did not answer, which caused the young man a lot of questions. The ghost approached the young lady, saying that she was very charming, and offered her a flower as a sign of admiration. The beauty only grimaced, saying that in front of her is some kind of green and scary creature. No one had ever said anything like that to the ghost, so he looked at her in surprise. And after a moment, he joyfully shouted to our hero that he is in fact the most cute creature. Realizing that it was necessary to get back to business, after a while the ghost was sitting next to Moonfang. Time passed, but nothing happened, so the ghost moved a little closer. The pet immediately started talking to his colleague, saying that he writes down so much. Moonfang recognized his friend, adding that he had to work hard to get his revenge. The ghost was surprised to be addressed as a freak, which was not very pleasant to hear. Fong then noted that there was no need to be surprised because that was what they called the creature behind his back. The kids who were watching everything that was happening in the classroom started laughing. Pointing to his companions, Ghost said that there were fools behind them who were laughing at them. Moreover, they asked if the pet would like to return to the kennel. He said thoughtfully that anything was possible, but he hadn't decided yet. And after a moment, he added that as soon as he broke the red flag, everything would be in order. Ghost said that he didn't understand what this meant, since they were mostly working in another world, which would be problematic, adding that it might be easier to terminate this contract, although it couldn't be done by one person. Moonfang continued reading, adding that this was exactly the reason why he should study hard. Then he added that he did not understand who decided that he was completely alone. Suddenly, the ghost turned his attention to the dream ghost, who appeared nearby, not believing that the two of them were now cooperating together. The ghost understood that he needed to get information, so he asked how the colleague planned to act, because he was also a pet, and such people are obliged to help each other. Hearing the ghost say that he could help, his kinsman noted that he could not yet reach the other world. He immediately asked if the green creature knew how the dream monster appeared in this place. Ghost didn't know what the question was about, so he thought for a moment. Our hero said that there is too little information about him, but it is known for sure that after his master passed out, he went to a psychiatric clinic. Raising his hand, Fang explained that the dream monster was the only pet that had found its master on its own. At this point, Pao stated that in fact she knows at least one such person. Moonfang went on to explain that he had studied the monster's abilities, and players could easily go crazy with its skills. And he added that he is not a player because he does not like this word, because we are talking about ordinary people. Standing up from his seat, the opponent asked Dongdong if he was tired of standing there and peeking. The guy honestly said that this was an appropriate comment because it was better for them to talk. They didn't understand each other before and were wasting their time. The dream monster immediately told the young man that he simply had to be their ally. Sooty shouted that they would capture this monster, but the monster in turn said that they would discuss everything when they got out of the illusions. The ghost who was watching the students knew that something was wrong with them. On the one hand, it was hard to believe, but on the other hand, it was all very scary. And so I decided that this pet was probably lying because he couldn't do it that way. Suddenly, a lotus that was right in front of him turned to the ghost. It was very strange, and therefore the ghost was silent because it did not understand what it could say in this case. Lotus went on to say that he was very happy that they finally managed to meet again. The young man realized that something was wrong, and therefore shouted to his friends that they should be as careful as possible because they had originally fallen into this trap. And then something even stranger started to happen, because when he looked at his hand, he saw that it was again in the form of bones. The young man immediately asked how it was that he turned into a skeleton again if he didn't want to. But the most amazing thing was that Pan was carefully looking at his kindred and was about to attack him with a sword. A minute later, the system announced that Dongdong was once again at the first level, which was something impossible. The young man could hear someone speaking to him, though he had no idea who it might be. At this point, the doctor told someone that the condition is getting worse, and therefore you cannot eat sugar, you can eat only light food. In addition, it is better to exclude physical exercise because the heart will not withstand such loads. Pao didn't understand how it was that she ended up in the hospital again, moreover, in such a state, and therefore she wanted her friend to come to the rescue. He in turn held his head and tried to figure out where he was in the first place. Standing in the middle of a certain room, he wanted to know how things had turned out in such a strange way. A stranger was standing in front of him, saying that she was leaving. Then turning around, she added that her family was against him because he was just an ordinary fool. This means that marrying him will not make her happy, and there is simply no point in continuing. The young man raised his hand. He wanted to say something, but instead, tears were streaming down from his eyes. At the same time, Ling Xi was approached by someone who said that she was here. Some man told her not to interfere with other members of the stronger sex because beauties are useless in this business. He added that it would be best for her to give her brother all her possessions before she did anything wrong, since she wouldn't be able to deal with it herself anyway. The girl carefully looked at these people. Sai, as she was called in the game, also did not understand what was happening to her. And only one Ember saw ill-wishers near him, although he wanted to observe his colleagues, but they were nowhere to be seen. Moonfang, having planned something bad, said that now it was time to talk seriously. With some irritation in his voice, the opponent said that they were all awakened monsters here, and therefore Ember was suitable for them, and added that this small skeleton should join them in order to be able to create a lot together. But Dongdong's little friend proudly declared that this wasn't going to happen because he wanted to be with his old man and the others. The assistant understood that something was wrong with his companions because they could not get out of the trap. Therefore, Ugalek fearlessly noted that he understands that this barrier was created by ill-wishers, and he shouted loudly that he wasn't going to stand here just like that because he was going to look for his friends. After a moment, this small skeleton went inside, and it was strange, so the villains wondered how this could be. And while Moonfang was explaining why this Ember was so smart, his companion said that wasn't what they should be concerned about right now. Once inside, the assistant said bitterly that it looked like his friend was under the influence of this magic. The opponents decided to look around, realizing that they could not leave everything to chance. The dream monster stated that he had to follow these guys to maintain the illusions. Otherwise, they would collapse as soon as they finished with the players, once again returned to talking to this kid. Sooty knew that he was being chased, so he thought to himself that he needed to run, because he definitely couldn't handle two opponents. Although the main thing at that time was to find the old one. But after a moment, there were obstacles in front of our hero's assistant. With anger in his voice, Moonfang said that he was wondering how this young skeleton would be able to deal with material obstacles. It wasn't really easy, but the monster wasn't going to give up, knowing that his success would depend on the lives of his teammates, whom he couldn't just leave behind. At that moment, the villain's hand hit the ground because he had cast a spell. After that, it seemed to Golko that there were even more trees around. Fang, who was standing at the bottom, wondered if this was the maximum speed that a skeleton could run, adding that it had no special abilities or weapons, so it would be caught very soon. Sooty was looking down carefully, as if he was trying to make some important decision. At this point, the dream monster, having created its own clones, was told to control each target individually, because as long as they were under control, everything went according to plan. When one of the clones was inside, he was surprised because, in addition to our hero, there was another monster that should not have been there. He was thinking about how he hadn't noticed that there was some sort of terrifying aura coming from him before, even though it didn't seem to exist at all before. Pan was hitting the ground with all his might, which was a little scary. At this point, the evil pet thought that this was just a consequence of mental pressure, although he immediately caught himself thinking that in this case the monster could not move so fast. But after a moment, the clone of the dream monster realized that our hero had noticed it, which should not have happened at all. Dong Dong viciously asked if the well-wisher really wanted to leave so quickly. After all, he had just arrived. He added that he had previously studied illusions that were individual for each person and could predict them or use their influence, but he did not take into account that there would be an intelligent monster in front of him. The guy didn't understand what difference it made, so he asked about it. The villain continued to say that people are very fragile creatures. With the help of small illusions or hallucinations, you can unobtrusively control them. The clone said that his former master, whom he often experimented on, went crazy several times. And with his help, he learned a lot about the other world before giving him the last task. He asked him to kill the red flag leader. Unfortunately, he hasn't been online since then, so he probably didn't succeed. Our hero then asked again if it was true that the dream monster can force people to obey, although there are a lot of holes in its control. Although he shouted that it just couldn't be because his illusion was unbreakable, many players couldn't resist it. The guy knew a lot, and then noted that although the villain calls it an illusion, but the internal energy of the creature's body is not blocked. If you think about it a bit, you can very easily gain control of your abilities. Moreover, ill-wishers use some information about them that is already outdated. If we talk about Pan, for example, then he fought like this only until the rank increased. It's easy to guess that this is just an illusion. But the villain tried to convince our hero that everything is so clear to him because he is a monster, and the players are not so sensitive to this. Closing his eyes, the skeleton noted that it was just the opposite, because he believed in his friends. But what's more important now is that he wants to know how to get out of this place. The dream monster isn't going to fight him. Of course, he's rank 5, but he's a terrible fighter. However, the opponent said that he was just a doppelganger, and even if he was defeated, the person would still not be able to get out of this illusion. He would slowly extinguish the light here, and inside the player would have nothing but fear. Hearing about this, the young man stated that since they are both monsters, the colleague, if you can call him that, also feels pain. The clone who saw the skeleton approach him would ask him in horror what he was up to, and at the same time tell him not to even think about approaching him. At this time, in his illusion, Dongdong walked up to the girl and talked about how she wasn't his fiancée because she didn't sound like her at all, but the girl kept waving her off. The blonde who was already on the street still didn't understand what was happening to her. The guys pointing fingers at Pao said that it was better not to approach this loner because she is the heiress of her family's huge fortune. But one of the girls did not listen to the advice and therefore gave her name to our heroine and immediately offered her to be friends. The embarrassed beauty said in a low voice that she didn't mind it at all. While sitting in class, a classmate complimented Pao on the fact that she had very beautiful clothes. After that, she said that she had cookies with chocolate and immediately asked if she would like to eat a little. But the blonde immediately protested that she couldn't eat it. But the new friend insisted, noting that it was very tasty. She also said that she also had egg pies. Next time, she would definitely treat her friend to something like this. Pao stared at the girl in amazement, but she remained completely silent. Although after a moment, she took out a small first aid kit from her bag, which she opened in front of her classmate. The girl explained that she can't eat a lot of sugar. It is very harmful for her, adding that she uses insulin every day. Then she added that her mother says that someday they will learn how to treat it, then a very handsome prince will come for her and treat her to all the delicious things in the world, and before that, you need to restrain yourself. The classmate smiled and once again stated that now she understood everything. And running away to the guys, she began to tell them that they were right, because Pao is not like them. She is actually sick. Despite this, she dreams of some kind of prince. The blonde saw that the ill-wisher took her medicine and immediately began to chase after her, telling her to immediately give it back. The girl deliberately mocked, realizing that she was facing a weak Pao, who still could not take it away. Although after a moment, the classmate let go of the first aid kit with medicines and did it as dismissively as possible. And then she added that now the schoolgirl can go down to get her medication. Pao's eyes were glistening with tears. She was upset and didn't understand why she was being treated so cruelly by these people. After a moment, the classmate said that she would be very interested in what would happen if the unfortunate girl was specially fed chocolate. Then she started laughing again, along with everyone behind her. Tears welled up in the blonde's eyes because she didn't know how she could stand up to this crowd. But the problem was that immediately, suddenly, the crowd grabbed Pao and started to carry her somewhere. Smeared with chocolate, the blonde heard a voice that whispered that everyone around her was bad. Everyone was against her, and therefore no one would come to help her. But a moment later, Beauty heard something strange, something that immediately caught her attention. The girl was distracted from her own thoughts because she wanted to know where this strange sound was coming from. Just a moment later, Pao found herself facing another pet, which was Slime, who had come to help her mistress. Another clone, who was watching the girl closely, couldn't figure out where in this illusion a pet that simply couldn't exist came from. Picking up her slime, the terrified blonde tried to figure out what it was and where it came from in the first place. But it didn't matter, because the pet lovingly snuggled up to its owner so much that all the words were superfluous. Suddenly, Pao's eyes opened wide and she thought to herself that she was slowly starting to remember everything, namely that everything was completely wrong. At that moment, another girl appeared in front of the crowd and shouted loudly that no one should dare to offend Pao. Our heroine closed her eyes because it seemed to her that she was falling and flying somewhere. Turning into the Pao that she always was in the game, the girl happily shouted how good it was that her beloved pet Plu was always with her and never let her down. Smiling, the beauty happily declared that she almost fell for this trick, but everything turned out well. The clone knew that his plan had failed, so he decided that it was time to retreat. But this did not work out, because Plu, who could easily and quickly take on any form, immediately turned into a strong man who easily stopped the ill-wisher. Another dream monster thought that two of them managed to get out thanks to the monsters, but the rest of them don't have pets, so they won't be able to get out as easily. So, for example, the ghost actively communicated with the Lotus, showing him something. It was clear that these two are very good. And while all the kids struggled with their illusions, C sat in her office, still unaware of anything. Hearing a knock on the door, the beauty said that she was not busy, and therefore the visitor can enter. It was her assistant, Jing Hong, who looked different from his previous life, and he was talking about the time for summing up the results of the year, adding that the boss had been preparing for this for a long time. Sai sincerely thanked the man, saying that in a few years they had acquired the third largest guild. Moreover, they had even bought the Western artifact at auction. They had become giants in the game, but soon the decade in Azura, and therefore they should switch to the main quest. But the girl didn't finish the sentence because a man appeared at the door and said that the meeting had begun. Standing in the conference room, the supervisor happily said that they would then consider their advancement in Azura. And then the beauty began to talk about some project that was created by the government of their country. The manager explained that their plans were to create a game as powerful as Azura, but this has not yet been achieved. However, scientists have found that some of the laws of created reality can be inferred in their world, since the connection between the worlds actually exists. In order to catch up with these breakthrough technologies, C was given several tasks, including a detailed study of the game. During this time, the girl managed to buy out the guild and get an important artifact. Moreover, they managed to assume that adaptive intelligence is controlled by the world and its constituent person. But that wasn't proven yet, so everyone's attention was focused on the awakened monsters. However, the beauty did not manage to finish her sentence because someone rudely interrupted her. The guy said that the girl is engaged in some nonsense. The family entrusted her with such an important industry, and now she says that everyone already knows. Worried, the beauty tried to explain to her father that these are very important components, without which there will be no further development. The man didn't want to listen to anything. He told C to hand over the management of her brother's guilds, and as for her, she would marry the heir of the Murphy family. When the beauty heard about this, she shouted that this fat man in his 40s was nothing. But the brother sitting next to her only mocked his sister, saying that it was very cute. He added that the man was actually a perfect match for Sai. At this moment, Jing Hong stood up from his seat and shouted that the young miss wouldn't marry that fat and lazy man. The audience immediately announced that a real traitor had appeared in their company. However, the young man blocked C's view and told her that they should leave this hall and this place immediately. The girl's father did not let up. He said that if it were not for their family, then everyone would have forgotten about this guy long ago, because he would now exist somewhere in poverty. Jing-hung replied that Sai was the only one who really treated him well. Everyone else was just using his intelligence, so he would never let the beauty get hurt. But at that moment, something went wrong, because the girl saw two strangers outside the door. The beauty knew that they would not be left alone, so she ordered her assistant to run immediately. Ill-wishers hit the guy right in front of the girl, who could not do anything about it. They knew what they were trying to achieve, so they told Jing-hong not to expect to die easily. Her father had said that marriage would require a girl's patience, but if she didn't agree, they would figure out a way to change her mind. The beaten guy asked his miss to go her own way and never give up, no matter what others said. As C left, she said that she was promising this to the young man. After a while, Krasavitz was already sitting in her own room all by herself. At this time, there was a fat man outside the door who was waiting for the moment to enter. This person was saying that Ling Si was a real beauty, such as one could only dream of. Suddenly, the ill-wisher came into the bedroom, saying that her husband had already arrived. But instead of words, the beauty easily and quickly grabbed his face with her hand. After looking at this person, Si suddenly said that this wasn't really happening. It was all just an illusion. The surprised dream monster clone didn't understand how the girl could have guessed this, since there was no one around to help her. Moreover, Ember was also outside. But the beauty sharply stated that these illusions are too boring and of the same type. The monster doesn't even know what she went through to get the recognition she has now, what she went through. Therefore, this pathetic illusion did not hurt the girl at all. It did not make her despair. At that moment, the clone thought of some kind of cosmic matter artifact, although he didn't explain what it meant. Si was still happily talking about how her enemies had fallen. She's been through hell, so no one can scare her anymore. After a while, the entire team was once again standing in front of their leader, Dong Dong. He asked rhetorically about whether it was true that everyone was freed from the illusion, and added that the dream monster of the 5th rank was in front of them. Despite this, he was a real weakling. But the guy did not manage to keep this pest, because it immediately began to literally flow out of his hands. A minute later, this entity moved in the direction where the Moonfang was already standing. Standing next to his colleague, he said that his illusions did not work on these people, and now the only hope lies in the comrade. The youth carefully looked at these villains, realizing that their rank was actually too high. Despite this, our hero, who has already turned into a skeleton, said that it will not be easy, but he will do everything that depends on him. It could be seen that Moonfang wasn't going to give up. He was watching Dong Dong closely. Suddenly, the skeleton immediately rushed in the direction where the enemy was standing, and immediately trees began to appear in its path. Considering that the guy didn't have a real body, the branches immediately began to penetrate him, making it impossible to move further. The youth was about to move, but it only caused him to start falling apart. Moonfang didn't expect anything like this, because the pieces of those bones mixed with ice immediately flew towards him. The young man immediately shouted that the enemy was caught, even though it was simple enough. The dream monster, which was standing behind the player's back, noted that now the player needed to see what he had done. Dong Dong saw that there was a wounded villain lying on the ground, which didn't bother him at all. But there was also Pao, who also suffered from this manipulation, and therefore asked her friend why he did so badly to her. The skeleton, looking at this, did not understand anything. It seemed to him that they all managed to destroy their illusions. If so, then what was happening at that moment? The monster went on to say that the guy probably didn't understand why Moonfang had become so strong. At that moment, the bear began to fall somewhere, although C shouted that she would let it happen, because she would hold it with all her strength. And the monster kept whispering that just because our hero sees all this, it doesn't mean that it's true. After all, no one knows what the truth is in its true form. Dong Dong didn't intend to converse with this person. He just pointed some crystal in his direction. But the enemy shouted that there was no need to hurry with this, adding that he was standing in front of him and saying this. But I wonder who their comrades are really in their place. Which of them is even real? The villain claimed that his illusions can frighten or drive you crazy, but these are just mirages. He can't copy a specific attack. The skeleton wasn't too distracted by words. He understood that the most important thing is to feel. The aura of the players comes later, but with greater purity, it is easy to distinguish it from the monster. The young man decided that this was the first time he would rely 100% on his brainwave synchronization. The guy saw some kind of fire, smelled the grass. Knowing that they were in a meadow, it was all the magic power of Azura. He felt the flow of these forces. The young man understood that if all this was true, he just needed to remember the game in his previous account. It was not so difficult because there was an accumulation of the natural element of water in the air, The dream monster didn't expect this, but it thought that everything was going against it. Dongdong immediately told the opponent he called a rookie that he had learned this move to look epic. All mana is spent in one hit, and preparation takes too much time, but once he met an enemy of weak strength, but not quite in the real world, and immediately fell silent. At this moment, the guy turned his attention to his friends who were in a shell of ice. But this did not frighten the player at all. He firmly said that this was all an illusion too. Approaching one of the ice blocks, our hero noted that the greatest concentration of power comes from here. It turns out that the enemy is hiding here. While breaking the ice, Dongdong shouted that the dream monster just lied to him. At this moment, Sooty continued to sit in the same tree, carefully watching Moonfang, who was opposite him. Suddenly, the kid saw his old one, happily saying that he finally managed to free himself. But there was no time for pleasantries. Instead, the young man asked his friend to hit him with his dark element. He didn't understand why it was necessary, but the skeleton just asked him to do it, and very quickly. The kid decided to do what the older one asked him to do, looking at the reaction. Finally, Dongdong happily shouted that he had entered the real world. He managed to deal with the opponent. Sooty scratched his head and said that their leader had previously fallen into an illusion, not understanding what could have happened there. The dream monster was staring ahead in surprise at this moment, not realizing where it was. At this time, our heroes, as before, were in the clearing and looked at another ill-wisher with whom they had to fight. He was thinking about just getting out of the illusion. He had used up all his mana, so no matter how strong he was physically, there was no way he could hold out against rank 5 without mana. Moonfang understood this. He stated that he was facing 2 opponents and both pets. First, he would deal with them, and only then solve the issue with his friends. Our hero could not allow this. With anger in his voice, he said that you can just forget about it. Of course, he did not intend to show all his tricks so early, but now there is no point in saving them. The opponent looked at the opponent in surprise. He didn't know what the skeleton was capable of, so he knew that there was a lot to expect. Fong wasn't going to give up, of course, but he knew he had to be as careful as possible. He thought to himself that he shouldn't underestimate the enemy, and shouted out loud for Dongdong to fight him with full strength. The young man immediately declared that he would not hide his powers. Moonfang was looking at the boy carefully, but he was confused by the fact that he had changed his appearance again for some reason. Bowing, the young man picked up a piece of charcoal and once again said that he agreed with the proposal. And then he added that all of them are pets, and therefore they cannot just die. Only a few minutes passed, and the guy was already putting a small cup on the table. I suggest that the opponent drink tea. Dongdong said that he didn't understand what all the battles and sacrifices were about, because it wasn't civilized at all. Then he added that they still will not be able to die because they are the heroes of fantasy. Then he went on to say that the best thing for them to discuss was why they should destroy the red flag. The opponent asked what the opponent thought about these players. Sooty said that everyone was a very nice person, so C gave him something to eat, and as for Pao, she was also very kind to him. But Fang didn't let up. He wanted to find out from the kid what the most terrible act from the player he remembers. Closing his eyes, Sooty said that he remembered Squirrel well. He was bad. He tried to intimidate all his skeleton friends, tried to kidnap them so that he could sell them later. Sipping tea, the ill-wisher said that he hears the same thing, namely that not all players are good. There are players who are not so good at taking care of their pets. Often they are even cruel, and this is not uncommon. Moonfang remembered once sitting in a cage like this himself. He had seen other players asking what the price of a monkey was by pointing at him. The young man said that this is a very rare individual, which they caught for a long time, and therefore the price is not less than 100,000 coins. The buyer, who was clearly interested in the product, noted that it was a little expensive and therefore immediately began to bargain. The young man smiled as he said that he couldn't lower the price because the participant of the Battle of Xuantan is one of the 4 rare monkeys. If you like the pet, you can return for it later. The young man did not insist on his own and did not intend to reduce the price, explaining that if no one bought the animal, they would send it to some city to entertain people there. Before leaving, the buyer said that he understood everything, but first he would look in other places. Late in the evening, the owner, who was driving back from the market, was dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. Aloud, he said that he still hadn't managed to sell this monkey, so it should be returned to the base. But a moment later, something happened, and the sled bird was so frightened that it almost threw the rider off. A young man who was at the market during the day said that he had been waiting for this guy to lend him his monkey for a long time. The frightened guy said that he would not give up this pet. Moreover, in Azura, it is forbidden to steal from other players. This is punishable. The young man was adamant, so he asked if the youngster had heard anything about the red flag, a team of hackers that could find it in the real world, even through Azura's cyber defense. And he added that they had already identified him by IP, adding that he lives in a small town with an old man who has problems with his legs. Then he said that the player probably didn't want them to meet this old man. The player immediately fell silent. He understood that it was better not to joke with such a person because Cho can pay with real life. Fang went on to say that he later got to know this red flag better. They were running errands in Azure, but they were running them in a different world. He had bad luck with his master, who was a very bad person, but not to lie, he didn't treat him too badly. He raised the pet to be obedient and carry out his tasks. At this moment, the girl suddenly shouted that she was happy for everyone. She was a newbie and wanted to be taken care of. After looking at Moonfang, the beauty said that she was very happy that they had met this monkey. Later, Fang found out that this player was from a farming village in another world. She was taken to Red Flag and joined the collective. And maybe it would have been better if he hadn't met her at all. The funny girl, Touching Plu, said that he was very cute, but Moonfang insisted that they did not have time to play because they had to complete the Red Flag task. And for this, you need to increase your level. The beauty happily talked about how she would try her best not to let down some tiger. Fang didn't understand this little girl, who also asked what the monkey's name was. At that time, the pet did not yet have a name, so he said that some people just call him a monkey and others a smelly monkey. Upon hearing about this, the player immediately began to loudly resent, saying that this is wrong because everyone should have a name. Thinking about it, the beauty decided that this is not the case at all, and therefore it is necessary to come up with something. And then she screamed that it might be the name Moonfang, saying that in their village they did not see the stars. Only the moon shone, and it is the most beautiful thing in the world. Folding his hands, the pet noted that he was not interested in the story of this girl. He just wanted to complete the task as soon as possible. The beauty happily shouted that her colleague was right. The sooner they completed the task, the faster they would be able to have a delicious meal. A moment later, the guys were desperately fighting with some goblin that they had to defeat. Despite her inexperience and youth, the girl perfectly performed tasks. It seemed that she had been doing this for a long time. Raising her hands, the girl happily shouted that she had finally reached the second rank and therefore could already perform simple tasks and help the office with finances. The stranger, looking at the beauty, said that he liked that she also increases her level. And then he added that she definitely needs to grow up to become strong and resilient. She immediately said that Moonfang had been helping her all this time, dealing with monsters that were beyond her ability. The man was surprised that someone gave the monkey a name, saying that he was just a game character, although if that was already the case, then there was nothing to be done about it. And then he turned to the monkey, saying that several lists would arrive very soon, and therefore he would entrust them to him. After a while, the pet was sitting on the roof, looking at the city and thinking about something else. The girl, climbing up to the roof, talked about how she finally managed to find Moonfang. Passing bananas to her friend, the player happily declared that she had brought him something very tasty. For him, this was something surprising because he was sure that the girl gives all her money to the head, noting that, most likely, she collected fruit for a very long time. Smiling, the beauty said that she did not tell anyone about it. She saved for several months. It seemed to her that these people said that the monkey likes bananas. And then she added that the companion must promise that her friend will not tell the tiger about it. Food in this world is expensive, but it tastes much better than in ordinary life. After that, the player without any regret divided the bananas equally so that everyone could eat. Moonfang asked if the girl hadn't eaten anything in Azure in all this time. The beauty asked if they could eat together, and he said that if she didn't start eating, he would just take everything for himself. As the happy gambler stuffed herself in, she said that it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. Moonfang couldn't understand why his friend was so excited about the food, since she probably ate in her own world. The girl said that boys eat in her house first. After she turns 14, her parents will send her to work. It's good that Tiger is an old friend of her family. He arranged for her to go to Azura. And she added that she really likes it here. Helping people with materials is very good, although it's a little boring. Fong didn't understand why the girl was treating him like this, so he asked her why she was treating him so well. The beauty did not understand this because she said that this character is very kind to her. If someone treats you well, you need to do it in return. Her mother taught her so. After a moment, her colleague in Azura got up and walked away. Fang said in a low tone that they should work together now. The girl was happy about this. She asked her friend not to be so gloomy. He looks very scary, and therefore it is better to smile. At this time, interesting things were happening in the real world. Some unknown boy was creeping up the stairs as quietly as possible. It was obvious that he didn't want anyone to notice him. The child talked about how this little girl was getting better and better, which only made him angry. At this time, the girl was sleeping peacefully. She did not even know that the door to her room had opened. The boy carefully looked through the small opening at the beauty who was in a small room. The stranger didn't do anything. He just stood there and watched intently. At this time, a beast that somewhat resembled a unicorn was looking at its opponent. This opponent was Moonfang, and it was clear that he was not afraid of this opponent at all, but rather waited for it to attack him. But it didn't take Fang long to fight the villain, because he was very strong. Approaching Bill, the pet showed his prey, saying that his hunt was over for today, and immediately stated that he had not seen the owner and the girl for a couple of days. Rhino replied that he did not know where they were, explaining that he had heard that the tiger was in the hospital, although he himself had not received information from him for several days. As Moonfang left, he said that in that case he would continue to collect materials. As time passed, Fang felt more and more alone. His life had no meaning, but now he felt like he missed the time he spent with Ju. At this time, a man appeared in the clearing, who looked critically at the animals that were there. The detractors said that this is actually very good. He is happy with what is happening. And then he said that it was a good thing that in this world he could see with his right eye. Moonfang, seeing the owner, immediately ran up to Tom and asked where his assistant, who had not been online for several days, was located. But this question did not please this man. He got angry and said that the stupid monkey should not ask about such a thing. Its task is to remain silent and just work. However, the pet did not want to be silent. It was very important for him what happened to Ju, because they managed to become friends during this time. Suddenly, the villain screamed that this girl was dead and immediately continued to tell the monkey to stop asking stupid questions and return to its duties. Surprised, Fang stared at the man carefully. He didn't know what to say in this situation. At this moment, the pet remembered how once, sitting on the roof, the girl thoughtfully said that in this place she was very calm. She was not afraid of death at all. The word was new to the people of Azura, so he wanted to know what it was all about. Ju explained that her mother used to say that death is called liberation. After death, all people will become stars. It's like a rest after a long job. Although she immediately added that if she died, they would never see each other again, the beauty said that she loved this world. She liked the fragrance of flowers, the gentle breeze. She sees stars and the moon in the sky every day, if only to raise her head. So she will try to move on with her life, and therefore decided that there is no point in indulging in sad thoughts. She wants to see even more wonders in Azura. Returning to the present, Moonfang once again asked his superior what he had just told him. The man was angry. He called the monkey mentally retarded, saying that this death was terrible, and only he was to blame for this. The pet's eyes opened wide after hearing what he heard, and the villain continued to say that the smelly monkey is obliged to start working, and if it says something again, it will destroy it. An angry Fang shouted that he shouldn't be treated so disdainfully, and all because he has a name, and everyone needs to remember that his name is Moonfang. After that, the resident of Azura immediately began to use his magic on this player, so that he understood with whom the ill-wisher decided to joke. The man shouted that the monkey had gone mad, and added that he probably didn't fully realize that he could just get out of the game. But Fang was so angry that he shouted that he didn't care. He would get this player anyway, whether in this world or in some other. Now it was a matter of principle. All the players, including Bear, burst into tears as they listened to this story, realizing that it was actually very sad. Pao said that they didn't want to fight Fang because after learning the terrible story, they were also very angry at the red flag. The pets said that it still wouldn't change anything. These bad people gave it first to the pet store, and from there, it got to the Divine Academy. Thinking about it, C slowly said that their former opponent was wrong about something. She immediately asked her assistant to check out 2 players for her. This is the head of the Red Flag Guild, as well as Ju. In less than a few minutes, the system immediately returned a result. It turned out that the head of the Red Flag was called Wang Dahu. This was his real name. He lives in a small province. As for the girl, she is now 16 years old. Her real name is Wang Gaudi, and she lives in the same province. Hearing this, Fang opened his eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. This meant that the girl was still alive, but for some reason she wasn't going online. Somehow, Sai managed to get Ju back in the game. Hugging her longtime friend, the player said that she was actually fine, and therefore it was not necessary to worry about her. And she explained that she was missing after the tiger came to their house. When he came into the room, the girl heard it and therefore immediately stabbed him in the eye with a knife, remembering how her mother said to always carry a gun with you. Personally, she was assigned several months of correctional labor, and Tiger received several years in prison. After his release, he left the city because he was afraid of revenge. After that, the beauty worked very hard. She did not want to go online because Red Flag could find out where she lives through her account. Recently, Ju was contacted by an international organization. She no longer needs to be afraid. They are ready to help her continue her studies and guarantee complete safety. The terrified Moonfang was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief as he continued to talk about how his friend was doing well, which made him extremely happy. The pet heard the girl thanking him, although he did not know how he deserved such happiness. She just stared at him because words were completely unnecessary in this situation. However, the long silence was broken by Sai, who said that in fact she and the girl are very similar. And then she said that she didn't know if Moonfang would understand, but whether it was their world or Azura's, there were always bad people and good people. It's just that there are special people who can grow a beautiful flower even in the darkest corner of this world. Humans are complex creatures, which is why she values valiant spiritual impulses so much, she will take care of the leader of the red flag, and you can live like an ordinary teenager again. Hearing this, Fang approached his fellow dream monster and said that they should pack up because they were going back to the nursery. He said that he still had one illusion left, he did not have time to remove it, and so did everything that he planned. And looking at the guys, he noted that he just wanted to tell them his story, but did not even expect that they would help him find you. Moreover, the director's task was completed. The monster of dreams did not want to contradict. He himself thanked our heroes for all that they had done, saying that he was ready to return to the nursery. At this time, standing in front of the computer, the ghost asked his master what was the name of the game in which he always lost. But the young man didn't say anything. He was smiling, although after a moment the picture began to develop. The ghost was watching this carefully. He could not have imagined that something like this would happen, so he said that this boy was abandoning him. A short time later, the entire team was standing in front of Louis in his office. Dong Dong reported that all the pets were in their places, and therefore the task was successfully completed. But for some reason, there was no joy on the director's face at all. It seemed that even the opposite was true. The man spoke sternly about how they had caused great damage to the Academy's buildings. The Battle of Charcoal and Moonfang had destroyed the schoolyard. The fairy, who had always disliked the pet, now said that he had spent too much time on it. In addition, he had broken most of the rules. After another moment, Louis noted that then it was time for everyone to leave. There was some task in the game center. They thought it was time to start the main quest, and this time, he wanted to send a young man from the Divine Academy. The fairy didn't believe what she was hearing, but the supervisor pointed out that Pao was going to Azura's game city, and on the way, she should reach the 4th rank. Hearing about this, the girl took heart, realizing that our hero is leaving, and therefore she will be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Although the young man noted that it's time to talk about more important things, they will have at least some financial support because they still represent such a large institution. The director said that they will be provided with A-level equipment. This should be enough. After hearing about the illusion bombs that the man himself made, and thanks to which it is possible to delay time, the young man asked why they needed. But Louis said it was very important and went on to say that they should also take the ghost with them. It runs fast, it's almost impossible to catch up with it, and this is very important. Dong Dong was not happy that the equipment was so weak because you could find S-level or something like that. But the man said that the guys did not understand that there were only 200 pieces of such clothes for the whole of Azura. At that moment, C started to hold out her hand, saying that she had one artifact in her possession. But no one listened to the girl. The guys knew that the beauty has a lot, and therefore offered to go on the road. After a while, the Dream Monster and Moonfist told Chi that they had completed the task. But the old man said that this time, in order to influence the players, they need to instill a different point of view, but so far this has not been done. Their world is too pure. Although there are bad and good people, some people's evil intentions can cause them more damage. Although most are still turned to the light, the Kunlun gang has suffered too much from people to have evil intentions. They just have to see the line between good and evil. Some people can communicate, argue, or ally, but some people are silent on this. Realizing that this old man was silent, Moonfang explained that Mr. Chi had fallen asleep again. At this time, the guys were greeted by a clown in the game city. He said that he was their faithful guide. And then he added that being a park administrator is also one of his duties. Moreover, it is a great honor to meet such wonderful people. Moving along the street, the man said that in front of them is a street of gastronomic wonders, which many people love the most. There are rivers of milk tea in this place. Cakes grow on trees. Everything can be eaten here because it is all edible. Pointing to the Star River attraction, the man said that he recommends starting acquaintance from this place. And after that, it's best to see the Tianqin playground, which is also sure to appeal to everyone gathered. The Star River was a visual attraction, and then you could see the entire magnificent park from here. Tianqin is located in a neutral area, and in the middle of all of Azura, there are 6 different areas, each requiring a separate ticket to enter. The best way to accumulate tickets is to complete daily tasks, of course. You can buy them for money, so do the rich. To participate in many attractions, children must have at least the 3rd rank. With their battle card, everyone can choose a team battle, single combat, and many other types of battles. Each player gets their own rating score when entering the game. The higher it is, the more privileges you can get. Moreover, large competitions are held in this place. The administrator also explained that only players over the age of 18 can enter the Ocean Star Zone, so you must provide an ID card. There are great hotels in this place where the biggest shows are often held, in which famous idols take part. In addition, their city has the only licensed place where there is a casino where you can play or go for a tasting of dishes. As for the cinema area, you can also enter it with special tickets. The picture is so real that it seems as if you are in the very center of events. There is an empty area. It is the most interesting, but it is difficult to get there. According to legend, it should be filled and equipped at its own discretion. If we talk about the scenario area, then you cannot get there without a ticket. And then he added that this area was closed last week, and now it is forbidden to enter. But you can still get there if you complete the task, and what exactly you need to read on the cards scattered throughout the city. Our hero barely listened to the end, saying that he didn't even think that the park was so big, but where can you still find hidden tasks? Pao immediately said that they would have to go around to find them, and then added that she and Dong Dong would start looking for sweets from the street. Sai noted that in this case, she and her assistants will go to look for the water park and the Ocean Star. Medved said that they also do not plan to sit around and go to the recreation area. The guys immediately joined hands and wished each other good luck, saying that now it's time to go on a search. The blonde was glad that they had gone to a place where they could have a good meal. However, after a moment, she stopped to ask why Yui Chu didn't go along with them this time, because usually a girl doesn't miss anything interesting. The guy explained that their friend was busy researching with teacher Shenjin, and therefore would join a little later. Moreover, other teachers should also come. But suddenly the young man saw an elderly grandmother with bad legs, which looked very strange, because there are no sick or infirm people in the game. At that moment, a man was jostling everyone, saying that he wanted to help this elderly lady. The crowd immediately surrounded the people who tried to help the old lady, constantly asking where she should go. However, the answer was very surprising. The woman immediately got up and, waving a stick, shouted at everyone to leave her alone, adding that because of the crowd, she could not pass the street for the 10th time. Scratching his head, our hero said that it seems that they are not the only ones who want to get into the field of scenarios. A lot of players are looking for hidden missions. The beauty replied that they didn't have to worry about deadlines at all, because the director had allocated them several tickets. Despite this, the young man said that the competition does not become less, and under such conditions, a person who has completed a hidden mission can make excellent money. After taking out the scroll, Dong Dong was glad that they were perfectly equipped, which could help them. Pointing to the logo that hung over the entrance to one of the buildings, the guy explained that he noticed it for the first time. The boys had no idea what was inside, but they knew they couldn't help but look inside. At this time, some animal that was standing with its back to our heroes was actively looking for something on the shelves with books. The dog was reaching for something with all its might, telling itself that there wasn't much left. And in the next moment, the dog would have been able to get what it needed, but it saw a human hand that took the right book faster. It was our hero who smiled and said that now the animal can get what it wanted. But instead of gratitude, the dog said that it was all infuriated because it could get it itself, especially since it was already at the goal. After that, going down in parallel, the stranger asked what the young man wanted. It was obvious that the animal was in a hurry, and therefore it recommended that the young man ask a question quickly. Dong Dong wasn't going to delay, so he immediately asked what the mage knew about the symbol that was depicted on their logo, as well as the main quest. Suddenly, something unusual happened to the dog. If earlier it spoke from the male gender, now it switched to the female one, saying that it had waited so long and did not understand why the player came right now. What's more, the dog's eyes widened as never before. Our hero could not understand anything, and therefore asked why the animal froze, as if it was afraid of something. But she suddenly screamed that she was tired of all this, and then screamed that she had two short legs to look at, and therefore asked her to help. The young man looked at the girl who was standing not far from him, and he told the dog that he would come right up. Although at that moment, the animal had already spread out the scroll itself, after which it closed its eyes and concentrated. The guy didn't understand anything that was going on, but he knew that it was important for him to get an answer, so he didn't bother. At this time, the dog put its paw on the magic ball, where the symbol depicted on the canvas and on the building was already highlighted. After that, there was information that, having received a hint for the main quest, you can get information for hidden quests in the form of tickets for their passage and hints for finding them. After a moment, the dog began to report that in each zone, there are certain places where these tips are hidden. They just need to be found. As for the scroll, you can use it to activate the task by simply going to the right place in the park, but you need to find the place yourself. Spreading his hands, our hero said in a frustrated voice that it turns out that no one will help them anyway, and now they only know the names of the quests. But the old magician, turning his head away, called the guys impudent, adding that they had already been given hints, they had a safe passage, and they still had something wrong. The young man wanted to cheat and noted that in the game Pao is engaged in divination, and she immediately raised her hand, saying that she really wants to try it. The dog didn't mind, saying that the girl should put her hand on the ball and think about what was bothering her the most. And then something indescribable began to happen, because a red liquid poured out of the stand. Pao, who had already opened her eyes, didn't understand anything and just stared in horror at it all. A moment later, she saw a beautiful girl standing in front of her, looking like some kind of goddess. Our heroine's eyes widened as she finally came out of her trance. The guy understood that the beauty was afraid of something, and therefore immediately asked what she managed to see. The dog explained that what was troubling his guest would require blood. Despite the freedom, the symbol remained incomplete, and the path to the other shore was lonely. The young man, just like before, didn't understand anything because it was even more difficult than the quest. But the magician said that this is all the information that is available to him, and then added that the guys should not forget, if they do not use what they are given, this information will be shared with everyone. Going out on the street, the guy saw the worried face of his friend, and therefore said that she should not worry, because this is not magic, but the most common suggestion. Pao smiled, saying that she was fine, and immediately offered to share the information with the others first, because they have 9 tasks. They can't do it alone. After a while, the team gathered in full force. Dongdong said that C would take 3 tickets to explore the Ocean Star. As for the bear, who was already called Tyrant out of habit, he got the battle area because he is a former professional player. And if so, then our hero's friend decided to go to the esports registration hall first. The cute receptionist who was sitting at the entrance immediately asked what she could do for the player. The bear, handing the girl some tickets, asked her what she knew about this. The beauty carefully studied these sheets and honestly admitted that she didn't know how they could use it. Returning to his teammates, Tyron said that there was no point in asking at the reception desk and therefore offered to play for the rating, because you can win the esports championship if you get the desired rating. Pao didn't know anything about this, so she asked her friends to help her. The bear explained that the participants have a rank. It starts with a mark C and ends with S+. To increase the rank, you need 10 wins. Every 10 wins, the counter is updated, you can't go higher than the S rank, and then there is a fight for points. The girl rejoiced, saying that she was facing a professional fighter who probably had a phenomenal rank. Scratching his head, the bear admitted that his best result is the 29th place. Although most of all, he played in the team matches. But now everything is not so, because in the main ranking, almost all players of the 5th rank. And after a moment, he said that it would be best for them to switch to earning a rating, and then they will see if they can get at least some clue. Approaching the administrator, the guys heard that they can play each for themselves or all together. At that moment, a robot entered the room and said loudly that it was starting to search for new players. Standing next to our heroes, this robot machine asked the audience to go with it to start a rating battle. The boys didn't understand where they were being led, but they followed their guide. Pao was surprised that this room was so spacious yet empty. Dongdong explained that each game can be streamed, but their game is a beginner's game. No one is interested in it, so there are no viewers, and it's more interesting to watch high-ranking battles. Looking in front of them, the guys saw the doors behind which their opponent was already located. The young people were waiting impatiently to see who was going to show up. However, when they saw a night dancer in front of them, who politely greeted them, they were very surprised. For a while, the players stood opposite each other and just stared intently. But a minute later, the judge said that the battle between Pao and the night dancer is considered open. The rivals can meet in the ring. However, our hero was least interested in the battle, and therefore he immediately asked how their friend ended up in this place. The opponent thought that Dongdong was nervous, and therefore noted that he had been following the guys all this time. After all, they have a clue to the main quest, and not them. If the guy came here, then it must surely be connected to the main line. He immediately pulled out a war map, explaining that he had decided to use it against his acquaintances. However, our hero could not stop, and therefore again asked the same question, and at the same time stated that they do not have any key to activate the main quest, and therefore the night dancer does not make sense to follow them. But the opponent said that he came here to offer cooperation. It's impossible to complete an entire main quest alone. The young man was surprised by this, and therefore immediately remembered what kind of cooperation they had had last time. Sitting down on the arena, the opponent replied that there were many disagreements between them. In the main arena of these competitions is their League of Assassins, which now occupies the leading places in the ranking. Dongdong didn't give up, asking what would happen if he didn't agree, probably decided to fight the Divine Academy. But the dancer said that he prefers to settle everything peacefully. Moreover, he will offer favorable conditions that can even be secured by a blood oath. The judge, hearing this sweet conversation, immediately shouted that she did not understand why the guys came here. If the fight did not start, then both sides would be considered losers. The night dancer did not stop, saying that he knew for sure that one of the tasks was located on the territory of the arena, and therefore it was better to talk about it when they left this place, and immediately told the judge that he gave up. And leaving, he added that he wanted to give his rating to his friends who could not understand anything. Before leaving, the young man asked his former colleagues to contact him immediately to discuss everything. When the opponent left, the girl noted that this person does everything carelessly, although his purposefulness is visible, but sometimes she still does not understand whether he needs to win or not. At this moment in the other hall, the judge was saying that the newbie tyrant and Master Shiba would now fight. In this arena, there were spectators who supported their teacher, saying that he is the best and always will be. The bear expected that the fight would be one-on-one, He did not know that there would be so many people at the rookie match, which was a little embarrassing. At that moment, the man said that his opponent was very unlucky with the first opponent. After all, he is a master of the 100-element forms and 8 Taiji spiritual gates. He heard that this tournament has a lot of young people watching, so he decided to show his skills here. Tyrant met an experienced player, starting his journey. His martial arts are superficial. This is not good, and therefore now he will show what real kung fu is. Shibo stated that he would allow the opponent to show his skill. The bear was not going to give up without a fight, and still so easily, and therefore decided that he would fight in the form of a snake. It was obvious that the master was a little frightened and surprised by this transformation, but he also did not want to look ugly because there were spectators in the hall. A moment later, Tyrant quickly grabbed his opponent's arm so that he couldn't strike. However, something more amazing happened next because the snake again turned into a bear, which decided to intercept the opponent's movement. A friend of our hero acted masterfully, and it looked quite impressive. The player was able to combine their skill, strength, and speed to beat the opponent. The man clearly did not expect that already in the first minutes of the fight. Some novice would throw him to the other side of the arena. The audience, who until recently were sure that their master was the best, now watched this fight in surprise. Sitting on the mat, Shibo said that the opponent's fist can change shape. It's a secret technique. He was careless and therefore was caught off guard. Immediately standing up, the master enthusiastically said that now he would show what real conversion means. It is an original technique, striking blows and no unexpected attacks. And then he added that Tyrant needs to wait a little while until he concentrates in order to continue the fight. The guys on the podium immediately started saying that the bear is not a hero because he humiliated their teacher. Closing his eyes, Tyrant asked if there was any use for all these steps, adding that he was just waiting for the time to run out, but it was definitely impossible to deceive the bear. The player knew that he needed to earn a rating in order to proceed further and find clues. Therefore, he turned back into a snake and was already heading in the direction where the opponent was standing, who continued to shout that he was still not ready. It was obvious that Shibo, who had boasted about his regalia before the fight, was now simply afraid of his opponent. The man had no idea how to stand up to him, especially when the man struck again. The surprised onlookers literally opened their mouths when the Tyrant launched the attack because they didn't expect this. And the bear honestly told the opponent that participating in the tournament and promoting traditional kung fu was just cheating on the part of a pseudo-master. Lying on the ground, he tried to say something, but could not, because a friend of our hero put him down, even without much effort. After a while, the guys already went out into the corridor to meet with their colleagues and discuss what they should do next. Scratching his head, Tyrant said with some sadness that he did not see any clues, and therefore suggested that you should look not in individual competitions, but in the group championship. Suddenly, the bear stopped because he saw the night dancer standing in front of him. Waving his hand, he happily declared that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but now they had such a chance. Dongdong said that they met in the ring and added that this person is useful to them because he is the best in hidden kills. Tyrant said that this was probably true and recalled how the forum said that he was only 16 years old and the speed of syncing brainwaves was at a high level, as well as the level of reaction. Surprised, Pao did not believe that such a thing was possible, adding that now it seems to her that Azura is no longer such a difficult game. The guy said that this was all because she only met certain opponents on the way. He personally won due to the advantage of level or rank, but if you are on the same level with the enemy, there is also a chance of winning. There are 3 things that you need to pay attention to when playing in Azura, so each level gives you 10 points, which the player can freely distribute as they see fit. Each species has its own characteristics for improvement, but the game number of points is still the same for everyone. But some representatives of races are born with an advantage in speed, which is why Sooty reached the 3rd rank so quickly. Each transition to a new rank gives you at least 100 points to distribute. Depending on the difficulty of the transition and the resources spent, there may be more points, which is why ranks are so important. The young man said that the girl did not listen to the teacher at all, but the teacher smiled and replied that it was boring. Fighting with Dongdong was much more interesting. After that, he told the guys not to worry, because now they are under the wing of the League of Assassins, and now Night Dancer is with them. Then he said that since he was their comrade now, they would leave the arena to him. As for the others, they go to the Ocean Star, but he can't go there because, as it turned out, the guy's only 16 years old, and there are age restrictions. The young man looked at his friends in surprise. It was clear that he was not satisfied with this state of affairs. But my companion said that now was the time to set out. After a while, when they came to the right building, it seemed to our hero that they were on the right track. Although the difficulty was that it was written on the house that it was the best hotel, but the place looked not only sad, but also abandoned. That was why Dongdong grimaced, thinking that this was most likely some big mistake. At this point, Jing Hong explained that they had sent requests during the mission, but there was information that the mission might be here. Suddenly, the old lady said that the owner of the ticket, the one in her hands, promised that he would send someone to help restore this hotel and turn it into a prestigious institution. If the guys finish, they will receive a token. The young man understood what they needed to do and immediately said, "Isn't it easy to do it with C's capabilities?" Closing her eyes, the disgruntled girl noted that first the colleagues should read the rules. It turned out that only funds from the hotel's own account can be used to achieve this goal, and players' personal accounts should not be used. Smiling, the bear noted that this greatly weakens Asai, but on the other hand, the rules are the same for everyone. Going inside, the young man suggested that we first look at what this hotel is all about. An old lady sitting inside, seeing the strangers in front of her, asked if their rooms were booked, but C immediately said that they were here to complete a task, but first they would like to explore the inn if possible. Taking a small lamp, the woman told the boys to follow her, but stay close to each other. As they moved up the stairs, they noticed that it was an old place, although it didn't look bad. Suddenly, our hero stopped. The reason was that he noticed an object that was lying at the administrator's feet. It was something that looked like a clown's nose. Although it was strange to have such an object in the hallway of a deserted hotel. A moment later, two twins were standing in front of the children, which looked very terrifying, as if they were all caught in a parody of a horror movie. After throwing out the red ball, the young man told himself that he should not pay attention to it, but rather go after the others. After a moment, Dong Dong turned around. He wanted to say something to Pao, but not only did he not find her, but also the others, thinking that they had entered the nearest room. Opening the door, the guy found a shower in front of him, in which a stranger was bathing. Seeing something like this, the young man was confused and decided to forget about it too. But suddenly a stranger came up from behind and grabbed our hero by the torso. She was in no hurry to say anything, waiting for a small pause. Something also happened to the young man, because for some reason he became a skeleton again. This was also noticed by the blonde who shouted at our hero, asking why he was reincarnated so quickly. Folding his arms across his chest, Dong Dong said, "Did some girl really think that she could scare a skeleton?" But it turned out that in addition to this stranger, there were also others who lived in this place. Sitting in the chair, the player calmly wondered if anyone was afraid of these monsters. Standing behind the guy's back, the tyrant said that for him, it was just ridiculous and ridiculous, nothing more. While in the TV she was trying to get out of, another girl said that it was best for people to leave this room. Opening his eyes in surprise, he said that there was a legendary monster in front of him, adding that he should pause it because he always wanted to know what would happen after that. Hearing about this, the brunette asked not to do it, asking a counter question, whether it is true that no one is afraid of her. When they paused, they saw the girl screaming that she was stuck and couldn't get out. The tyrant laughed, noting that the horror story was now completely at his mercy. She also wanted to know what they were planning to do with her, since Ranchi had never encountered anything like this before. A moment later, Tyrant was standing next to this brunette, wondering if he should pull her out. At this time, another group of children was heading to another room, where there was an incredibly large chest. Suddenly it opened. Moreover, the object was shrouded in some kind of blue, frightening radiance. A man with a strange sticker on his face was already emerging from the trunk. The man froze for a moment, watching the guests intently, though he didn't say anything. Stepping forward, Jing Hong bravely shouted that the girl should not be afraid of anything, because he would deal with this strange man. And then he added that the ill-wisher will definitely regret that he decided and challenged him. The girls didn't have time to realize anything, and the player was already concentrating all his energy into a fist, actually going to attack. In a frightened voice, the man said that it was not necessary to do this, because the point was different, namely, that those present should be afraid. Sitting in a bright room, our hero asked all these unknown people what they were doing in this place, why they were scaring guests, because it interferes with business. The blonde skeleton explained that they were here from the very beginning, and therefore do not know life outside these walls. They do not like it when strangers come here. If the guys want them to leave, they must help restore their memory. At that moment, the system panel opened in front of Pao, which she immediately began to study. The beauty noted that there is a task of 3 monsters. These are lost memories, and therefore everyone decided that this is another mission. Assistant Sai said that this problem can be solved faster. They can kill these people or seal them up. Crying, the man said that there was no need to kill them. They could just leave this place. Besides, they would not be able to die anyway. Tyrant pointed out that in order to complete the quest with the inn, they needed to help these monsters. Suddenly, Dong Dong asked the beauty to open the box that the director had given her, so that Louis could look around and see the 3 of them. The girl did not hesitate, realizing that they simply needed help in this situation. But a moment later, a ghost appeared from the chest, shouting that Master Ben was with them now, and they couldn't move without him. But at the same time, the ghost turned his attention to the skeleton girl in front of him. Despite returning to the nursery, the behavior and habits of this entity did not change, and therefore the ghost again began to pay compliments to a completely different beauty. Looking at all this, the guy told the ghost that they did not come here to have fun, and therefore asked them to get ready and get down to business. The blonde stranger, looking at this green and incomprehensible creature, said that she would refuse because she did not like anything green. Then she added that she would love to have tea with Mr. Skeleton, noting that they would make time for each other. The ghost was not happy and therefore shouted that he did not understand how Dong Dong was better than him, therefore he wanted to challenge the young man to a duel. Pao didn't want this to go on for long. She said it was the ghost's job to inspect these strange hotel guests, and they would go up to the upper floors to see what was there. The guys understood that they had no time to waste, so they moved on. But all that caught the young people's eyes were only broken handles and torn lamps. Approaching one of the doors, our hero asked C to tell us more about the conditions for completing the task. The girl said that the use of external resources is not allowed, and the number of people is limited, although for a hotel with such an interior and 3 naughty ghosts, this will not be easy. The bear menacingly said that you just need to destroy them, then they will cope faster. After a while, there was a crowd of players standing in front of the hotel asking to enter. Running into the hotel, one of the young men who managed to break through the crowd happily shouted that he had come to help his grandmother. The receptionist watched the entire influx in horror, not understanding where so many players had come from. At the same time, Dong Dong explained to an acquaintance that they had persuaded all these people to come here, even though he didn't know if their plan would work. Jinghong pointed out that the Ocean Star market is very large. You can't serve everyone in one sitting. At the moment, the best hotels receive about 10,000 yuan a day, including side earnings. The best way to catch up with them is to get people to spend so much money directly. The old lady was tired of this noise, so she shouted that there were no seats. Moreover, she was too tired for this day. Sai said that there were only 20 rooms, but they could only recruit 6 guests, and she estimated that at this rate, they wouldn't be able to make it to the top of the best hotel establishments. The guy said with sadness in his voice that it seems to him that they will not be able to achieve the goal. One of the rules says that if they do not get the owner's approval, then the task will not be completed. And the task is somehow connected with these monsters. You need to notify the academy. They may need extra hands for other missions, or help is here. Meng immediately asked if there shouldn't be 6 of them. With some sadness in his voice, our hero said that he does not count because he is a pet. After a while, the young man happily announced that it was time to clean up, adding that they would improve the appearance of the hotel and look for clues on how to get to the hostess. As Jinghong handed the aprons to the monsters, he said in a commanding tone that this also applies to them. Although they didn't understand why they had to do the cleaning, since they were ghosts. The guy was strict, noting that all these guys said that they want to regain their memory, and if so, they must look at every corner of the hotel, otherwise they will be beaten again. Everyone was busy, and Plu was a great help. Pao, who had donned a maid outfit, spoke proudly about how she was now in charge of hospitality. Although she understood that there were no guests in this place anyway, and therefore it wasn't much use. As for our hero, he did his job with all care and therefore planned to wash even under the mattress. But in the next instant, the young man told his companions that he had discovered something very interesting. At first glance, it was just a photo of 2 young people, but something still hooked the young man. For some time, the surprised children carefully looked at the picture, which seemed to them ordinary. Although Pao shouted that this girl had the glasses of their grandma from the hotel, and added that, most likely in this world too, there can be an aging process. Jinghong explained that some local creatures can age. They are very similar to those who do not have this ability. This is designed to make the player comfortable and familiar in their world. But when an ordinary resident of Azura dies, his body also ends up on the island. It disappears if there are no signs of life for too long. But it is said that artificial intelligence can resurrect if it leaves the island. For this, you need to return the soul of the creature. After showing the picture to my grandmother, our hero immediately asked what she could tell us about it. An elderly woman took the picture, but immediately asked what it was. And then, lifting the frame up, she said that the wood, of course, is of the highest quality, and therefore it should burn for a long time. Aloud, he told his mistress to forget everything, but he thought to himself that it was too long ago for her to remember anything. But after a moment, something changed in the eyes of this elderly lady. She said thoughtfully that she thought she remembered something very interesting. The guy thought that it might have something to do with him. The young man wanted the woman to know something that happened to him. Patting Dong Dong on the face, the hotel owner said that in front of her is the pet of the guys who came here to complete the task, and immediately added that she can pat the guy behind the ear. The young man did not understand anything. It seemed to him that this lady saw in him a dog or something like that. Although he immediately proudly declared that he was not a dog and not an animal, and therefore should not invent anything for himself. Turning away, the grandmother said that looking at this photo, she actually remembers something, but if there was a dog nearby that she could pet, she would remember much more. The bear, who came up behind our hero, noted that this old lady is not so simple. At that moment, the young man carefully looked at the ghost, who continued to compliment the local ghost. Grabbing the man's arm, the young man shouted that he wanted to borrow him for a moment. Pointing out this ghost, Dong Dong pointed out that the old lady needed to pay attention to the beautiful green dog. Finally, the woman said that it had something to do with the three ghosts in her inn, and she knew the feeling. Hearing about this, the guy said that he understood everything, and therefore thanked the old lady. At this moment, the aliens approached our hero because they remembered something. Looking at the guy who was depicted in the photo, the residents of this hotel noted that it seems to them that this is their owner. Seeing that the ghost was already beginning to give a paw, the bear noticed that he was getting too used to the role. After a while, our hero was sitting in his room and reading something carefully. At this moment, Yuichu ran into the room and greeted the young man happily. Although immediately looking around, the beauty asked why it was so quiet in this place. The young man explained that they had tried a lot of things after getting the assignment with this inn. At first, there was an attempt to bribe players to come to this place and actively spend their money. But the owner refused. She set a service limit of 20 customers a day, but they still had some ideas. At first, the heroes tried to create a special membership society, issued special cards, and as long as there was a demand for them, the hotel's profit increased very easily. However, at some point, the old woman didn't like it either, so she refused. The woman said that in her youth, she was framed in the same way by the company. It is not fair to guess. Take money and run away, although the guy noted that he is not sure that they are talking about the same thing. Still, if all the financial impact is impossible, they can use a different tactic because they have other concerns, so the tyrant went to fight in the arena. As for Night Dancer, he found the game's champion mission, but you need a new account to complete it, and we are currently working on it. Taking a deep breath, Dong Dong once again said that this was the only clue they had. After looking at the photo, the girl honestly admitted that it looks very simple. And then she noticed that the young man had recently told her that the old woman had had some sort of incident with the hotel, something she remembered even though it happened 30 years ago, but that the story was on the eastern continents and only appeared in major cities. Yuchu said that there are 4 continents in Azura, and the Paradise Island they are currently on is located in the center, between all the other continents. The closer to the equator, the warmer the climate. This man in the photo is quite dark, and therefore you can consider the southern cities of the eastern continent. The range is thus reduced, and the patterns on the body should be the tradition of some tribe. Hearing the girl's question about whether the young man had seen such a thing before, he happily replied that he hadn't. The blonde immediately stated that Bai City, Fang County, and Hua City are located in the center. She thinks that the 3 cities are the most suspicious. They are also the strongest in the east, not counting the capital. Raising her hand, Pao said that she could make inquiries about all of this. But a friend said that this is a bad idea. They haven't completed the quest yet. It's better not to attract attention. Their actions can cause a stir, and they can also scare the main target. Dong Dong didn't agree with this. He explained that the mission wasn't announced publicly, but they had to attract the attention of all potential competitors when they entered the amusement park. Therefore, they need to take advantage of the right opportunities, especially since the more people who cooperate with them, the better. Yuchu smiled and realized who she needed to contact, saying that information would be available soon. This person was Gu Ling, who didn't understand why the girl didn't go to Dong Dong, but she said that it was his help that she needed. Initially, the young man did not agree, but then still gave up and decided to help. After returning, the joyous beauty started saying that this guy's tattoos are a sign of belonging to a small sect on the southern side of the eastern continent, the Soul Refining Sect. They form a separate people, the Flaming Tribe. Each member can be a candidate for this sect, but now no one knows where they are. The guy once again asked about whether it was true that this sect is very small. Dong Dong knew a lot of things, including that the sect had very high level of taming techniques. They could even change consciousness with their pets. But it doesn't matter now, the point is that this guy's trail ends there. Although the blonde did not understand why everything was so, because the identity of the old woman has not yet been established. When moving from city to city, everyone is recorded, it's all in the registers. And it is very important to find out why my grandmother was here, if she was on the shore of the eastern continent. Thinking about it, the young man said that this was a great idea, but he was afraid that copies of documents could be destroyed after decades. Many people are afraid that Azura can be a huge and real world, but it is not clear which of the technologies could support such a high level of intelligence. The young man honestly admitted that when he thinks about it, he feels like an ant because he can't understand anything. The game is not as simple as many people think. This is not a reality in the classical sense. They must be like children, active, curious, active to learn all the beauty of Azura. The young man was so lost in his own thoughts that he completely forgot about the girls who were next to him. Pao, who was waving her hand, was asking a friend what he was thinking. Suddenly, Dong Dong proudly stated that he now knew exactly what they needed to do. Then he added, I wonder if Yui Chu will be able to find out as much as possible about their old lady. While on the beach, a young man waved to someone, shouting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Standing in front of the heroes was Gu Ling, who noted that he was also pleased to see acquaintances in the eastern lands, adding that they not only found him, but also invited him. Our hero stated that they needed strong allies, but he thought to himself that he still needed to keep in touch with Zhang Lu Yue, which was definitely related to the main quest. Gu Ling was well aware that the young man was not so simple, so he honestly said that he was always a person who thought about benefits. Pointing to an island nearby, the young man pointed out that the sect they were looking for was located there. Then he added that they needed to get on a ship to reach their destination. However, Pao didn't understand why they would need such difficulties if they could use teleportation. Teleporters exist between major cities, such as the one they came from, but there is no teleportation here, and since flying is prohibited, they can only use the sea route. After a while, the guys in full force were already on the ship. Looking over the side, our hero said that the situation resembles the same tournament. As for the sea, it is so big. Gu Ling remembered how the last competition ended, so he said that it was not necessary to think about it. But the conversation couldn't continue because Yui Chu shouted loudly that someone was approaching him. This is information from the sensor that she installed. Gu Ling didn't understand who dared to follow them. After all, it was best for no one to mess with the Xuanyuan ship. But a moment later, small knives flew towards the young man. Just then, a dark-skinned stranger appeared, ready to jump down onto the deck of the ship. It was obvious that the girl was not in the most friendly mood. Folding his hands, the guy explained where the stranger was, and immediately added that they would be grateful for her help in their investigation. After looking at Gu Ling carefully, the beauty asked if it was true that the guys were looking for them. And then she ordered her companions, who began to appear from all sides, to kill everyone on the ship. Dong Dong managed to tell his friend that he had a very bad briefcase, but everything is fine because they have an artifact. After that, the young man shouted that Xuanyuan Wentian was a great weapon. He wasn't going to use it for such small things, and these guys weren't stronger than the third rank, so everything was fine. But for some reason, all the attention of the strangers was drawn to Pao, who was standing a little further away and above the others. The young man was afraid of this. It seemed to him that the opponents had found a weak link in the role of his mistress in the game. Shielding the beauty with himself, the guy shouted that first the villains would have to deal with him. Gu Ling realized that things were not going to end as easily as he originally thought. That is why the young man used his powers to get even with ill-wishers. At this point, people who realized that Pao was well protected turned their attention to the other girl, deciding that in this case, it would be her who would be the first. The situation was taking a dangerous turn, but Yui Chu wasn't the type to give up so easily. Therefore, the beauty pulled out some kind of grenade launcher from somewhere, deciding that in this case, the classical methods would work much better. The audience did not expect such a turn of events and therefore looked at the beauty in surprise. While the opponents were thinking about what to do, the girl had already started shooting, running after her pursuers. However, the leader just looked at what was happening on the ship. It was clear that she could not make a decision. But after a moment, the girl made a lot of swords fly towards the direction where Gu Ling was standing. As he dodged the knives, he thought that this girl was different from everyone else because she was already rank 4. Surely the girl has the appropriate experience, as well as equipment. He needs too much protection to lose now, and therefore this will not happen. Therefore, the young man decided that now was the time to use his artifact because he couldn't wait any longer. The stranger looked at everything that was happening with horror. It was clear that she did not expect to encounter something like this. But after Gu Ling connected such a powerful weapon to help himself, the ship immediately split apart. Our hero was angry that the blonde man did all this and did not warn them, especially since Pao could not swim and was afraid of water, and therefore she needed special help. It took a while before Dong Dong started to slowly open his eyes, but the strange thing was that he could hear some unfamiliar voices. Some strange creatures said that the monster with the body of a human has been here for a long time. Rubbing his eyes, the young man thought that he was only dreaming because he had no idea where he was. He thought to himself that this was the first time he had lost consciousness in a game. It had been so long since he had passed out, even though he was in a so-called dream, but he could still feel the space around him. Looking in front of him, the young man asked where he was and also why he didn't feel connected to Pao. The snake said that the guy is on the Soul Island, where the members of the Soul Purification sect keep the beasts, and as for the newcomer, it is the action of the chakras that cut them off from the outside world. After hearing about this, Dong Dong didn't even think that he would be able to find this place in such a way. The snake kept saying that they were all trapped here, they didn't have enough strength, they needed more power to get out. The people of the sect promote the complete erasure of the pet's identity. This is called mind fusion. The stronger the monster that lives here, the more secretive it is. No one wants to be caught. Dong Dong knew that he shouldn't be in this place, so he asked how he could get out of here. Animals, which were very numerous in this place, said that the pet would not be able to get out in any way. The snake again said that if they knew where the exit was, they wouldn't be sitting in this dungeon waiting for their demise. The young man didn't understand why he appeared here. Although it didn't matter, he just knew that he was connected to this world. At this time, the subordinates were telling the leader that 2 of them managed to escape. In addition, the pet that was with Pao was sent to Soul Island. Our heroine remembered that when the ship broke up, she began to sink, and this girl seemed to save her, but at the same time told her to call her colleagues. The beauty did not understand anything, and therefore wondered where Dong Dong was, because she did not feel a connection with him. But the leader didn't say anything. She just ordered her assistants to take Pao to the island to be dealt with by the elders. And then she added that her subordinates should not stop and continue their search, because they needed to find the others. Coming to the teacher, the opponent of our heroes immediately said that she made a mistake. Because she managed to detain only 1 girl, the others are still being sought. The woman behind the screen was thanking Huang Yang for her service and telling her to bring a foreign woman because she wanted to see her. Pao understood that it was about her, but she didn't want anyone to touch her. Moreover, the girl reminded that she was studying at the Divine Academy. After that, the chief in this place ordered the guests to give a warm welcome and receive her with all honors. Huang Yang immediately bowed and stated that they would do as master ordered. Sitting on the ground, the owner of our hero did not understand what had changed and for what reason she was suddenly released. She continued to ask where Dong Dong was. Turning around, the girl pointed out that if the player wanted to know about all this, she should cooperate with them. In the next second, she flapped her hands, signaling the servants to enter. Pointing to the fruit, the young woman explained that it was their national dish, and if Pao needed anything, she could tell him about it. But the blonde didn't like this kind of treatment, so she screamed that she would rather die than eat all this food. At this moment, Yu Chu was shaking Guling violently and demanding that he recover immediately. Raising his hand, the guy shouted that the girl didn't shake him anymore. And then he added that he was already awake, so it wasn't necessary to hit him so hard. The beauty was more angry than ever. She began to blame the player, because he said that on the ship they are under his protection and therefore does not understand how what happened. The ship was wrecked, leaving only splinters of wood, and the survivors were floating on planks, but there were also those who died. The young man said that there was only one way to the Soul Island right now, but they were hostile to strangers, aggressively defending against them, and therefore it was better for their people to hide now. When they attracted the attention of the main forces, then they would penetrate the enemy's rear. He then happily added that they would use a strong decoy to then win by numbers. The skeleton had taught him that. But she didn't understand why they would hide in this case, what difference there was between a few people and a little more numbers. But Guling said that it is necessary to use the trick while it is still relevant. But still, first of all, the guys decided to look around. They understood that there might be some traps on this island. After a while, one of the people living on Soul Island shouted that Pao had eaten half of their supplies, although Huang Yang didn't believe it, noting that the little girl couldn't eat that much. But when she picked up the list, she almost fainted, not understanding how anyone could have such an appetite. At the same time, on the same island, a young girl was shouting, lamenting that their leader Guling had abandoned them. The terrified guy explained that he probably had a reason to break up the ship. In any case, he left a message telling everyone to split up. Another warrior said that they needed to attract the attention of the local people to give the leader time to complete his task. When the strongest young man left, he said that he would do it because he had already done something like this before. A moment later, the boy slammed his fist into the ground with such force that it seemed to split in two. Although the young man who lived on the island did not immediately notice this, he was glad that the queen sent him to patrol the area, telling him to pay attention to all strangers. And he added that he was just a patrolman, he didn't need to look for anyone, and in general he wanted to go home because he was very hungry. But less than a minute later, the teenager noticed that something was wrong, although no one warned him about this. The young man shouted that this was too big a problem for their community. All of a sudden, the guy started beating his drum loudly and shouting about seeing strangers in the distance. The group that arrived at the scene said that it was enough to knock so loudly because they themselves saw everything perfectly. Holding her head, the brunette told her companion that he was a real machine of destruction, and it actually looked a little terrifying. It looked like a crater from a fallen meteorite. Scratching his head, the young man who had done all this said that now was the time to get out of here. And in order not to waste other people's strength, he immediately took the beauty in his arms and carried her somewhere away. However, the brunette was not happy. She said that she was very afraid of heights. But in that situation, it didn't matter who was afraid of what, because it was absolutely necessary to hide. Suddenly, Huang Yang shouted to her men to immediately catch the outsiders who were right in front of them. But what she hadn't calculated was that not only did the guy have superior strength, but he could also jump very high. The locals had never seen anything like it, so they froze in their seats for a moment. The leader of the group was angry, realizing that they were so close, but there was nothing they could do about it. Guling, who was also watching, said that it looked like his team had taken action, noting that the guys had lured the enemy to the opposite direction, so they were using the map they received earlier to head straight to the center. Yi Chu, hearing about this, said that her friend wasn't a bad guy at all, since he approached it so responsibly. Guling was very surprised by this, saying that the girl rarely gives compliments, adding that he has a lot of henchmen, so it's easy. Although in the next moment, the blonde regained her former temper, saying that it was better to talk less and do more. At this time, Dongdong, who was in the dungeon, kept shouting loudly, asking if anyone could hear him. But the snake asked the young man to be as quiet as possible, saying that everyone was afraid that they would be caught, and therefore it was better to behave calmly. The guy said that in this case, he will just move forward while simultaneously asking what the pet's name is. Snake said that her name is Ming Shi, she has a friend, his name is Teijiang, and added that soul grabbing is mainly a technique of the East. So basically, there are monsters here, it is from the East, realizing that the new guest is from the West. Our hero did not understand how to find out about this, but the reptile explained that its former owner had told and shown a lot. Hearing about the owner, the guy thought that his new acquaintance turns out to be a prisoner as well. Mingxi explained that her master is a member of a sect, it's just that there was a civil war here 10 years ago. Some of the sectarians believed in the possibility of peaceful coexistence with animals, but they lost in that battle. Eventually, those people were banished, and the pets were separated from their owners, and they were forbidden to use their power. Our hero said out loud that it seems to him that the person with the photo may somehow be connected with this battle. Suddenly, the young man saw a light in front of him, which immediately made him happy. But the snake said that it was the tomb of one of the 4 sealed great beasts of Xuan Wu. After a short pause, he added that he was just one of them. The cultists are waiting for him to weaken, and his consciousness is finally subdued. At this time, Pao was happily eating food, and the little boy said that the boss said that she should have lost her appetite by now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough food for the festival. But the beauty was playing her part, so she noted that Rowdy had been ordered to be polite to her and immediately asked about the festival. The boy shook his head, saying that he couldn't tell her because he would disobey, even though he had to be polite to the guest. Smiling, Pao asked affectionately who was more important to Rowdy in this case. The child didn't understand much, but he said that the lady was important to him. And then he added that in any case, you can't eat anymore, except for this, he can't stay long and talk to the guest. After that, the blonde saw how the boy hurried out of her room with speed. Turning around, our heroine realized that she was left completely alone. And that's exactly what she needed, because Beauty took out her chest and let the ghost out. He was glad to leave his hiding place and claimed that Mr. Ben was once again at their service. Pao was worried that they might be overheard and therefore asked the pet to speak as quietly as possible. The girl knew that she had to tell the whole story, so she immediately began to tell what had happened. Ben said that he understood everything. Moreover, he would definitely find out where Dongdong is and inform him, after which he added that most of the obstacles do not affect him, and therefore he will do everything and even more. The blonde saw how easily this pet passed through the bars, and therefore hoped that he would succeed. Looking ahead, Pao sighed, but a new plan had already formed in her mind. The beauty called Rowdy again, saying that she was very thirsty, and therefore she would not refuse milk tea. The boy was very tired of running back and forth, and therefore shouted loudly that he could not hear or see this lady. Moving forward, our hero said that it turns out that even Xuan Wu's soul can be purified. Hearing the snake say that great beasts are different from ordinary ones, so they have one more talent point, some have special abilities. Running his hand over this huge snake, the young man said that even because of its size alone, Xuan Wu was worthy of being called divine. But a minute later, the reptile screamed that it should not just poke, because it is alive. Moreover, the young man took a step back and said that this prisoner was also intelligent. Looking somewhere, Snake noticed that the bad people from the sect now collect all sorts of garbage. Even a small Trekrang bug is here to interfere with his sleep. Chuckling, our hero said that this is the wisest old man, Xuan Wu. A new friend of our hero said that before him is not a snake, but a turtle, which has become very angry. Anyway, Xuan Wu mentioned that his brother is like that, but he doesn't want to talk right now because he's not in the mood for it. The young man thought that these brothers were too different, although it was not clear who they were talking about. At this moment, another creature noted that they didn't have much time left, because all 4 divine beasts are imprisoned here. On the day of the Heavenly Feast Island, ill-wishers use their technique to influence their strength. When that happens, they will have no equal in the entire world. When Dongdong heard about this, he said that they were involved in such a big event and immediately asked the snake, realizing that the turtle was not it, a way to get out of the prison. But he was angry and told the guy not to say anything stupid, because if anyone knew about it, they wouldn't be sitting here. Another animal pointed out that they need a high-level fighter to get out, If the young man has a heart, he can go to the eastern part of the island to find their brother Konglong, but if he is powerless, everything is lost. The young man asked if there was a ghost who didn't mind the curses here, if it could destroy the target from the inside. He said that he had heard legends about great underground ghosts and that they were not affected by most obstacles, but only where to find them. Hearing about this, Dongdong happily shouted that it was an amazing coincidence because he knew such a person. He added that he hopes that he is also on the island, and Pao has already released him. Ben at this time has already begun to fulfill his mission, telling the girl that there are many beautiful flowers here, and he is ready to pick them all for the sake of the beauty. Huang Yang was asking angrily where this pet came from on the island. As Yuichu moved through the jungle, she asked her companion if he had been able to contact Pao, but he admitted that they had entered a zone where communication was blocked. Otherwise, he would have contacted not only her, but also his own people. Looking back, the girl again complimented her colleague on the fact that he was well-versed in the area and immediately asked if everything would be fine with his people. The young man explained that they move in small groups, which makes it much easier for everyone. And indeed, the three of them, despite a number of circumstances, felt absolutely confident. So, the strongest guy said that it is very unexpected in this place to meet someone who is ready to compete with him. The stranger, in turn, said that he never thought that someone would be able to fight with him on a par. The patterns on their bodies are the symbols of the animals they have devoured, and the power of his Bi-Shi beast is able to move mountains. But Guling's teammate was not going to give up, noting that he had not seen a player fight with physical strength for a long time, and therefore wants to find out what is better and who is better. After a moment, the guy accelerated and ran in the direction where the enemy was. The young man threw a punch, but the opponent swerved to the side in time, and therefore the hand passed slightly above the target. This was unpleasant because the player understood that due to the force of inertia, he could fall to the ground himself. Moreover, the difficulty was that the ill-wisher took advantage of the moment to hit the uninvited guest on the head. But all he said was that it was a good shot, even though he had a strong skull, so it didn't mean anything. And realizing that it was necessary to act as quickly as possible, he immediately kicked his opponent. It was actually unbelievable, because the opponent immediately flew off in the opposite direction. The young man sat on the ground and didn't seem to know what to do next. After a moment, he realized that the stranger was actually quite good, because he had a lot of power, and a very good one at that. But he knew better than to be distracted by these conversations, since the battle wasn't over yet, and neither was the entire mission. The opponent also didn't want to stop talking about waiting to be attacked. A minute later, the battle had already begun, and it was clear that the two men were doing everything in their power to win. The companions who were watching from behind the shelter didn't believe that there were still strong people on this island. The guy knew that they could help, but they couldn't do it without getting in the way. Moreover, their goal was to create a hype. Passing something to a friend, the brunette said that before the trip she made several talismans. They should work at a critical moment, and immediately added that it was best for them to split up. At this time, another part of the people were trying to catch Ben, although they did not understand why this green creature was so fast, because they did not get any closer to doing anything at all. The ghost was saying that he didn't understand why everyone was so angry, because he just greeted their leader in a friendly way. And then something happened that Ben didn't expect. Someone's sharp knife flew in his direction. But it wasn't a problem for the cast. Moreover, he picked up this cold weapon and was about to throw it back. Smiling, the pet said that again in front of him is a beautiful lady who dropped something. The girl stated that normal attacks against this creature did not work, and therefore asked the assistants to immediately bring an elder with spatial power here. Closing his eyes, Ben noted that he did not understand why such slowness, and added that with such a character, it would be very difficult for a woman to find a man. Then he added that he can no longer play with all these people because he has his own business too. And then the ghost hinted that there might be some problems in the camp, so Huang Yang ordered some people to go and protect the queen. And then she said, she swears that when she catches this green monster, she'll turn it into patterns on her feet to trample on for life. But this did not frighten the ghost at all, and even on the contrary, he slyly winked, noting that in this case, he would always be together with the beautiful lady, which cannot but rejoice. At this time, in a hidden part of the island, a locked beast asked our hero if he really knew Ben. The young man noted that this is true. Moreover, he is on his side. The only thing that needs to be done is to think about how to contact him. Another animal also happily stated that if they manage to break the chains and get out, then in the future, they will always come to help if needed. Xuanwu confirmed this, saying that he absolutely agreed with his comrade. All of a sudden, a system board appeared in front of Dongdong, offering to take part in a hidden quest and release the 4 divine beasts. And in order to help the young man, the snake gave him scales, saying that it could save the young man's life and become a symbol of their contract. Passing on this important detail, the prisoner noted that the guy should try not only for their sake, but also for the sake of others like him. Dongdong said out loud that he had received his reward before he even completed the task. The player was glad that he would not only have tickets, but also a prize for 4 saved animals. The young man proudly declared that the prisoners could rest easy, because for them, salvation would be a matter of honor and his duty. Juanwu said that although the guy is small, he is capable of many things, adding that he is actually quite good. When our hero went somewhere ahead, the animals discussed among themselves whether to trust Dongdong, but they came to the conclusion that they can only believe in the young man, adding that as soon as he is released, then immediately destroy that hag. A small snake sitting on the guy's shoulder asked if he would really free everyone if he got out of here. But the young man asked why it was so hard to believe. However, the prisoner said that our hero only has the 3rd rank. Even a particularly strong mushroom can defeat him. Moving a little further, the player saw a large number of pets, who also asked to look at them, saying that they are also capable of a lot. Dongdong wasn't up to it. He was telling Snake not to underestimate him. Moreover, he should think about why he was recognized by the goons. After a moment's thought, the reptile stated that it was likely that their guess was actually right. The young man did not want to be rude, so he told his friends that they needed to relax and added that he had read a lot of books. After that, our hero asked if it was true that we should go to the sealing place of Jukui now. He wanted to know how many pets were sealed here, but the snake said it didn't know exactly, but hoped they would actually be released and get out. Then he added that even if he would never get out of this place, hope was better than despair. Dongdong knew his own strength, so he once again told no one to worry. After seeing some sort of glow, the player stated that it was likely that Jukei was in the exact crevice they were seeing. But once inside, the guy immediately asked why this place was empty. Looking at the broken shell, the young man thought that there was something under one of them, so he asked if it was true that this was the right one for them. But when he picked up the shell, he found Plu there, so he shouted that he didn't even believe that he would be here. The young man was happy because he saw a familiar face, although he immediately asked if he knew where Jukei was. The pet didn't say anything, but instead he pointed his hand somewhere in the darkness. Dongdong realized that he should probably look behind that rock, although he began to doubt it, because he expected to see some huge monster in front of him. Indeed, there was someone in that place, although it seemed that this creature itself was afraid of everything that was around. A moment later, a very small pet appeared in front of the audience, shaking and telling no one to approach it. The snake immediately said that it was Nirvana, and added that it may have purposely shrunk in size to get rid of the shackles. Our hero did not know anything about this, and therefore decided to ask again to understand the question. The snake said that Jukei is the strongest of the phoenixes. He can fall into nirvana, which gives a new birth, a new life that has nothing to do with the past. And while the animal said that after that the pet loses all its memories and starts life with a clean slate, he continued to tell them not to approach him. Finally, he realized that the true phoenix had been released and now didn't remember anything. The boy looked at the little one carefully, though he was in no hurry to say anything. With tears in his eyes, the one who used to be a phoenix would hear the conversation and ask what he didn't remember. As he shook hands with the unfortunate man, Dongdong suddenly said that he was his father, who had gone to buy bread a long time ago. It looked very strange, but the pet suddenly uttered a word that it had never uttered before. Snake told Plu that the man didn't really have a conscience, but it didn't matter to the guy because he wanted to tame the beast that was afraid of him. Although the pet was not so stupid, and therefore said that it seems to him that they should not have a father, just a mother. Our hero stared intently in front of him and didn't know how to react. But after a moment, the player decided to act, and therefore noted that in reality, he and his mother too. The little animal, who still had tears in his eyes, said that he knew the smell of the young man, and therefore it probably wasn't so bad. Dongdong didn't understand what it could be related to, but he immediately thought of the scales, thinking that it had helped him in this case as well. Suddenly, Juke threw himself into the arms of his rescuer, calling him Mama and saying that it was good that she had come because he couldn't sit in this dark cave anymore. After stroking this pet, the young man said that at least one of the divine beasts, after losing their memory, became a very ordinary child. Stroking the pet, the young man told him not to worry because they would soon be leaving this terrible place, adding that they would soon find Qinlong as well. Snake, who was nearby, noted that if Xuanwu found out that the guy was using him for his own purposes, he immediately fell silent. Ding Dong knew that there really would be no mercy for him. They could do anything to him. The animal that was sitting on its neck noted that it needed an experience fruit. It was still at the first level, but it needed more to help its brothers. At the same time, Yuichu was happy that they had come, but she was angry that it was a real hell, although she immediately wondered why there were so few people in the center. Guling explained that his people had lured everyone out, and therefore it was necessary to deal with those who were still left. But before the young man could turn around, he realized that his companion was not next to him. The restless girl sharply shouted that she wouldn't wait for her comrade for very long. When he turned around, he noticed that the 2-man security team was already tied up. Looking at a certain door, Guling explained that this is the forbidden place of the soul refining clan. According to his information, this is where they keep the secrets of their technique. As Yuichu moved on, she saw a lot of bats, but even so, everything was calm. And it seemed strange to the young man, but the beauty noted that she had nothing to fear from these mice, because with her teacher, they explored creatures much scarier. Guling once again said that a blonde girl had too much guts for a girl. In an exasperated voice, Yuichu pointed out that being a woman meant being afraid, adding that there was no need to put labels on anyone. It was better to look at yourself, because there was a thin boy in front of her, but she didn't complain that she got such a partner. He thought that all he meant to say was that a beautiful woman could fight on a par with men. Something was happening to Yuichu, so she started to get angry again at her teammate, who didn't want to make her even more nervous. And so instead of words, the young people decided to move on to action, moving into the dungeon. After a while, the guys were already standing in front of a huge door. The guys said that this was probably the entrance. They needed to pick the lock. And to do this, they had to somehow link the 12 symbols on the axis. The girls suggested that they need to turn the ball so that a certain design is obtained, a code of signs that should indicate the direction and place. This is not so difficult. You just need to put a small bug to the mechanism. The beauty explained that she had been developing these small robots for a long time so that they could crack larger structures. Yuichu said that the island is in the east, the center of purification is in the north, and the cave is in the west, which together forms a code. Holding the scroll in his hands, the guy said that they had the code from the very beginning. The young man knew that the reaction would be exactly like this, so he didn't want to say anything anymore. As they went inside, they noticed the skeletons lying on the ground. Moreover, there were either people or some statues standing in the center, holding torches in their hands. The young man also did not understand anything, asking if these were real bones. If so, he could not even realize what was happening here. The bottom line was that before a fighter could turn his pet into a drawing on the body, and so you can use the force, there was a Lao Tzu who cleansed the soul purification tribe. Moreover, he taught it to others. After that, the tribe was divided into two parts. Some believed that it was necessary to coexist well with pets, while others were sure that the pet did not need consciousness. It could be used for its own purposes. It was decided that every 10 years there would be a festival where the head of the tribe would be determined, and that was the end of the information. Guling stated that only the early periods of the tribe's existence are described here. Folding her arms across her chest, Yuichu noted that she had set the robot to scan the area, but according to this information, there were only Reavers left on the island. Suddenly, the girl stopped and asked her companion what the Liberator's name was, but the guy said that all the Liberators were destroyed because they were considered enemies. The beauty fell silent as she pondered what had happened that could have led to a battle between some clan members. After looking at the skeletons, she decided that they might be the elders of the Liberators, and among them might be the same man. So she decided that everyone should be searched. This was all very important to Yuichu, so she closed her eyes, folded her hands, and apologized in advance for what she had planned to do. The blonde walked up close to one of the skeletons to examine it, but the guy said it was so long ago, so it's better not to touch them. There are not a dozen of them here, and if there was anything on them, the Reavers would definitely have taken it by now. At this moment, the beauty carefully looked somewhere to the side, asking the young man to do the same. The girl explained that only this skeleton has a different pose from the others, so I decided that there must have been something as strange as possible about it. After knocking on the floor, Yuichu said that there was nothing inside, so she pointed out that there must be a way to get in. The young man wanted it to be useful too, so he suggested that we look around to see what was what. A few minutes later, the boys were walking around the circle together, trying to figure out how it might open. And then something happened that the young people did not expect, because suddenly they flew down somewhere. Although the flight wasn't long, after a short period of time, Guling was standing on solid ground. Realizing that the girl hadn't landed yet, the guy immediately put out his hands and caught her. The young man saw that the beauty was afraid, so he said in a soft tone that they were fine. Yuichu was glad that she didn't fall, however. She looked at the young man in embarrassment, realizing that it was a bit awkward. Suddenly, the blonde started screaming, protesting that someone had decided to support her, saying that she didn't need anyone's help. Guling didn't understand why he had come across such a companion who had slapped him instead of thanking him, but she didn't want to discuss it. However, the children were no longer up to it. They carefully looked around, realizing that they had entered some room. Seeing a device in front of him, the player assumed that it resembled a record player, so he pressed the button firmly to see if his assumptions were correct. Suddenly, a hologram appeared in front of the heroes, who happily greeted them. The stranger declared that he did not care who heard him. The most important thing was that it was not the Reavers. It takes at least 2 living beings to trigger the mechanism, and only Reavers go up to the ancestral altar alone. This was the secret room where Shufu and his pet Gosho trained together, and where he and River spent a few happy moments. Those who got to this happy place, well done, he can't see them, but wishes them success. The girl said that they were actually busy with work, not just relaxing. The stranger went on to say that the story he wanted to tell was about him and River, as well as the Reaver's brutality. At this time, Ben realized that for some reason he couldn't move. Ravager Goo was shouting menacingly about how he could easily subdue this pet. Inwardly, Ghost thought that this was a small island, but there were still capable space mages here. At this time, the man said that it was better for them to send this creature to the Soul Island and then use it as they see fit. Inwardly, the pet thought that he had been looking for Dong Dong for half a day, even though he was probably on that island. Even so, Ben still kept trying to get out and do something. While bowing, Huang Yang said that thanks to Mr. Gu, the barriers on Soul Island have the same power as his own. They never open except during the festival period, so he thinks that this green monster can only wait to die. The stranger began his story by saying that, sitting on the island, he dreamed that one day he would get out of it. The young man dreamed that he would see some other life. As the master had once told him, great trials were meant for him, so he assumed that he would definitely meet new friends. But after a moment, the guy carefully looked in front of him. Real horror froze in his eyes. The young man saw a huge wave and decided that something was wrong on the other side. The stranger knew that if he did not leave this place now, he might be overwhelmed by a powerful flood of water. But the guy caught himself too late because the wave crashed down on the shore, sweeping away everything in its path. After a while, everything returned to normal. Despite this, the person needed to clear his throat and catch his breath. When the young man thought that everything was fine, he saw a stranger in front of him. It was a beautiful brunette who immediately liked the residents of this place, who shouted that all his thoughts were material. But the young man did not have time to think about something else. He saw that liberators were walking on the island, and therefore decided that one of the strangers had entered this island. The guy knew that these were not good people, and therefore decided that it was necessary to act immediately. This man immediately called for the help of Cold, telling him to hide the beauty, and did it as soon as possible. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes, although she was still silent. So that the brunette was not afraid, the guy explained that this is a sacred place. It is forbidden for most, but it is safe here. Holding her head, the stranger explained that she remembered very well that she was on a merchant ship, but then a huge wave rose. The young man said that, most likely, they encountered a barrier around the island, but it's good that the beauty met him. He is friendly and therefore will help you get back. But in the next minute, the girl was silent, and the guy asked in a kind of frightened tone what was wrong. The stranger was just shouting about standing up, even though she didn't say what that meant. The reason was that the brunette thought that she was being changed, although the young man claimed that this was not the case, explaining that he knew the difference between a man and a woman. Pointing to the cold one, the beauty asked who the man was, and heard that he was most likely a male, but this is not accurate. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl said that it turns out that a man was changing her clothes. Although she immediately turned her anger to mercy, thanking the guys for saving her, and immediately declared that her name was River Shan, but she wanted to know how to get out of this place. Raising his hand, the young man said that in 6 months he would be able to get off the island, and the beauty would become his pet and go with him. The brunette immediately exclaimed and imagined what it would be like. But instead of answering, the beauty turned away. Although the young man claimed that she did not think so, it was just that it was much easier to take the pet out of the island. Closing her eyes, River Shan said that at least slowly, but surely in any case, this person definitely does not plan to harm her, because if he wanted to, he would have done it already. Taking a spoon in his mouth, the guy held it in his mouth for a while. And then he happily shouted that he had tasted it just like his new friend. It was actually so delicious, and also such a large portion. Folding her hands, River Shan confessed that her goal was to become the owner of an inn, where she would take care of comfort and delicious food, and immediately asked what else the young man knew about the outside world. Concentrating, the guy started talking about how there were a lot of treasures outside. The girl continued his idea that there are many animals, rivals, but suddenly asked a question about what the young man plans to do in the future. Thinking about it, the young man admitted that he did not know, although the teacher said that he had to train to win the festival. Happy River Shan immediately said that, in this case, maybe her new friend will go with her, so that they can open a hotel together. She does not have enough free hands, and Cold can work as a ghost for them. It will be very funny. And while the brunette continued to talk, the islander thought that she really offers a good idea. At this time, the queen was telling the people that on this day, they should go and find information about the divine beasts. They hoped that they wouldn't come back empty-handed. Huang Yang, who was standing next to the guy, asked if he had already found a partner for the expedition, noting that they could go together. Raising his hand, the young man said that he had found a great partner. And then he noted that the girls should not talk to him yet, because if someone sees them, they will be scolded. As he left, the young man said that he would go first. After a while, the children were already in the city, where sellers from all sides shouted that they should not pass by the shops with delicacies. The guy was happy as a child, talking about how he managed to be in the outside world. It seemed like it was actually something amazing. But suddenly, the guy's expression changed a lot. It seemed that he was afraid of something, and very much. The brunette, who couldn't understand anything, immediately asked what was wrong. Turning around, the young man admitted that he did not understand what was wrong with him, but for some reason he was panicking. There were so many people around. It was very exciting. The beauty said that it was somehow abnormal. At first, the young man wanted to get here, but now he was afraid of people. But the guy honestly admitted that he was not used to this, because for a long time he was alone, and therefore you just need to adapt. Wanting to support her friend, River Shan gently took his hand and led him forward. She enthusiastically declared that now was the time for her to save him and asked him not to go too far. It was the first time the guy was in the middle of a crowd, in the midst of a huge flow of new things and information. However, that wasn't what bothered the young man, but something else entirely. Although after a while, the guy still felt much better because he had such a special girl with him. She held his hand in hers, and in that moment, all her fears and worries just disappeared. When asked by River Shan, the blonde said that he plans to find new pets to ask them if they would like to become drawings on his body. But the beauty herself now said that she did not know what to do. Perhaps she needed to leave home, travel, open some small store. And then she went on to say that recently one company deprived her of a lot of money. But realizing that there was no point in worrying, the brunette replied that she was going to go with her new friend to explore the world with him. If she managed to help the guy with the pet, then he would be owed. At this moment, a person was asking Desolator Ling how dare she do this to her kindred. But the girl said that you need to understand how to use the great gift of cleansing the soul. A man talks about peace, but these creatures have done them too much harm. How can you even consider their opinion after that? The leader said that it was because their settlement took their place. Most of the beasts were not to blame for anything. It was they who wanted to solve it slowly but surely. Ling didn't like what the man said, especially when he brought up a personal topic. The problem was that this man suddenly became ill. He did not understand what was happening to him. And then it seemed as if the man had disintegrated into separate particles. At this moment, Huang Yang entered the room and explained that everyone who resisted was trapped in a large rock. She added that this young man had left the island, but Ling seemed to like him. However, she turned around and looked sharply in the direction where her assistant was standing. After that, something went wrong with the blonde. As for the new leader, she said that they had destroyed the boy's family. There was nothing between them now, and the tattoos were enough to sever all memories. Lee realized that he was being sent on an important mission, saying that he would do everything that depended on him. Sitting in the hotel, the young man noted that it had already been 6 months since they founded the hotel, but the guests were scared off by its concept. His friend pointed out that maybe something went wrong, but they made friends. Moreover, the hotel is gaining momentum, albeit slowly. Answering a friend's question about his return, the guy honestly admitted that he does not know this because he feels good in this place. River Shan said that this is all understandable, but after all, there is a teacher and mentor on the island, as well as all friends, and added that the decision does not need to be made right now. The girl honestly admitted that in any case, she will wait for the return of her friend as long as necessary. After that, the brunette asked the cool one to take a camera and take a beautiful photo. River Shan quickly ran over to the young man, who seemed a little embarrassed by the activity, but the girl insisted on her own, and therefore slightly corrected the smile to her friend. After a while, the beauty herself began to smile, realizing that they were about to take a picture. It was a great photo, full of interest and some pure and special love. He was thinking that if it were possible, he would have stopped time at that exact moment. After tying up her former teammate, Huang Yang cursed, saying that now it was clear what he had been doing all these years. He found a few useless pets and an equally useless woman. But the guy said that not always the benefit depends on the strength. Everyone should know about it. The blonde didn't like that comment, so she pointed out that the boy didn't know anything at all. But after a moment, it seemed to her that there was some kind of barrier in front of her. Looking in front of her, the ill-wisher thought about what was going on in this place at all. For a moment, it was actually impossible to get to the young man and his companion because they were enveloped in a warm yellow light. Huang Yang said out loud that the strength of this barrier was such that it wouldn't even let her in. Moreover, it was difficult to break through with very strong energy. The brunette screamed that this is an amulet of her family, and therefore the girl cannot even try, because it is a very strong thing. Lee didn't like that the prisoner was saying something. He said that they didn't want to know about it at all. The most important thing was not to make them angry, otherwise it would be even worse. At this moment, a female colleague said that Shang, this is the head of the largest empire in the East, the reigning surname of the Xia dynasty. Most likely this beauty is part of the royal family, since the girl is not a warrior, and the amulet is so strong, she definitely occupies a high position in society. The young man, hearing about this, decided that it wasn't a big deal that River Shan had managed to survive the crash. Lee didn't know what to do, thinking that they should let the prisoner go, pretending that nothing had happened at all. But the blonde was angry. She screamed that, how can they pretend that nothing happened when there is only a little bit left? Shifting her gaze to the young girl, the ill-wisher said that the amulet might actually protect her life, but it wouldn't stop the spell. After that, Huang Yang shouted that the brunette would grow old and lose her memory. She will forget everything that happened to her during this time forever. She didn't believe that her amulet didn't have any power, even though she was sure that it would work now. The young man turned to his colleague. He asked her why she had changed so much, what had happened that her heart had become so callous. But she did not explain anything. Closing her eyes, she only said that she had no choice. Everything that she now has was given to her by the teacher. The guy wanted to save the brunette, and therefore said that in this case, they can take him away. Suddenly, a bright light began to envelop the young man again. Li shouted that the young man had broken the spell because he had exchanged consciousness with his pet, and that was against the law. And after a moment, he continued to say that now there is no use from this person since his consciousness is hidden in one of the pets, but it is unclear in which one. The girl told her brother not to leave in a hurry and start searching. The whole reason is that the power of this person continues to live in his body, and therefore this will be quite enough. The brother didn't understand what was being said. He was looking at his sister intently. Then looking down, the guy said that he understood everything, and therefore would not look for pets. After a while, the tribe members went back to the island, taking the prisoner with them. As for River Shan, she squatted down and looked in front of her, trying to figure out who she was. At this moment, the woman was touched by a hand. The man said that he was close, and this time for a long time. The guy went on to say that the Reavers have all their pets, but as long as the divine beings are still alive, there is still a chance. You just need to wait until the leader clears his body of skills at the festival, at which point you can deal a decisive blow. You need to be careful. The Reavers method requires a sacrifice, and the best one is a tamer with similar abilities. They were able to defeat the liberators because they used their people as victims. After hearing the story to the end, Yuichu immediately started asking where Pao was right now. At this point, the ill-wisher reported to the teacher that the girl scribe is still at large. Ling said that a hand-to-hand fighter and an archer are not suitable as victims, and therefore you need to continue preparing for the festival, after which they will be sacrificed to heaven. The guys talked among themselves, hoping that this queen would be caught very soon. A moment later, Gu shouted that he had managed to catch the uninvited guest of the island. The girl asked with sadness in her voice why the people on this island were unnaturally strong. At this time, Huang Yang came to Pao's room and told her to put on the jewelry she had brought with her. But the beauty loudly shouted that she would not buy the handouts, and therefore she did not need it all. But the matron told the girl not to resist, but to wear it all, because she would attend a festival where there would be a lot of food. A moment later, a friend of our hero announced that she had done everything, and therefore they can go. But the villain noted that you should not rush. They have a tradition. It is to put drawings on the body, and therefore you cannot go out without them. The bad people had a plan that they were going to follow through on. Pao, who was heading towards the beach, didn't know anything, so she did as she was told. As they moved through the cave, Dongdong told his new friends that they had to find the last sacred animal, Qin Lun. The young man asked if he had any special features, adding that if he also loses his memory, then he will be rich. The snake explained that Qin Lun is a divine beast with wood element. He can heal. He is the most famous of the four spirits. The rest are little studied. The young man told Tweety that soon they would meet his brother. They had been together before, but this island captivated them, but soon he would help them, and therefore Tweety should talk to his brother about a good reward. The pet was happy, although he did not understand anything, and therefore said that everything would be done. After a while, the travelers came to a huge beast, which in some ways resembled a snake, and in some ways a dragon. The guy immediately realized that it was Qin Lun, so he asked if it was true that he had gone to bed. The beast was angry and therefore asked him not to interfere, because he was preparing for death, because he finally lost in this battle. Our hero was not going to stop, and therefore, showing Tweety, he said, really? He wasn't even going to look at his relatives with an eye. Suddenly, the beast came to life and immediately shouted that it was Zhu Kui, who seemed to have been reborn. Yawning, he continued to say that it was useless, since he didn't remember anything now, although he still asked if the kindred knew how they could escape from here. Tweety, as the young man called him, honestly admitted that he didn't remember anything at all. The dragon had already given up all hope, but suddenly this small creature said that it really translated, but remembered everything immediately after birth. Qinlun's eyes widened as he realized that a divine transmission of thought had somehow occurred. And Tweety said that this boy says that he knows how to get out, apparently that he is not new to this business, although he believes that this is a naive pet in front of him. And then he added that if the dragon blurted out what he had been told, he would destroy the entire precious garden and take all the fruits of the experience for himself. Qinlun knew that he wouldn't say anything, so he asked the youth if he knew how to leave this place. Cocking his head, Dongdong noted that he felt like he didn't talk about it. Turning around, the pet noted that the mother, as he called our hero, just said that he knew the way out, but probably already forgot about it. The young man realized that there was no need to stall for time, and therefore said that they had a ghost on their side, which can overcome a variety of obstacles. The dragon wanted to know where the ghost was, but the boy happily reported that he couldn't find it. And immediately everyone gathered in one voice began to swear, realizing that this information would not help them. However, at this moment, something strange happened, because everyone heard a strange sound. Looking up, Dongdong realized that he definitely knew that voice, which was simply impossible to forget. And it was true, because within seconds, Ben was on the ground. The pet, opening one eye slightly, carefully looked at his new friend, saying that he finally found him. The young man didn't say anything. He just grabbed the ghost's tail and happily announced to everyone that he had found the one he had lost. The snake that was sitting on the guy's neck immediately asked if this pet could do anything or not. Ben explained that it wasn't difficult, but he needed to synchronize with the restraining elements of sorcery to break them. Not much time had passed, and the dragon was already shouting happily about how all the shackles had simply dissolved. The snake said that this means that the other divine beasts can now free themselves as well. Qinlin pointed out that in this case, they needed to help the next one. Their goal was to make sure that the leader of the villains didn't miss a couple of beasts for the festival that everyone was talking about. With a wink, our hero immediately continued this phrase, saying that the most interesting thing will be when they come without an invitation. At this time, preparations for the festival were in full swing. Everyone was doing their own thing. Local girls placed various dishes on the tables, doing it very carefully. In turn, the older ones shouted that they must keep a distance between the vases since there was not enough food in the warehouse. Many of the girls were discussing among themselves that if this festival was over by now, as long as teacher rose up a rank, they would be able to get out of this island. After sitting Pao down at a small table, Huang Yang told her to stay here for a while, and Ling would call her on stage later. Pointing to the food, the companion of our hero asked if she could still eat a little. Closing her eyes, the supervisor noted that this was best done after the festival. At this time, the guards said that they had heard that there were still strangers on the island, and therefore they needed to strengthen security so that someone could not disrupt the ritual. Although one of them immediately said that the first thing to do was to strengthen the barrier so that the three of them wouldn't escape either. The brunette who had been watching the guards was waiting for them to move away. This was necessary in order to open the system board, but the beauty understood that the communication system was blocked. She wanted to leave the game, but even this did not work out for her. The guy explained that all important quests were done in such a way as to prevent the call for reinforcements, but in this scenario, it would really be beneficial for them to report the situation to the four elders. Another teammate pointed out that it looks like these guys are improving with the help of victims. They can't sit here, otherwise they will fall under the spell and die. After hearing that they would need to increase their experience, the brunette noted that they could only hope for Master Gu Ling to find the information they needed as soon as possible and put an end to this mess. Although the guys did not suspect that the security is very tight and it is difficult to get around it. This was also understood by Yui Chu, who said that the festival would start soon, and therefore it was necessary to figure out how to save Pao as soon as possible. But at that moment, a hand appeared from the portal that was behind the blonde. The ill-wisher shouted that one girl was caught, and therefore it remains to catch another enemy. His assistant noted that the territory of the festival is protected especially carefully. Even so, they would be able to use this little miss as bait. The beauty knew that everything had not gone according to plan, but she still shouted that they should not dare to do this. But in the next instant, the ill-wisher started throwing nails at Yu Chu's hand. Moreover, he said that he would order his subordinates to tell the whole island about the girl, and for every hour while her friends were looking for her, he would insert one special spike into her body. There is pure pain inside, which will gradually destroy her body. The beauty carefully observed this, saying that this should not be done. At this time, the festival was about to start, so the queen and teacher were already being welcomed. Ling was supposed to appear in the grand arena so that everyone could see her. And after a while she appeared, saying that all the generations of their ancestors were locked up on this island. They simply had no way out. But now, after the ritual is completed, this piece of land will no longer be their prison. All the people under this sky will become drawings on their skin. Raising her hand, the mentor said that heaven would accept their sacrifice, and they would be given the power of the beast. Pao knew they were pointing at her, but she didn't fully understand what was going on. At this moment, one of the subordinates immediately requested a portal to the Soul Island. And after a minute, the man continued to say that now this portal is open. However, what happened next was something that these people didn't expect, because there was something wrong with the door. The reason was because a huge hand that had appeared from the portal had tightly gripped that person in its palm. It was the evil Qin Lun, and he was threatening to say that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Only a few minutes had passed, and the animals in full force were already beginning to come out of the dungeon, glaring angrily at those who had locked them in. They snarled, saying that now they would show who the real masters were, and that everyone needed to prepare for revenge. The man who had been so excited about the opening of the portal was the first to fly to the other side of the pedestal. Qinlun told the guy that he would take care of the villainous queen and instructed the guy to take on the rest of the bad people. The young man didn't know much about the rules of this sect, so he didn't contradict. He just agreed to take on the role that was assigned to him. Although Ling shouted triumphantly at this moment that the pets were actually on the loose, but they didn't have time to recover their strength. That was why she shouted that she would start dealing with the top 4, and the rest would just give up later. The leader of the beast informed all of his brethren that this was actually true. They were weak, but they still had the strength, and therefore it was necessary to fight. A few minutes later, Dongdong was looking at Pao, who was surprised, but at the same time with great joy, talking about how good it was that the young man managed to get out of captivity. The girl was so happy that she threw herself into the arms of her friend. But only after one moment, our hero asked his friend why she was so strangely dressed. Pointing out the wrong people, Pao immediately claimed that she had been threatened, so she had no choice but to wear this. Dongdong smiled once more, saying that she was safe now because he was there. At this moment, a serious battle began between the beasts, as well as Ling, who wasn't going to give up so easily. The glowing mushrooms also had power, so they clung to the inhabitants of this island, hoping to cause them more serious damage. Some pets tried to eliminate ill-wishers in the simplest way, crushing them, because the mass of many was huge. The snake, which previously sat on the shoulder of our hero and seemed very small, now turned into a creature of large size. She wrapped her arms around one of the girls and began to regain the strength that had always rightfully been hers. Watching all this, the young man said with some longing that all these pets were originally incredibly strong, but now this is not the case. They need time to recover, time that did not exist at that moment. Suddenly, Ben flew up to the guys. He said that he managed to find Yui Chu, but something definitely happened to her. Passing the bird to Pao, the guy said that it is divine. Although it is very small now, its name is Zhu Kui. Although he calls it just Tweety, the young man left this pet for the girl, knowing that now it is needed in another place. Pao knew that everything should be all right now, so she wasn't worried that she would be able to take care of the beast. After looking at this bird, the girl immediately began to say with tenderness that it was actually still small and weak. Smiling at the blonde, Tweety stated that Dongdong was his mom, and his dad was probably looking at him right now, and immediately asked if they had any experienced fruits. He needed them to quickly increase his rank. Pao noted that there are fruits, but now they are at sea and Ugolka. She will treat the bird when there is such an opportunity. Despite the positive on the one hand, there was a negative on the other. Because the animals were trying to win back their right to become the leaders of this place again, Ling knew that she was being attacked from all sides, but she seemed to know what to do next. That's why she easily repelled the attack, using the most powerful spells for this purpose. And it really worked, because she managed to deal damage to all the animals that turned against her. So Qinlun warned the tiger to be careful. He said that this hag is capable of destroying flesh and blood with its energy, and therefore it will be bad if it gets hit again. It was clear that the queen, who had appointed herself to this role, was confident in her abilities. But the beasts were not going to wait for anything. They attacked because they understood that victory for them is their own life. Pets fought for their freedom, not sparing themselves, but also realizing that they should go to the end. The tiger that had been hit earlier didn't stand still. It was about to make another attempt and attack. But only the ill-wisher not only put up a powerful defense, but also struck a new blow. And after a moment, the animal was violently thrown back. The beast saw what was happening, but at that moment, they couldn't do anything as they weren't strong enough. The beast was ill and knew that it was unlikely that it would be able to make another attack attempt. This was also seen by Qinlun, who was cursing, noting that they had lost too much energy in captivity, so now he was not sure of their victory. As for our hero, he happily shouted that he had found Yui Chu, although he saw that some energy had damaged a part of her body and therefore needed time to recover. But at that moment, the young man was not only interested in this, he didn't understand where Guling was. After all, they were together. The girl could hardly say that her companion had gone to look for his henchmen, and immediately noted that they would not be able to defeat the Reavers alone. They needed help. After that, the beauty handed over 2 scrolls, saying that they found them in the Forbidden Soul refining area. The young man didn't understand what it was, but Yui Chu explained that one of them was the Ravager technique, which could be used to reset points and redistribute strength and reuse required sacrifice. In the second scroll, the Liberator technique is written, but it is only for tamers who can connect the body of the beast and the owner. The guys did not find anything else. After these words, the young man thought for a while. And while our heroes were talking in the forest, discussing the plan of action, the real carnage continued at the festival. Li, picking up one of the beasts, shouted that he simply had to give him his power. For this, it is only necessary to surrender. After a moment, he tossed one of the pets aside, hoping that the other would come to his senses after all. Sitting on the ground, the snake asked Taejin if he was okay, realizing that the situation was escalating. The reptile was angry, saying that humans didn't dare use their power against them. At this moment, Huang Yang walked up to her brother and spoke to him. Although then, turning to the animals, she added that the teacher said that pets are only weapons, and therefore it is useless to sympathize with them. Gu, who was the strongest mage on the island, had already started using another beast to take its power. It was obvious that the prisoners were doing all they could, but they had been imprisoned for too long. Pao watched in horror, knowing that there was nothing she could do, but at the same time, the beast couldn't do it alone. They just didn't have the strength. Tweety immediately stated that if he had the first level, these people definitely wouldn't be able to handle him. He immediately told the girl that they should find someone weak, so that if they didn't take on the strong, they could at least clean up the trash. The strongest Qinlun knew that there was a lot of attention being directed at him, so they wouldn't just leave him alone. The tiger, which already had little strength, once again succumbed to a new attack. The villainess was still full of energy, although no one knew where she was getting it from. All of this caused the most powerful divine beings to also be exhausted like everyone else. Despite the fact that they struggled, they understood that they would not be enough for a long time, and therefore it was necessary to solve something. Tiger knew that his companion was not feeling well, although he did not show it, so he asked how he was feeling. Qinlun didn't complain about how he was able to defend himself, even though it looked like his internal organs were damaged. So every time they approached, they only received wounds, so there was no question of victory. Ling viciously shouted that the beast couldn't change the future. They were only delaying her. Although after a moment she noticed the glowing mushrooms, which surprised her very much. It annoyed her that they were getting in the way, making it difficult to do anything. But the mushrooms were not going to stop. They told their comrades that they would detain this opponent, do everything in their power so that she could not attack for at least some time. Suddenly, Dongdong shouted towards the divine beast. He explained that he had learned the soul refining method, and now he was offering the three of them to become his inscriptions. Surprised, Qinlun asked if this guy really wanted their power as well. The guy shouted that he had nullified all of his talent point skills. As for the beasts, they would be able to maintain their consciousness without sacrificing, so they would be able to recover very quickly after that. And then he added that they will definitely fight side by side. The leader immediately told his companions that he believed this young man. Tiger picked up on the idea by tossing them to the elder. He was also prepared for the battle to end with their victory. Even so, Qinlun said that they trust this boy with their lives, hope for him. After a moment, the beasts immediately began to connect with the youth, giving him all their strength. Dongdong knew that he had a big responsibility. He was ready for this, and therefore he went all in. At this time, Ling was trying to somehow deal with the mushrooms that kept holding her back. The beasts thanked the glowing mushrooms for their help, saying that they managed to hold out. The young man understood that he had never felt anything like that moment, because there was a real symbiosis of forces and capabilities in him. Looking at the ill-wishers, the guy said aloud that now they will try everything again, but only according to different rules. Dongdong was ready for battle, so he was already standing in front of his opponent, knowing that nothing good could be expected from her. The surprised woman asked why the stranger was using the power of her tribe. The young man was not going to stand on ceremony with her, so he shouted, saying that if they can, then for what reason he can't, and then added that he will get rid of this corgi very soon. After a moment, the young man caught himself thinking that he hadn't even thought of saying that, and then decided that he had actually awakened a part of Xuanwu's character. The villain happily stated that now the guy should understand that without a complete purification of the beast's consciousness, they will influence each other, and it will still not be possible to use the pet's power 100%. Our hero was angry, and therefore again shouted that Ling does not want to completely share his body, and therefore is angry at everyone. A moment later, the young man jumped into the air, wanting to jump over the ill-wisher. But then, with a kind of panicked horror, he realized that this power was simply frightening him. The young man actually became much more resilient and strong. The guy understood that the divine beasts were no longer imprisoned, their powers were quickly restored, merging with his personal ones, but the difficulty was that there were only 3 of these pets. Dongdong really knew that this was not enough, so he had to act quickly and wisely. That was why the young man decided that now was the time to launch his attack. Suddenly, our hero delivered a lightning strike. It seemed that he put all the strength he could into it. Ling tried to do something, but it was very difficult as she wasn't used to such an onslaught. In the next second, she screamed that the person in front of her wasn't a real person, but just a clone of them. The beauty saw the guy, but only she thought that he was moving too fast. It was only for Dongdong that this was something normal and natural, because there was no time to think at all. The young man immediately pushed the ill-wisher as far away as he could. The self-proclaimed queen did not feel very well, which was something unusual for her. It said that a player only had the 3rd rank. If you add 3 more beasts, then the strength should be higher, but not so much. This was above all. The guy liked the fact that he was able to do at least something, and therefore told the opponent that he was fighting her with her own weapon, but now he is going to show how to properly and competently use power so that it is not wasted. He noted that he would now demonstrate the speed of the white tiger, the healing of the green dragon, and the protection of Xuanwu. The young man put all his strength into this strike again, hoping that the damage would be much stronger this time. However, Ling smiled as she saw what the guy was doing, and it didn't seem to frighten her at all. So she decided that now was the right time for her to strike, saying that the player was only at the 3rd rank. This should not be forgotten. Then she added that this is his limit of strength and ability to use it, and therefore he can simply not expect more. At this point, Tweety was telling Pao that now was the time for them to leave this place because it was getting too dangerous. The surprised beauty asked how they could leave Dong Dong because he is fighting for the pet too. But he only replied that if suddenly the blonde gets hurt, then it turns out that all his efforts will be meaningless. Tweety said something she didn't admit to herself, which was that the guy wouldn't survive this battle, even though he didn't really know how to use this power, so they didn't have a chance to win. Sighing heavily, the girl said that she herself understood the real state of affairs. After that, she asked to find Ming Shi to take the animals to a safe place, but she would stay here, because after all, and Dong Dong is considered her pet, if she goes far away, she will no longer feel connected with him, and so will be able to hide if such a need arises. Pao confessed that she had been hiding behind this strong guy all this time. But after everything she'd been through, she wasn't afraid anymore, and now it was her turn to protect him. At this time, sitting on the ground, the youth complained that the recovery rate was too slow. And the ill-wisher asked, what is the use of a young man to die for these animals? They all left him, and therefore what is the point of fighting? Dong Dong wasn't going to be nice, so he asked if there was more sense in destroying others. The girl immediately switched to shouting, noting that no one knew what she had experienced. She could only rely on herself for everything, and these animals were only a means to achieve greater strength. As he rose from the ground, the young man said that he was sorry that Ling thought so, and added that she was the most annoying of all his rivals. Our hero doesn't know what happened to her in the past, but she destroys the future of many creatures just because of her resentment. Now the guy is completely lost in whether this is a game or reality, but he can feel the emotions of these creatures. They all have a past, which means they deserve a good future. And no one has the right to take it away from them, especially not such a pathetic egoist who stands in front of him. After these words, the young man accelerated to strike again. Realizing that there was no time to waste, raising his fist, the youth proudly declared that he would never lose to such a pathetic semblance of a human. A moment later, our hero again soared over the battlefield. It seemed that he had some kind of plan. However, just as the guy quickly flew up, he also fell down just as quickly, hearing Pao shouting something at him. The girl was telling Dong Dong to go back to the pet shelter immediately. It should be over. With difficulty holding on, the young man said that this would not happen because he still had the strength. Running up to her friend, the blonde said affectionately that he had done everything he could, but now it was time to leave. Walking closer, Ling said that she recognized and appreciated the courage of the young man, who was not afraid of anything. However, now she will sacrifice the Dong Dong mistress and capture the 3 divine beasts. So players should know that everything is over for them. Pao knew that her friend didn't really have the strength to fight, so she held him close, wanting to at least do something. At that moment, the beauty heard a voice that ordered them to immediately duck down. She didn't know who was behind her, but she decided to do as she was told. The blonde carefully watched as something heavy was thrown at Ling, not understanding who could have come to their rescue. Suddenly, a strange player appeared from the cloud of dust and happily announced that he had arrived just in time. The ill-wisher also did not understand who was standing in front of her, and therefore asked if this person really plans to interfere with her. The young man was not only confident, but also very powerful, and therefore he told the girl to have respect and keep quiet. If she took a step, she would regret it. Ling was getting angrier by the second. She wasn't used to anyone pointing her out, but after a moment, she noticed that the stranger jumped up and started walking in the direction where she was standing. The impact was so strong that the part of the earth on which the villain was located crumbled completely, leaving a large crater. The player carefully observed Ling, who was injured and lying on the ground. Moreover, he reported that he never utters words just like that. He said they did not listen to him, but completely in vain. Dong Dong could see what was going on, but he didn't understand where this person's strength came from. And before he closed his eyes, he said that Guling had definitely called him, but he didn't know how he could have done it, since there was no communication on the island. The stranger praised our hero for a great job and apologized for the fact that the guys had to wait too long for him, and then added that the guy just needs to rest. When Yuichu was getting out of the jungle, she said that Gu Lin had managed to do the virtually impossible. And she remembered how 2 days earlier, while in the Forbidden Zone, The girl held two scrolls in her hands, saying that they would help them very much, although they would not solve the problem. Guling then said that there is still a way. He doesn't know where the rebirth point is, but if you take into account that this location is a special instance, then after death, he will be able to get out of the island and the connection will appear. The girl noted that dying here is too rash. The young man will lose half of the levels in experience, but the young man said that it doesn't matter, especially since their guild is powerful, he will recover quickly. And then he added that the most important thing is to do everything right and help the others. Otherwise, it was all in vain. And after that, having already handed the sword to his companion, he asked her to do everything so that he would not feel anything. Smiling, Yuchu stated that she would deal such a blow that the guy wouldn't suffer for long. Now, looking at her friends, the beauty knew that all their efforts with Gu Ling had not been in vain because he had managed to pass on the information. The stranger, seeing that his opponents were not looking at him very kindly, said that if they wanted to get hit by his pole, he would let them enjoy it all. After that, he gave his companions the task of immediately capturing all the inhabitants of the island. Not much time had passed, and the task was already completed because no one wanted to see these people at large. Even though the beasts were still very weak, they were still alive, and now they were completely safe. Our hero thought that finally this mission can be considered completed. At this time, Guling's friends who didn't know what was going on outside kept getting nervous and shouting that there was no way to contact the outside world. At this time, C was walking into a building with a confident step. The girl looked at the feathers and shells, wondering what it was and where it came from. Pao happily explained that these were the gifts of the beast that Dong Dong saved from soul refinement. There were actually a few bags that they spent half a day sorting out. The ghost, who thought that he was forgotten, said that it was he who actually freed everyone. The youth said that it had been a few days since he had used soul refinement, and most of the beasts had returned to their normal lives during that time. Those who were much stronger had already started to heal the glowing mushrooms, which were also badly affected. Zhenwu talked about how they all wanted to break the soul refinement, adding that his garden was still waiting for him to take care of it, hearing his beast friends point out that if there were any problems with it, you could always ask him for help. Putting his hand on the shoulder of our hero, the stranger noted that he knew about the whole situation because it was Gu Lin who first harmed his comrade Gu Lin. But the guy raising his hand explained that he did not think that this could be called a harm. The young savior again said that this is not a bad technique. If our hero gets the 5th rank, and also captures him in the divine beast, he will become invincible. In fact, that's what Taling thought. The guy didn't know that, so he asked Mr. Monkey if he thought it would have happened. But he replied that the truth would only be revealed in battle, so why don't they check it out immediately? A moment later, the stranger said that this was just a joke and asked Dong Dong to find him somehow, saying that his name was Kun Lun. Before leaving, the new acquaintance noted once again that he knew the story of the young man, adding that he was also interested in the phenomena that occur in Azura. The young man carefully looked at this man, realizing that he was a very interesting person. Dong Dong watched as Kunlun effectively retreated back to where he came from. Our hero, as before, just stood and watched, but he was glad that he met such a person. Raising his hand, the young man thought that after clearing his abilities, he couldn't control the ice. His speed was gone. Fortunately, he got a good pet. Tweety, who was sitting on the tiger's head, was telling the animals to move on, and he wanted to spend some more time with his mom. I thought to myself that this kid has received so many gifts and experience fruits, and now he is almost the strongest fighter in Azura, and therefore he will get enough experience to restore his strength. The snake thanked the young man, saying that everyone was saved. Moreover, it noted that she and Taijiang would like to follow the young man as patterns on his body. Dong Dong didn't mind, especially since he lost a lot during the purification, but also made new friends who are now following him. At this moment, Guling came into the room and said that they had closed this island. From now on, there will be one person living there. This is the head of the tribe who is sealed on it. As he handed over the chest, he said that she had also provided them with those scrolls from the forbidden area in this soul box. Bowing her head, the girl said that this was all she could do. From now on, she was letting him go. A moment later, the room was flooded with a bright glow, and a hologram of a man appeared in front of the audience. Already being in the hotel, the young man understood that now this old woman, who in fact was not such, would be able to regain her life. Especially since the green dragon gave the gift, the plant's life force is able to remove curses. River Shan, who had been living in ignorance for a long time, had now regained her true form. As she approached the trio of ghosts, she said that she thought that 30 years had passed, and therefore everything was forgotten in that time. As she approached the young man, she noticed that she had even forgotten the one she loved so much. In her memories, they went through a lot because this person chose the role that allowed him to be always there. But now it's time to change your appearance, and therefore some manipulation was carried out. After being reborn, the guy immediately opened his eyes, realizing that now not only his consciousness is alive, but also his body. The beauty carefully looked at this man and could not believe that he was actually standing in front of her. The guy with his usual benevolence asked River Shan to just smile, forgetting about everything. It was at this moment that the system announced that the mission with the hotel was successfully completed. The best hotel is not one with a good interior, but one where every minute is filled with love and light. At this time, a meeting was being held in the real world where they discussed the latest news, or rather a game that has a brainwave synchronization function. The speaker said that everything would be fine, but over time, players began to notice oddities. For example, during the battle, the game supports reverse conduction. That is, heroes can influence the process through energy pulses. In addition, the plausibility of the free world of this game exceeds the real level of available technology, although it is difficult to assume that this world actually exists. So, players have ranks, they can be revived after death, but the nuance is that cases of missing people who were fond of the game have become more frequent, and an increase in the activity of some inside the game has also been noticed. Therefore, to obtain further data in this new area, it is necessary to establish contact with the virtual world. The young man replied that he would tell the center's staff to join the study, and if anyone had any news on this subject, they could report it to him immediately. Leaving, the girl said that she understood everything. She would do as she was told. At the same time, a happy and energetic Pao was taking a break from playing, watering flowers in the garden. Leaving the house, the girl's mother noted that she finally found her daughter and said that she also went out to take a little walk. Pao replied that it was already evening, and besides, the weather was fine, so she decided that it was worth a little rest and switching over. And then she added that you cannot stay too long because it is harmful to health. But a moment later, the blonde heard her alarm go off. Before leaving, Pao wished her mother a good rest, explaining that it was time for her to go because she couldn't stay too long. Looking after her daughter, the woman called her a gamer and immediately continued to note that she had no idea what it was and therefore decided that maybe she should try it sometime. Taking off his gaming glasses, a young man said to himself that this is very interesting. At this time, a guy entered the room and reported that there was a message that this time there would be a big change in the main tasks. The young man who was the boss said that you need to hurry to keep up and immediately asked how things were going with hacking virtual reality glasses. Scratching his head, the employee explained that so far they haven't understood how it works at all because the synchronization of glasses with the brain has already been recognized as a technological breakthrough. And then he added that he believes that in the next 10 years, no one will be able to solve and crack this system. Dong Dong was glad that more than 2 weeks had passed since the mission was completed. The inn hadn't developed much yet, but the hostess was satisfied. Gulen successfully passed all the tests that were assigned to him. Night Dancer and Tyrant also completed 2 tasks in competitive battles. Their next task is to find the perfect gambler and vocal star, which will be handled by the young man himself. C suggested finding a talented singer and holding an interplanetary concert with a record number of viewers. She said that she had already found a very capable student and that he would start singing in the evening. Pao didn't understand how you could find someone and trust that they would immediately take first place. But the girl explained that Gu Ling had already arranged everything. They had invited a lot of internet celebrities and singers. In addition, the audience was also bought. And then our hero said that he now understands how it all works. Although Tweety was happy that being rich is very convenient. Sai went on to say that their singer is already performing on the big stage and in the evening, so everyone is invited. Most of all, Pao was happy. She sincerely said that she had never been to a concert before. Sitting in the hall in the evening, the beauty carefully looked at everyone who was happening. It was clear that she really liked it. However, all the guys were waiting for the star that C talked about so much because their task performance depended on it. A moment later, a figure appeared on the stage. This is exactly the singer that everyone was waiting for. Illuminated by the spotlight, the girl greeted everyone, asking how everyone was doing and in a good mood. Suddenly, she started talking about how she would like to start with something special. Everyone knows that the name of their game was taken from the song. Before Azura was released, the developer's wife died. It was in memory of this girl that she wanted to sing a song and say that the developer managed to create the most successful game after all, but it could not replace his favorite one. The singer began to hum the words of a song that said that a person should be released from this mysterious waiting, where the stars fall and the wind blows. He could not hold her in his hands, but 2 hearts still beat in unison. Pao, listening carefully to the song, thought that Azura was taken from the song. Although she did not know it, she heard that the developers were a married couple, but she did not even imagine that it could be like this. And at this moment, the beauty standing on the stage continued to perform a beautiful composition that did not leave anyone indifferent. Many people even wanted this song to last forever. It was so beautiful. A bear who wasn't particularly affectionate and couldn't tear himself away because he was literally mesmerized. Pao was absolutely thrilled to hear C say that special effects were used, which in real life cannot be seen from anyone. And then she added that they still saved on designers. That's what happens when there are no visual limits. The song was coming to an end, so the singer gradually quieted down and bowed her head. Suddenly, she stated that it was their first song, noting that there was no need to break up after that because they would soon publish new basic tasks. After that, the girl timidly noted that she passes the microphone to her old friend and hopes that the audience also likes rap. The singer immediately asked if the guys liked the track from his latest album. If someone remembers the words, then they should definitely sing along so the show will turn out even more spectacular. C, meanwhile, was thanking Dong Dong for agreeing to publish the tasks, thinking that the audience had gathered just for this occasion. But the young man explained that they had completed most of it anyway. Let them enjoy the leftovers. Besides, the real tasks were just beginning. Even they who had been through a lot didn't know what lay ahead. Winking at the young man, the beauty said that her friend knows how to do business. At this time, music was playing in the hall because the singer was doing what he promised. Immediately after the rapper, some female group performed, which was also listened to carefully. But these were not the only guests after the guests were pleased with the singer. Although at this moment, Jing Hong nervously talked about how they didn't have enough viewers. If they didn't show up after a while, it would be possible to buy some more. The beauty smiled, noting that she might not even have to buy anyone. At this point, a young, aspiring singer came on stage again and said that they had come to the main part of the performance, but first you should invite the person who will publish these tasks. After that, the girl asked the famous Kunlun to come on stage. Although the audience did not believe that he had time to attend this show, the audience perked up, realizing that they definitely could not miss such a guest. Only a moment later, the young man was standing on the stage, hearing the crowd cheerfully chanting his name. The player said that there was no need to make so much noise. Moreover, if he had not been called here, he would have continued to do his own business. Moreover, tasks will be read out by someone else. He will just stand there. And then he asked if the audience knew who they were talking about, and if so, they could say so directly. And if at first the audience did not understand anything, then they remembered that before the concert, there was a stream, and there they talked about some strange pet that is among them. Kunlun whispered to our hero that he promised to participate in the concert, but the guys should do the task on their own. The singer who took on the role of the host asked that the guy be greeted, although she did not know who was standing in front of her on stage. With a modest tone, the young man replied that he could just be called Dong Dong, but he wanted to hurry because he also had a lot of things to do. And so the guy immediately said that he now showed the same tasks on the screen. There are those who have already completed them. There are those who still have to do it. In any case, he wishes everyone good luck. But the girl did not allow the young man to leave the stage. She said that since he was replacing Kunlun, he should perform the final song with her. And then she once again said that she officially invites our hero to complete this wonderful banquet with his wonderful voice. Grimacing, the guy said that if the beauty insists, then he, of course, cannot refuse her this. The surprised girl carefully looked at the guy, realizing that she really did not ask him for anything. But she didn't argue, especially since Dong Dong had already picked up the microphone and even started humming something. The young man got so into the taste that every minute he shouted into the microphone more and more, and his colleagues, covering their ears, asked not to do this anymore. After a while, a surprised Jing Hong said that they had set a record, and our hero became the most famous singer. Even so, many of the guys, including Dong Dong himself, were somehow very thoughtful. They were sitting in the room looking at something, although they remained silent as if they were completely alone. Yu Chu, who was watching her acquaintances, couldn't understand what was happening to them, why they were acting like this. Answering the beauty's question, the young man said that he, of course, knew that he would become famous, but not in the same way, and therefore decided to become a skeleton again. Soai's assistant explained that their friend has now become an internet memo, adding that it feels like he's being discussed all over the web right now. Covering his ears, our hero shouted that he did not want to hear what was being discussed. Moreover, he no longer needed the image of a vampire. It did not exist. He would start from scratch and become a better skeleton. Although Sooty asked his friend not to talk nonsense, because it wasn't about appearance. Pointing at the tyrant, the blonde asked what was going on with him in this case. Smiling again, Jing Hong explained that when people found out that Dong Dong was just a pet, they remembered about the tyrant, and the video with him, by the way, is also very popular now. Despite the fact that the video was laughing from the tail of a bear, it was very ordinary, although Meng suggested changing the race, as their friend did, if it would be easier for him. But the bear was crying, and it didn't seem to understand what was being offered to it at all. It turned out that the tyrant was upset not by the fact that some video was released with him, but by the fact that he had almost half as many views as his colleague, which was very insulting. When the guys heard about it, they understood everything, because everyone wants to be the best. At this point, Dong Dong asked about what was going on with the progress there, because he wanted to do something cool on behalf of Skeleton to regain his former popularity. Sai said that of the remaining tasks, there are 3 pieces in the amusement park, although they may also find the perfect gambler, adding that they have already started collecting data on the world's top gamblers. And after a moment, she added that their opponent is the card queen Azura. It's a pity, but they will not be able to bribe her. She is a casino employee, and to win, they need a natural card player. Otherwise, it will not work. After hearing about it, Dong Dong immediately noted that he needed to try out what it was. And I thought to myself that all tasks are team tasks, although there is also a single task, but you need to help these guys first. Smiling, Sai said that in this case, it is necessary to give everyone the initial amount. After all, the game is gambling, and immediately added that this is their first time, and therefore she wishes everyone to have a good time. When a mountain of coins appeared in front of the children, they couldn't believe that they were given so much. But Jing Hong explained that this is the revenue from all the tickets sold for their concert, plus the money for watching Tyrant and Dong Dong's videos. Although most of the videos were made by the guy himself, he did not even think that anyone would like them, adding that the money does not smell, although our hero did not like that he was not given his share. Pao, realizing that they could now go to the casino, happily shouted that everyone was going to an adventure meeting. After a while, the entire team in full assembly has already come to the gambling establishment. The first most popular slot machine in the casino was a standard slot machine, and gambling games were already well known. Poker, craps, and mahjong, although there are a lot of varieties, but in general they are similar. Meng, who saw what was happening, immediately shouted that this was her favorite, and therefore she would be happy to pass this task. Looking at his friends, the bear said that the girl is just from Sichuan province, and there they are all crazy about mahjong. So if they don't need it, then he will go with the girl. Yichu walked up to one of the machines and enthusiastically said that these things can certainly be disassembled because her robots can shake every last penny out of her. Closing his eyes, Guling explained that it was best not to cheat in this place, adding that he would keep an eye on the blonde and the others needed to move on. Thinking about it, Pao asked her teammate what they would play. The guy who now looked like a skeleton said that he didn't agree with Guling at all because luck alone wouldn't get you out of this place. After all, the ideal gambler is someone who always cheats, but no one knows about it. After a while, the employee said that everyone who wants to play can sit down and join in. Dong Dong asked if anyone would mind if he also played a little. The girl replied that this is not a problem at all, because the more players, the more interesting it is. And then she went on to say that the guys should know that they are in the most expensive casino. Before starting, the first bet should not be less than $100,000. Hearing about this amount, our hero almost fainted in surprise. He said what would happen if there was suddenly not enough money, and then decided that it was too late to retreat. Pulling himself together, the young man noted that for him, it was not money at all, it was mere pennies, and therefore asked if it was possible to start the game. Walking over to the table, C happily announced that this skeleton was playing at her expense. The employee smiled, noting that she did not expect the beauty to see her again, adding that she did not mind that this player played at someone else's expense. Happy, Dong Dong thought that at least someone was supporting him. But the red-haired friend, sitting closer to the young man, said that he should not relax, because this employee is not as simple as it may seem. The girl had already said that since they had a new player, according to the casino tradition, she had to explain the rules of the game to everyone, and immediately asked if everyone could see that there was a glass of dice in front of them. Under each cup, there are 4 dice. The goal of the game is to guess which numbers will fall out from the opponent. Who guessed, he gets 1 point. Who guessed which numbers will fall out from himself also gets 1 point, for a total of 10 rounds. After learning that the winner is the one who gets the most points, the guy began to lament, not understanding how you can even guess this number. The employee carefully looked in front of her because she was ready to start the game. After a moment, the girl tossed a few dice and looked at them carefully. Then she dropped the cubes into the cup and started shaking them again. After that, she defiantly put the container on the table so that everyone could see it. Pointing to our hero, the employee said that now it was his turn to make his move. Aloud, the young man said that he had finally waited for his turn and thought to himself that next time it was necessary to look as decent as possible. The audience didn't understand how this man decided to challenge the card queen of Azura, but they were wondering what could have happened. For a moment, everyone felt as if time had frozen because everyone was watching intently. The young man never did this, but the game was not difficult, so after a couple of seconds, he also put his container on the table. It could be seen that Dong Dong enjoyed the process, even though he didn't know what to expect next. And while others said that the skeleton can't play, he said that with such a cool technique as his, no manipulations are needed. Just a few elementary movements are enough for him. The girl said that now it was time to enter the numbers in the panel. After doing everything right, the guys showed their results, according to which Aiko managed to guess several numbers, unlike our hero. Jing Hong was as surprised as the others, saying that the probability that the girl guessed all the opponent's numbers was more than 99. A minute later, the employee said that it was the first round, and therefore everyone can look at the dice. although everything was already clear because the data was displayed in the scoreboard. Although again, the audience noted that the skeleton did not guess a single number and therefore did not earn a single point. At this point, our hero said that he just realized one thing, namely that he can't leave the game right now. Aiko confirmed that this was the case and wished the player good luck another time. Inwardly, the girl thought that the person opposite her did not guess anything. Perhaps he just decided to check her level. In this case, you need to be more careful with him because she cannot lose. As for the guy, all he was thinking was that gambling was definitely not his thing. At that moment, Pao noticed what was happening in the crowd. Everyone was actively discussing something, and therefore the guys decided to go to the place where the cheers came from. He was talking about how some unknown bird managed to win 10 rounds in a row, but Tweety claimed that he was checkmated, which was not difficult at all. And then he noted that maybe someone would pour him some tea, noting that he really missed the casino, but it was a pity that this time he had to come in bird form. Sooty, who was standing behind him, was hinting to his friend that it was time to finish the game because they were already being looked at very askance. But Tweety didn't care. He said that losers watch the winners win. There's nothing strange about it. You need to increase your bet every time, and you shouldn't worry about losing at all. Our hero decided that he had to stop the bird from praising itself, so he called it by name. Tweety was playing his part, so when he saw Dong Dong, he immediately addressed him as his mother, as he always did. As he handed Ember his chips, he said he had no idea where he got them from. The young man understood everything, so he asked the pet if it was true that he was not visiting the casino for the first time. But Tweety made an unhappy face when she asked him what his mom was talking about. Putting one chip on the table, our hero said that it was a pity. The reason was that Mom just needs to defeat one evil woman. It's a pity that no one wants to help him in this. Putting on his glasses, Tweety proudly stated that he hadn't told anyone, but he had another talent, and therefore everyone can call him the god of excitement, and immediately asked what the task was. Covering her mouth with her hand, Pao noted that she didn't even think that this unfortunate chick could become so fashionable and confident. Tweety immediately explained that to win against the card queen, he must have the third talent heart, but he does not need it, so immediately after winning, he will have to clear, although the necessary components for winning are very rare. Sai also said that as far as she understood, you can only purify your soul a limited number of times, so you can cancel certain talents. She knows what components are in question and therefore can provide it. The bird happily said that he would send a list of everything necessary, and then he would sort it out himself, and immediately asked if there were still videos from the casino. Pao also talked about how she had once heard of the heart talent, but had never seen anyone use it. Sai explained that this skill is useless in combat, but if you are doing business or developing technology, it is the coolest talent. This talent increases the sensitivity of the left hemisphere of the brain and increases intelligence. And everyone knows that not all work involves violence or physical force. Now, the talent of the heart is used in the fields of politics, art, and architecture. It is considered one of the most mysterious talents of Azura. It increases intuition, insight, and intelligence. Wearing a matching suit, Tweety said that it was time to play and show who is stronger in this place. Not much time passed, and the pet was already sitting in the chair and greeting the employee. She didn't mind the fact that there was a skeleton in front of her. Moreover, she said that Tweety can make the first move. The player defiantly picked up his container and immediately began shaking it. And after a moment, he quickly put it on the table, which many people saw. Aiko did the same thing as the casino customer. She did everything as slowly as possible. Tweety, who used to be a very experienced phoenix, literally saw through this girl. That is why I thought to myself that she uses energy. As long as the cup is in her hand, the beauty can accurately tell what position the cubes are in right now. Sai noted that she herself knew about this trick. The employee can control the rotation of the cubes while they are in the glass. They can't do anything about it. No one sees what is happening inside. Tweety didn't know where to learn this, but it was very interesting because it affects material objects even without looking at them. Aiko smiled as she said that the player can now enter the number of dice in the panel. After a few minutes, the players opened their dice so that everyone could see the results. At this point, one of the employees noted that in this way, the girl gets 2 points and Tweety gets 1 point. The bird tensed. The pet did not know if this cunning beauty could also affect its cubes. It was difficult because it was the first time it had encountered such a thing. Pao knew that this was very important to them, so she shouted to the beast that it had no right to lose. Dong Dong knew that their excitement would do nothing, so he suggested that his friend go and get something to drink, because everything that she observes is only the surface of the game. In fact, there is no luck in it. Without skill and cheating, there is nothing to do here. Holding up a sign that told Tweety to go ahead, the young man hoped that this way he would cheer up the player. And at that moment, the game was in full swing, which is why many spectators surrounded the table from all sides, because it was very entertaining. The pet thought that he put all his energy into this cup. There is a whole magnetic field around it, and therefore the opponent should not guess anything. The girl said that this is a good idea, but now even the player himself does not know what dice will fall out. A few seconds later, data about the current round of the game appeared on the scoreboard. Aiko looked down and congratulated Tweety on each of them getting 1 point. Now the bird knew exactly what the employee was using, and it was also aware that the pet was using energy to create a shield over the cup, which made it impossible to control the cubes. But it was not clear to the opponent how Tweety managed to guess her numbers, because it was something very difficult. The pet thought about the fact that the girl did not expect such a turn. She did not think that he also had his own secrets. It was important that the players were almost even in the score. The main thing was not to let this girl understand what he was using and how he was playing tricks. At that moment, one of the birds screamed that the results of the third round were a draw. Pao couldn't tear herself away from the table, saying that at this rate, Aiko would still win, and therefore they needed to change something urgently. After looking at the tweet, the employee said that she had no idea what he did with the cup, but admits that he is very good at it. After that, closing her eyes, the girl began to carefully concentrate on something. The audience began to be indignant, saying that she had never used such methods before, and therefore this is something completely new. After a moment, the beauty's eyes opened wide. It was clear that she was doing something unusual. Somehow, with an invisible hand, she managed to move the dice the way she needed them. The girl did magic. Everyone present saw this, because she understood that she would not succeed in an honest way. All of a sudden, Aiko yelled for the staff to check her opponent's cup. Sai was wondering if Tweety was cheating, although Jing Hong had other thoughts about it, because he knew that this girl was very difficult. Pao didn't understand anything, so she asked what would happen if it turned out to be a scam. The red-haired friend explained that in this case, they would be banned from visiting this planet and would still have to pay a huge fine, although she would deal with this herself. A huge bird that was an employee of the restaurant approached Tweety and asked him to raise his cup. The pet did not understand anything, but timidly said that he had changed his mind, and therefore they could simply take the money from him. But the employee did not calm down, saying that the procedure was the same for everyone, and therefore it was necessary to do what was said. The angry crowd shouted, telling the little bird to pick up the container and show what was inside. In a timid voice, a friend of our hero noted that he would do as he was told and reach for the cup with his wing. At that moment, everyone felt like time was frozen, because it was as exciting as possible. Suddenly, the employee raised his glass and Aiko was horrified. She said something out loud about her talent. Making a plaintive face, Tweety said in a low voice that it was unlikely that anyone would think that he would decide to cheat. And glaring at his opponent, he said that in this case, he wants Aiko, who is behaving very strangely, to be checked as well. Smiling, the beauty said that she works in this casino and therefore does not understand at all why she should cheat. But after a moment, the audience gasped at what they saw, because it was incredible. Aiko, who had always been confident, who was going to frame the other, now didn't understand how this could have happened. Under the cup was a magical hand, the same one she had used to direct at her opponent's containers. After a while, Tweety said that he had originally planned everything that way. If he continued to use the energy shield over the cup, then they would never win. Because there are too few points, their plan was for Aiko to completely switch to the opponent's capacity. Then they got rid of the traces of the crime and framed the one who did not even expect this. At this point, the girl's accusation was used against her. According to the rules of this game, the participant who loses the opportunity to continue the game automatically wins. And while Tweety pointed out that there was nothing to do without cheating in the casino, the girl herself said that it was hard to believe, but the newcomers won. And then she went on to say that she was congratulating them on completing the task. But the crowd was restless. They said, why do they need congratulations if the casino is fooling people? Adding that it turns out that everyone lost because they were simply deceived. But the casino manager explained that this scam is part of a special task for Azura players. It does not apply to ordinary visitors. Therefore, there is no need to worry about this. They always have everything fair. After that, to congratulate their winners, each visitor to their casino will receive tokens worth $5,000. Many may consider this as compensation for the actions of Aiko. When they heard about this, the crowd immediately fell silent because they were offered good money. Realizing that everything ended well, people now said that someone with a smart bird was very lucky. And only Pao said with sadness that she was afraid of people who change their minds very quickly. At this moment, the owner of the gambling establishment turned to our heroes who were nearby. Already sitting in his office, the dog that was the boss stated that he seemed to remember the chicken that was also in the office. At that time, he almost went bankrupt because of her. They didn't have players like Aiko at that time. Of course, she would have shown who was who, not even a year later, and the bird already started cheating. Tweety, watching the leader, said that he does not remember anything at all because he lost his memory during rebirth. But the dog shouted that he did not need these fairy tales. His memory is restored very quickly, and especially if you remember your friends well. But the pet stood his ground, saying that now there is no evidence against him, and therefore he will definitely say that he sees this place for the first time. At this point, Jing Hong and Si began to discuss that Tweety and Dong Dong were very similar. If it wasn't for their appearance, one would think that they were related or even the same person. But the manager could not calm down, saying that this bird was not accidentally with a singing vampire, which became the property of the entire internet. Again, Tweety muttered something under his breath, but the skeleton asked not to be involved in it, especially since he was drinking tea. At this point, the boss said that he didn't care who was in front of him, but from now on, all red birds are not allowed to enter. And after a moment, he added that he also does not plan to see skeletons at home. Then he continued to say that if the mission of the guys is over, they can be free. The young people weren't going to argue or say anything else because they actually did everything they wanted to do. At this moment, the system sent a notification that players who completed the mission in the gambling house could enter the Western Divine Domain. The other players in the casino were annoyed. They didn't understand how someone managed to complete the mission so quickly. At this time, in the Western Divine Domain, a girl was telling one of the players not to worry because they would still receive a reminder. The young man noted that his stripes with health and experience were gone. It seems to him that he is about to give up. Although suddenly, when he looked up, he immediately noticed that something had happened to him because this feeling abruptly disappeared. At the same time, Pao was angry that this Western domain was too far away. Moreover, she should go alone into the maze without pets. But the skeleton said that this is the rule of Azura. All players with the 4th level and above begin to face great difficulties. The difficulty is constantly increasing, and therefore they need to hurry. Inwardly, Dong Dong thought that there was still the last task left, so they should hurry up. Although this was the biggest dilemma about what awaits them next, which path to choose. After a while, the crowd was already at some gate, where guards were standing and no one was allowed inside. Our hero also did not understand anything. He said that really this park is closed. Sai said that due to some problems recently, the park has a full house so that people feel comfortable. They have set a limit of 10,000 people. Only those who came earlier can get a ticket. One person can visit the park no more than once every 15 days. Guling asked if they could go in because they should tell the staff what was going on and then they would leave. But the skeleton said it was pointless. They wouldn't be able to get in until they were in line. At that moment, a man recognized Dong Dong and immediately addressed him by name. The young man walked right up to the skeleton and immediately suggested that they go together, if the skeleton didn't mind. Once again, the disgruntled Guling said that they would be able to go around the city 6 more times before their turn came, even though there was no one here before. Hugging the guys, our hero said that we should not argue, it is better to go and have fun. At that moment, a night dancer appeared in the crowd, shouting for everyone to make way because he needed to get into steam. One of the guys started shouting, saying that the stranger probably doesn't see at all, that all the people are standing in line, and that he is breaking down just like that. But our heroes didn't care. They just stood there and stared intently in front of them. The reason was that the guys were special, so they could afford it. However, that wasn't the reason, but because Dong Dong was recognized by the chairman of the First Western Trade Union, as well as the ruler of the Heavenly Halls. They were not simple people who could count on some privileges, even in such a situation. The team of our heroes was united, but they still did not plan to fight with anyone. However, the same could not be said for one of the visitors, who shouted that some people here thought they were kings and thought that now they could do what they wanted. Sai said that they don't harass anyone. All these people behind them are accompanying them, and they are standing in line right behind them, and no one is going to move others, after which she added that she gives 2 seats as a gift. And then she added that the stranger can pass. If she feels unsafe, then Sai can become her personal guard. The girl said that she could do better than a skeleton, which our hero did not like at all. Standing at the entrance, the guys knew that they were about to be able to enter without any problems. After a while, the entire team was not only in the park, but many of them were also riding on the rides. Although Dong Dong was not at all impressed, on the contrary, those who did not like to ride watched aquarium fish. There were also guys who enjoyed the goodies, and there were a lot of them in this place. Girls, for example, were interested in such an idea as dress up a house, which meant that the structure could be decorated at its own discretion. But as a result, the beauties not only decorated the house, but also changed themselves into beautiful outfits. It seemed that they had never been like this. At least in real life, they definitely would not have been able to afford something like this. As for the representatives of the stronger sex, not everyone understood this, and therefore the opinion on this matter diverged. However, Yuchu pointed out the cabin to them, saying that they had decorated it as well, so now it looks very interesting. Moreover, she told them to go change their clothes as well. Despite the resistance, the young people decided to try on some outfits. I must say that all this was a great idea because the players never looked so interesting. In addition, the amusement park was created in order to have fun in it and not just walk and look around. C could see that Night Dancer was following them, trying to keep his distance. So, after waiting for him, she found the moment when she managed to grab this guy's arm. A little time passed, and this player was dressed in a very interesting outfit. Despite this, the guys were happy that they had the opportunity to be together, as well as get away from everything and just relax. It is not for nothing that after a while, Pao honestly told our hero that it seems to her that this is the happiest day of her life. Dong Dong told Beauty to watch out because he was here now, although Beauty wasn't sure what he was talking about. Instead, she said that the young man was so happy and decided that it might be due to a walk in the fresh air. But the same looking down, she said that she still misses her mother and grandparents. Our hero thought that this was the whole family of his friend, and therefore did not know whether to ask about them in more detail or not. Dong Dong was lost in thought, saddened by the fact that he had been in the game in real time for a year now. So if he had the chance, he would visit his parents and stay with them for a while. Looking at the girls, the young man decided that this was happening again. But he didn't have time to think about it completely, because at that moment the clown who was standing behind the young man shouted that he had put up a sign with advertising here a long time ago, but so far no one had looked at it. Our hero, smiling, tried to justify himself, saying that they all thought that the clown was not real, it was just a statue. He didn't want to listen to anything, so he shouted that for some reason no one noticed the clowns. Despite this, the game was starting. At this moment, something indescribable began to happen, because some doors appeared in front of all the participants. Pao and Dong Dong were also in front of them, although they had no idea what it all meant. The clown continued to shout that this time 10,000 people were participating in his game, all those who were in the park at that moment. The guy noted that no one even explained the essence of the game, and also did not say what the rules are here. They started the quest just like that. Perhaps the task is to guess the rules. He tried the door handle and hoped he could open it, but it didn't. But the clown asked if the guys had ever heard the name of the quest. This is the train dilemma, a classic theme, and their game follows its fundamental principles. It's about a broken train and two railway tracks, one path leading to one person, while the other leads to everyone else, and therefore asked who will be sacrificed. After that, he said that all players can open their doors. And he added that the first round will determine their side, whether they will be the minority, the majority, or the one who leads the train. The clown went on to say that those with green bracelets are the majority. And those who got the yellow bracelets, I will choose who lives. Well, the minority is red, so the park will be divided into 10 zones, and in each zone, there will be only one chooser. Killing the chooser will allow everyone to inherit his ability. By the way, the minority will be a tenth of the majority. The elimination round will take place every hour, and the final round will take place when there are 12 participants left. The survivors will be the winners, and now the game begins. Looking at her bracelet, Pao immediately asked what they should do. And she also said that according to the rules, those who choose are probably in the most danger. Those with green and red bracelets will want to hunt them, but there will be as many as 10 rounds. The young man replied that there was no point in 10 rounds if killing was allowed. The participants were already forming factions. The weaker ones with green bracelets would start to unite. They would hunt either those with red bracelets or those who chose. Then he added that they should find their own. This game is just a challenge that the value of life can be calculated, but the current rules of the game suggest that eliminating players is more profitable. It increases the natural cruelty of people. At this time, Guling's teammates were watching the game in real time and said that out of 10,000, there were just over 7,500 left, and it hadn't even been an hour yet. Meanwhile, in the park, one of the players was shouting that he had only come to have some fun. Re-leveling after death is not necessary for him at all, and therefore this is all completely unfair. A small group of people, after catching the lamb, said that it looked very pathetic, and therefore no one knew who to entrust the role of killing it to. Suddenly, Zebra stated that she was ready to do it. Because they were both herbivores, he would make sure to save the majority group. But other participants were indignant, not understanding why they should trust any animal, because it can betray everyone at any time. Just as the scuffle was starting, Dong Dong came over and ordered the crowd to let the lamb go. Players immediately drew attention to the vampire, remembering that an interesting video was released with him recently. Turning to the guy, the player in the form of a zebra said that the guys of the 4th rank were gathered here, and therefore the rest had nothing to do. After that, he noted that he would teach the young man a lesson so that he would no longer want to do this. Despite the fact that our hero was going to solve everything peacefully, he understood that this would not work. In less than a minute, the youth's opponent was already on the ground. They didn't think that this player would be out of the game so quickly, especially after a run-in with some weak vampire. At that moment, Dong Dong's friends arrived, so he proudly stated, considering that almost everyone was already gathered, they could discuss everything properly. Pao noted that if anyone wants to join them, they can do it, because now everyone is on the same side. The young man who was helping Guling thought that our hero was trying to deceive everyone again. Although what else can we expect from him? Looking at the lamb, the young man told her not to worry, because the older brother would take care of everything. The animal looked at its colleagues carefully, but could not understand why they were bothering it. Suddenly, another player shouted that there was no need for anyone to hide. Everyone should come out and show their true colors. The people who were hiding immediately began to slowly come out to listen to who had something to say. Standing on the stage, our hero said that this ram is the one who chooses their zone. If they continue to destroy each other to become choosers, then complete chaos will ensue. But if they join forces, they can destroy those who have red bracelets within a limited amount of time, and they will simply not allow the one who chooses to do so. The ram, which as before was tied up, asked to be simply taken and killed. Everyone stood there in silence for a while, as if they didn't know what the best decision to make would be. The audience noted that they had no other choice. The chooser was tied up in plain sight, so their only choice was to go and destroy those who were outnumbered. People with green bracelets chanted again and again that their goal was to destroy the minority. At this moment, while still sitting on the stage, Dong Dong shouted, noting that the guys need to go to them because there is one of them here. The crowd immediately rushed somewhere, head wrapped and tied up, who didn't understand what was going on. And if he was still on the stage for a while, then in a moment it was already empty. The frightened Pao holding the lamb said that the crowd had gone in the other direction, which means that they can also run. The guy explained that the participants were divided into factions from the very beginning, so if Gu Ling and the others had red bracelets, could they let them be destroyed? At this time, a girl with a red bracelet was lying on the ground, and the crowd shouted that she should be killed. But at that moment, a player in the form of a panda blocked her, saying that she was with him, and therefore she should not be touched. Another player said that if this is the case, then they can destroy this animal too, so that it does not interfere with them to do their work. Our hero noted that now everything will come to the opponents and they will return for the lamb. And therefore, first of all, they must find their companions. The lamb, hearing that he would be killed if the boys had the right bracelets, told them to do it as soon as possible because he was tired of being a prisoner. But Dong Dong said that there was no need to hurry because first they should find their own people. At this time in the children's ball pool, a small group of people were discussing that the young lady was somehow too familiar to them. But it was not a lady, but a night dancer who was thinking that he had decided to try on this outfit at the wrong time, which infuriates him incredibly. The audience, who were watching everything that was happening live, immediately began to discuss the guy who decided to change into such a costume. The guys recognized the dancer and were proud of him, saying that they believe that his guild will exist for a very long time, just like him. It was interesting that our hero's friend had no idea that he was on live TV and everyone was watching him. But what mattered now was that this player was being hunted and very closely, so he had to protect himself somehow. On the other hand, the young man was embarrassed by this outfit. It also interfered with him, and therefore he decided that he needed to return to the locker room as soon as possible. Suddenly, Tyrant blocked the night dancer's path, shouting at him to stay where he was. A colleague asked if his friend really decided to kill him at such a time. However, the bear quickly said that they were assigned to the same zone, and therefore it is best to work together and find those who choose. The night dancer smiled, pleased that someone would remember him at such a time, even though they shouldn't. Grabbing his companion's arm, Tyrant shouted that they should leave as soon as possible before anyone found them. At this time, two more of our heroes were in a giant kitchen park. Guling didn't know if they were going to stay here or not, but Yuichu explained that the guy had a red bracelet, so she would try to find the yellow ones before they got out of here. She immediately added that if the players with the green bracelets started hunting for the young man, they would be cornered. In the open park wandered the guys with whom our heroes have already taken part in the competition on the island. They said that everything looks like they will have to sacrifice someone. Although this was the worst case scenario for everyone, and it was necessary to find the best option. It doesn't matter who replaces the lamb as the chooser, the guys will still have to eliminate one of their own. Although this is not something that can be solved by killing now, it is a test of human choice, and this is the train's dilemma. When the last remaining friend or loved one, killing is no longer associated with profit, and therefore you need to understand which side will be chosen. At this point, our hero decided to make a joke, saying, why don't they throw a coin? Because not everyone can win anyway. Suddenly, the young man said that there were just over 10 minutes left before the end of the qualifying round. It was time to make a decision, and therefore suggested destroying the lamb. Sai said that they already have tickets. Other than that, she's not particularly strong in combat and doesn't mind being eliminated. But the young man wanted to check something, so he explained that one of the rules says that the minority will always be a tenth of the majority, and what will happen when there are no more players with red bracelets. The young man noted that then most people might have red bracelets, and immediately realized that Dong Dong wanted to wait until the end of the round to test his theory. At this moment, Fei Ya, who had a rank 5 and powerful strength, was in the water park. The young man, reading something, was talking about whether it was confirmed that they would switch places. Lei Ji noted that they had already eliminated hundreds of participants, adding that when the number of the minority decreased, there would be a conversion from the majority. The guy thanked them for their efforts and said that this time the leaders of the main forces were not taking part, adding that it was good that the assistant destroyed many of them by providing them with tickets. After that, he said that his time was running out, his real body only had a few months left, he just had to take the initiative in this event, no matter what. Other than Dong Dong, there are 5 other AI monsters with abnormal activity if they can confirm that this guy is not a local, and immediately fell silent. Spying on other players, the guys heard them complain that their color had changed, but our heroes still had everything the same, which did not suit them. After looking at the lamb, the guy said that they would have to kill it so that there would be one less exception. But at this moment, the red-haired beauty carefully looked in front of her, saying that the bracelet had changed. And indeed, now Pao has become the owner of a red bracelet. At this time, the player in the role of the lamb was thinking to himself that he also had some brilliant plan in mind. Sai was laughing though, saying that she was in charge now, and she would decide what to do next. After a while, the beauty studied the board in amazement, although she didn't say anything out loud. Suddenly, the clown laughed, notifying all the participants that time was up. He said that there were almost 1,000 survivors left in total. Since this number is less than 1,000, all 10 zones are now combined into one. The brunette said that only one zone was chosen by the majority. As for Fei Ya's boyfriend, he probably plans to win this round as well. Suddenly, the clown spoke up again and announced that a new round was starting. Looking down at her wristband in despair, Pao said that she was now outnumbered, so they would be hunted from the very beginning. And indeed, before the girl could say anything about it, the crowd immediately noticed her bracelet, saying that she was the one they needed. Dong Dong noted with horror that there were too many of these people, so he had no idea how to deal with them. However, at this moment, something unusual happened because a bright light appeared in the sky. After that, everyone heard a rumble and saw a strange creature in front of them. The players immediately forgot about the bracelets because the 7th-ranked Azura Leiji was in front of them, although it was hard to believe. The player was angry, saying that he could be attacked, but you need to do it quickly because he is in a hurry. The guys had heard Leiji's suggestion, which was that if he killed them, their points would be reduced by half, but if they just waited for the elimination, then nothing terrible would happen. Our hero knew that it was time for them to leave too, but at that time the player turned to him and said that their guild master wanted to see him. Turning around, he asked about it again, because he didn't understand who would need it at all. After a while, Leiji brought the guys over and immediately reported the matter to his leader. Then he proudly declared that it was time for him to move on and deal with the others. Feiya happily spoke to the guys, noting that it was best for them to sit down. Dongding thought to himself that the guild master of the 2nd Eastern Grand Guild was sitting in front of them. He was known as a billionaire in real life. It was strange. But since appearing in this game, he had been bumping into just such people. Closing the book, the young man said that he knew Pao's father personally. Closing her eyes, the girl said that he just needed to be ignored and immediately said in a cold tone that they were leaving here. Smiling, the young man noted that his mistress had given the order, and therefore he must obey her. Fei Ya continued to talk about how Pretty Girl was very hostile towards him, and immediately pointed out that they couldn't leave until Leiji and Ying were done anyway. Turning around, Pao wondered what the man was talking about, so she immediately clarified it. The young man explained that they were just working on an experiment. The girl, for example, has a red bracelet. She is in the minority according to his theory. Both the minority and the majority are interchangeable. If they destroy everyone with the green bracelets, they won't need to go through several rounds until the game is over. Our hero was silent, but he thought to himself that it looks like everyone else will not be lucky. After that, Feng Ya started to say something about the selfish nature of humans, but he didn't finish his sentence because there was a crash. In order to see what happened, the guy got up from his seat. Although again he said that in the world everyone does not care, he is only interested in himself. When Leiji returned, he explained that they had destroyed the other players. Only Pao was left with the red bracelet, and the other 10 were out of the guild. Once again, Feiya turned to Dongdong and told him to come talk to him. Although he immediately asked him who the 5 missing people were and who the guy was, probably all the secrets would be revealed in the main quest. Our hero realized that this person knows something, and therefore also asked a question about who else disappeared, like him. At this moment, Leiji glared at Pao and stated that he apologized in advance. After that, the beauty realized that she was already out of the game. At this time, many people were near some closed door, carefully observing everything that was happening. The girl and her pet, who had already assumed the form of a skeleton, understood that they were being transported somewhere, but they did not know exactly where. Opening his eyes, Dongdong saw his companions and realized that Fei Ya and his assistant had gotten rid of everyone. Seeing that only one entrance ticket was available, he wanted to make sure that only his guild members would get it. Not much time had passed, and the hosts were already congratulating Leiji on winning this competition. The clown passing the ticket said that it was a well-deserved prize. And then he said that the amusement park is open again, and therefore they invite everyone to visit this magnificent place. But the skeleton was not up to it. He knew that ahead of them is waiting for the main quest, which they will soon begin, although he still did not fully understand what this Azura is. At the same time, C suggested that the guys go now for the task, because the sooner they get the information, the better it will be for them. After a while, the fairy greeted the participants and asked them to present a ticket for the corresponding quest. Pao carefully stood and looked in front of her. Our hero was on it. At this point, the host said that they noticed that the girl has a second pet, although the new storyline allows you to add characters, and therefore you can assign a special role to this person. And again stated that she would like to clarify that this is a closed dungeon, live streaming is prohibited, and private chats are restricted. If a player logs out inside, it will be considered an elimination. The estimated duration of the quest is about 2 days. In the real world, it is 6 hours. If there are no questions, then you can enter and activate the prologue of the main quest of the year. Pao looked at her companion carefully, saying that they could leave now. A moment later, the guys crossed the threshold of this dungeon, knowing that there was no way back. Closing his eyes, Dong Dong heard that every time he visited the dungeon, he would be given more and more roles. This time, the identification entrance ticket is linked. The person who agrees to the perfect hotel tickets, the guy is assigned the role of a person, the Lord's favorite maid. The system continued to say that a couple of days ago, the master of the Shixi Manor was found dead in his room. You need to find the killer and reveal the truth about his death. By doing this, you can complete the task. Opening his eyes, the young man screamed like never before. He didn't expect to get the female lead. And then he told me if he could get the male lead if he used the entrance ticket from the battle planet. Tyrant followed him into the room, but he didn't know that he was going to get an even harsher role, because it was the role of the dead lord. The system said that the story takes place in the ordinary world, but the director of a high-tech company still adheres to the old traditions. The lord father of a large family was found dead in his own home 2 days ago, and the bear entered by way of tickets from the best support, where he was a lord. Pao had entered on the admission card of a housekeeper from a perfect hotel, so now she was studying the story of how all the family members had been summoned, the body had been properly preserved, and all she had to do was wait for the will to be read and the cause of death to be revealed. But our hero was not interested in this. He did not understand how the tyrant got this role, and also why the dead character needed an actor. The bear replied that the system says that it is forbidden to talk, but it can move within a certain range. The guy realized that his friend does not know about the killer, but why the key to the main quest is presented in the format of a murder mystery, what they are trying to tell them. Once again, Tyrant claimed that he didn't know, and the system noted that he had lost his memory, so apparently even the dead have amnesia. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Pao happily shouted that the players were already on the doorstep, so Dong Dong needed to open the doors. The young man who was playing his role as a maid went to do what he was told according to the script and story. At this moment, Gu Ling, who was given the role of the late lord's adopted son, entered the room. He is in an advantageous position due to the possible inheritance, but does not know if he will get anything or not. Entered on the entrance ticket from the game exchange from the Black Planet. The guy who saw Dong Dong immediately started laughing at him, but the young man rudely stated that there was already one dead person. No one would notice the second one, so there was no need to mock him. Looking around, Guling realized that his identity was clear, but he couldn't go any further. The other areas were still blocked. Pao, who immediately approached her teammate, explained that the zones would open when all the participants arrived. And again, the young man turned to our hero, saying that he should play out his character, and therefore asked him to bring tea. A moment later, the doorbell rang again, so the maid had to go and open the door again. They were Fei Ya, the Lord's servant whose master had replaced most of his body parts to keep him alive, and the Lord's daughter Cecil, R.C., an innovator in the field of biotechnology and almost immortal, who entered on a ticket from the previous destination game. The young man said that they met again, but this time it was not a guy, but a girl in a funny outfit. Dai Bing, the Lord's business partner, also arrived and entered with a ticket from the top player. Dong Dong didn't understand what the casino dog was doing here, but C explained that he really wanted to participate, so she outbid the ticket for a lot of money. It was strange because this is the owner of the casino and also conducted their quest, but the girl still bought a ticket and she said that the system allows it. Wanting to change the subject, the beauty explained that according to the ad, there should be 10 people, but only 7 came. Dong Dong explained that their tyrant didn't count either because he was playing a dead man, but the latter was against it because he occupied a chair in the hall. The next minute, someone started banging on the door with all their might. Approaching the door, our hero shouted with anger in his voice, "Who is there? And why he can't just press the bell?" All of a sudden, Lord Baoshaw's bodyguard appeared in the passageway. He got here on the entrance ticket from the esports championship. But the young man, unlike the others, was not going to say hello, he just passed by. Looking at this person, Gu Ling quietly revealed that Bao Sha is the trump card of the Assassin Guild. The synchronization frequency of his brainwaves is 97%, and he is currently climbing the steps of power at an alarming rate. But this guy has social phobia. They checked his background. He's not very talkative, so you need to get used to it. Sure enough, after a while, the man said that there were so many people in the hall, if only he could kill them all. It was very strange, because the essence of the game was to get to the bottom of the truth. The last person to arrive was the person playing the role of Lord Zhu Ying's lawyer, who entered with a ticket from the game Dangerous Challenge, and Lord Ruyer's second daughter, who entered with a ticket from the game Perfect Singer. Finally, everyone was in their seats, which Pao happily reported. Therefore, I noted that now we can assume that the quest has officially begun. The first to enter the game was a lawyer who, according to the system's instructions, said that he had brought a will with him, but could not read it out until they found the Lord's killer. Theoretically, a person with the status of a Lord cannot just die, and therefore the death is considered abnormal. Raising his glass, Gu Ling said that the best solution would be to conduct an autopsy, because they should start with the cause of death, and then they will understand how it all happened. Then he turned back to Dongdong and said that it was time for the maid to work and pour some more tea. Our hero was angry at this state of affairs, and therefore he was specifically going to pour tea on the hand of a colleague. But he put it away in time, and so the tea just poured on an empty table. Standing up from his seat, Feya said that the first step was to start with the autopsy, which would be attended by everyone, because the killer was among them. After a while, all the quest participants were already standing near the small door. Going inside, our hero carefully looked at the person who was supposed to play the role of the doctor. He was assigned by the system and was an unbiased player. Pointing to the document, Yu Ying explained that according to the preliminary forensic examination, the cause of death of the Lord is unclear. It is assumed that it is a stop of death, but the Lord has forbidden to open it. Opening the sheet, Dongdong said that given the sword in his head, it was clearly not cardiac arrest. Moreover, the cause of death was already clear. Pao, who put the gun away, said it was just a prop. She used it because she thought it was funny. After that, the lawyer said that the decision on the autopsy should be made by children. And if the others were thinking about something, the guys playing daughters and son immediately shouted joyfully that there was no need to delay, they should already start. And only Tyrant reflected that he did not like this role more and more by the minute. Although after a moment, he decided with horror that they had put him here without consent, and now he could not even move. At that moment, a fairy appeared. She explained that she was a screenwriter. They got to the point where the role of the bear is to lie down and be silent so that it does not feel anything. The system lowered its pain settings to 0. Tyrant immediately said that he was at least happy about this, because only a madman would leave the settings the same, which the employee immediately caught, saying that the bear wants to return everything to how it was. The bear knew that he was misunderstood, so he shouted for the artificial intelligence to fix everything. But the fairy seemed to be mocking, saying that the request not to bring the settings to 0 was accepted. Closing his eyes, Tyrant decided that he was about to die, so he needed to get out of the game as soon as possible, although he immediately noted that he didn't feel anything, knowing that he was just being joked about. At this time, the doctor noted that the internal organs are normal, and therefore he wants to check if there are any intracranial injuries. Taking the saw, the man warned that it might look a little bloody. Once again, the bear was indignant that he was given such an unpleasant role, much worse than the role of a maid. The crowd was watching intently, some with horror, some with indifference, and some even with lust. Although most people still wanted this part of the game to end, and they had already moved on to something more interesting. Taking off his gloves, the doctor again said that after an examination, he could tell for sure that nothing strange was found. Dongdong said sadly that based on the way the player did it, they definitely wouldn't find any traces of murder. And the pathologist spoke again, noting that he had taken several pictures, and therefore there are several clues. Moreover, the Lord can be returned to his former state. 300 years ago, after the improvement of biotechnology, special people appeared on whose bodies there are no injuries or scars, for example, such as Cecil. The Lord was born before the New Age, but for some reason, his entire body is flawless. There are no scars or injuries. It was a strange clue, but Gu Ling immediately asked the maid if she had noticed anything strange since she had found this person first. The guy said that he found the Lord. By that time, he was no longer breathing, and he was in his own office. Pao said that now all the premises of the estate are open. Everyone is free to look around for clues. At this moment, Dongdong immediately grabbed his companion's arm. A moment later, they were running down the corridor, thinking that the cause of death was unknown. There were no signs of injuries. The first thing to do was search the crime scene. The guys understood that this is a race against time, and they really need it. When they opened the door, the first thing they noticed was that the office was in perfect order. After that, Dongdong asked the system to play the recording in memory, so key scenes will be used to restore the characters' memories. The young man again said aloud that he remembered the Lord who was sitting in the chair very well. The maid ran up to the tyrant playing his role and tried to wake him up. But then I realized that it was impossible because he just wasn't breathing. Fei Yai, who was standing by the window, decided that these memories weren't enough to get to the bottom of the truth. So, as he approached the desk, he decided that the best thing to do was to look at something on the Lord's computer. And then he said that the password that is asked to enter is a hand-drawn symbol. Therefore, it is simply impossible to crack the password. Guling immediately asked how the young man knew that the computer would be located here. Turning around, the guy said that everyone has their own abilities. He is an expert in equipment, so he can determine the mechanical structure of the room at a glance. Sai raised her hand and added that she was well-versed in biotechnology, so she could use these technologies under her father's brand. As for Pao, she knew about 90% of the mechanisms in the Lord's house. The beauty noted that there was one valuable item in the study, but it required a scan of the Lord's iris. The guys watching everything were sure that the safe exactly stored the necessary tips. The audience didn't understand why the tyrant playing the role of a lord was reborn, but the tyrant claimed that he could move around for a while and keep an eye on everything. Pointing to the bear, our hero noted that since he is with them, he can open the safe. Tyrant didn't mind, so he immediately went over to the phone and looked at it carefully. But the trick failed, and the system sent a notification that there were only 2 attempts left. Sai also explained that after death, the pupil dilates, and this causes changes in the iris. But she could have had her father's data. She could have tried copying the eyeball. Tyrant did not like this approach, saying that Cecile did not even call him father, and now she was going to steal his eyes. Guling said again that there were no signs of a struggle in the room. Even if it was suicide, there would at least be traces of drugs or other substances. After looking at Baosha, the young man said that he was a natural killer, so he wanted to know if there was a way to kill a person without any trace. The guy immediately began to worry, but the young man began to calm him down, telling him not to worry about this. Folding his hands, Baosha began to say that it couldn't be that the Lord was freezing to death or that he couldn't get enough air. Looking at the strange man, Dongdong said that the player is definitely not in his right mind, and therefore it will not be of any use. At this point, C came in and explained that she had extracted the Lord's data from the company's database. Initially, she did not have a license, but after his death, she inherited the highest level of security clearance. Opening the box, the beauty told that it is an eyeball of her father. With his help, they will be able to open the safe. After looking into the safe, which they managed to open, the children were very disappointed because there were only some notebooks there. After putting everything on the table, the young people noted that they had found a photo album, diary, and some file, and therefore did not understand what to study first. The family members immediately shouted joyfully that they should start with the diary. Picking up this item, our hero was surprised that the Lord kept a diary because it was as strange as possible. It said it was 4,396, and the man had made a breakthrough in longevity, but it didn't make sense because he'd lost her forever, and he and his 2 daughters should move on. But when the guys saw this, they just started laughing. They knew that Plu had found his place and were immediately glad that it wasn't broadcast on the internet. A short time later, Tyrant was sitting with the slime in the kitchen. The bear addressed his gaming wife, saying that she was ill, but he would study this topic and she should go and rest. But Plu would say something unintelligible and then start laughing out loud. Tyrant understood that this was complete stupidity and therefore asked the system to stop it all because in the plot, this is not necessary. However, the fairy stated that now this is a forced story mode that needs to be played out. But the player was indignant, saying that anyone at all saw a lady whose height is more than 2 meters. This is simply unthinkable. Jumping up from his seat, Tyrant shouted that he was really engaged in some nonsense and therefore requires a replacement of actors. But the fairy claimed that now she would give Miss Slime an official role, then Bear wouldn't be able to do anything about it. And then Plu, although she didn't change her appearance, began to speak in a human voice. Addressing Tyrant as her lord husband, she said that then she would rest first and study the topic they had explored earlier. Bear knew that he couldn't log out, so he decided that for the main mission, he would somehow tolerate it. Standing in the lab, Lord said that he and his wife were a brilliant couple who were the envy of the whole world, mostly engaged in biological research, and she was a real computer genius. Everyone understood that the existence of species is fundamentally necessary for the reproduction and continuation of DNA. If each organism is individual, then what if an individual can guarantee the eternity of DNA? But while the Lord was working on a biological immortality project, his wife became seriously ill, and he could only fight against time. Tyrant understood that if the experiment confirmed that his guess was correct, then he would be able to create anti-aging cells. In this case, the Lord might have saved his wife, so he came to tell her so. But at that moment, the scientist's eyes widened because he saw something he hadn't expected. The woman was too weak, and he just didn't have enough time. He didn't have time. The Lord managed to save the world, but failed to help the one he loved. This eternal life for him at that moment became a pitch-black hell from which there is no way out. However, the girls needed their father. They wanted to tell him something and show him, and therefore it was impossible to leave them. The Lord knew that it was his duty to help his daughters grow up, and then he also found out about his wife. After that, Dong Dong, who was reading the diary, reported that the rest of the pages were torn out. Although after pointing out something, Guling asked that his companion continue reading if he found anything else. It said that in the 221st year of the new era, the Lord would finally be able to sleep in peace, which was strange because it was the 486th year of the new era in the game. Dibing said that the rest of the diary is lost. It seems that the remaining pages must have contained very important information. Someone is deliberately trying to interfere with them. After that, he carefully looked at Pao, who immediately said that she didn't understand what was wrong. If she wanted to hide the diary, she wouldn't show these things at all. Guling said that logically speaking, it was very easy to hide the rest of the diary, so he suggested not to rush things. Realizing that he should move on, Dong Dong moved on to the Lord's photo album. The boys began to look at him carefully, and it could be said that the Lord spent a lot of time with his daughters. It is clear that this man was engaged in the girls, doing everything possible so that they did not need anything. After closing the album, our hero said with some suspicion that there was something wrong with this. Then he said, "Isn't Guling an adopted son who was also being taken care of?" But he didn't have time to answer, because at that moment, sitting in the corner, Bao Sha was saying something about how an electric pulse can suddenly stop the heart, cool a person to absolute zero, and quickly defrost them. After saying that, everyone in the audience looked at the young man carefully. However, the latter, smiling, noted that no one suspected him. He was an adopted son, and therefore it is logical that he is not in the album. The lawyer pointed to the table and said that there was no need to waste time, because there was another folder on the table, and therefore it was better to focus on it. Then he turned to the maid who was still playing Dong Dong. The guy knew that his role should be played well, so she politely turned to Juyin. Tyrant, who was standing at the back, was talking about how his teammate was getting more and more used to his role. The young man did not want to go into it, especially since the documents were more important. Because it was about some patents and nanomicrobiology, there were also 2 adoption certificates. One is just a template, and the second is real evidence, but it was not clear where the template was taken and for what purpose. This great man was very powerful, so it was unclear why he would fake something unless modern society could accept Guling's identity. The young man raised his hand and explained that no matter what he said now, he would still be suspected. Dong Dong stated that there are no more clues. The only suspicious point is the information about Guling's identity. Besides, the cause of the Lord's death has not been established either. At this point, the fairy noted that the guys can start exploring the house. After entering one of the rooms, the participants didn't know what else they could find. That's why most of the guys looked rather confused, since the clues didn't point to anything. So Pao, not knowing where else to search, reached under the table, hoping that maybe something rolled up there. Only Dibing was as calm and confident as possible. The next minute, our hero brought the tea as he had been ordered, having heard from Fei Ya that he was in no hurry. The participant explained that he had told Pao to investigate the evidence in the room, and immediately asked how the young man knew the news about the transition. Looking down, the guy confessed that he was dying in his real life. So after watching this play, he will be able to guess something. Azura appeared overnight. Virtual reality is somewhat like a dream, although the senses, taste, and other things will be synchronized. Even the feeling of using magic. If someone created another world, then why can there be rebirth, resurrection from the dead, and a strip of lives in it? This does not correspond to the real world view. If this isn't an existential world, it's hard to explain. But the developers of Azura, although they went into hiding after becoming famous, can be found by those with excellent resources. The couple who released Azura at the very beginning were science and technology geniuses and biological talents. If Fei Ya had guessed correctly, this play would be a hint of history. As for them, the rogues, the selection criteria should be the same. Dong Dong shouted that for the past 10 years, he was addicted to games, decided not to start a family, has no idea if his parents are still alive, because there are people who love society, there are those who love games. But his friend replied that he did not care about the quest. The story would start soon, then the true face of Azura should gradually be revealed. And then, taking our hero by the face, he said that his physical body had disappeared. But if the spirit can exist forever, it doesn't mind using all of its wealth in exchange for eternal life. Therefore, he envies the young man. But this is most likely what happened to him. The girls watching the whole picture said with admiration that this is true love. Pao immediately pushed the boys out of their way and said that, as a housekeeper, it probably wasn't strange for her to tease the servants. Our hero didn't like this attitude, so he explained that they were just exchanging hints. And again, Pao said that everything is really fine, because she herself knows that the guys share their experience and knowledge. After that, clapping her hands, she said that now is the time to get together and tell everyone what was found. For a moment, everyone in the room fell silent, as if no one knew what to say. But Pao ordered Fei Ya to start first because she was sure that Fei Ya knew something for sure, especially since she knew that they wouldn't just talk to Dong Dong like that. The guy standing on the side said in a low voice that the girl was probably worried about what had happened recently. And in order for everyone to be seen and heard, the players gathered again at the big table. Folding her arms across her chest, Pao once again said, "What about the clues she had gathered?" The guy explained that they were all important, and therefore he would show them at the end, and immediately added that the older sister should not be offended because of her pet, because they might become related. The girl did not like such jokes. She began to feel embarrassed, saying that it was time to deal with hints. After a moment, Tyrant placed a piece of paper on the table. The players also asked if the bear also managed to find something interesting. He only said that he just wants to investigate the cause of his own death on his own. When our hero got closer, he said that these were just a few pages from the diary that were related to Guling. It said that this man was worthy of him, and therefore he took the boy home. Everyone liked this child. If this technology can be successful at this level, the human body can recover endlessly at the biological and microscopic level, and therefore now it has nothing to worry about. Standing next to the Lord and looking at him, the frightened boy asked what his father was going to do with him, and he slyly noted that there was no need to worry about this because it would all be over soon. The boy was in despair. He asked for someone to save him, although he did not understand who it could be. In other words, for the Lord, the reason for adopting Gu Ling is to use him for experiments. Baosha suddenly spoke up, saying that this guy used nanotechnology to kill his father, and therefore there is no trace of violent death. But the guy noted that the words from the diary cannot serve as evidence, and his health in childhood was not very good. The girls can prove it. Raising her hand, Ruyer said that this was the case. Moreover, in order to cure Gu Ling's illness, the Lord continued to study new technologies and invented another technology that could restore the human body. Zhou Ying stated that he had doubts. Firstly, he did not know what kind of illness Gu Ling had, and secondly, the Lord had a bad influence on the child as a child, and therefore he could take revenge. And he added that adults often need revenge to close the gap in childhood. Realizing that the conversation was going in the wrong direction, Dong Dong suggested looking at other clues. The lawyer spoke again, pointing out that Ryer had huge gambling debts and that the gentleman had stopped paying his living expenses a year ago. After that, the young man showed everyone the pictures that showed Cecile, as well as Di Bing, which was strange for many. Closing her eyes, the red-haired beauty said that the plot is well thought out, and this role is difficult for her because she does not understand who was spreading bad news about the company. If it was her, she would have done everything carefully. Di Bing immediately chimed in, noting that he thought everyone would give bad hints. Baosha's daughter is seriously ill, but the starting price of the immortality technology, 1 billion new era coins. The man repeatedly begged the Lord to cure his daughter, but to no avail. As for Fei Ya, it was also used repeatedly by the boss for mechanical transformation. And again, our hero said that all these people are suspicious, and therefore you can find a motive for everyone. Again, Pao asked what evidence the youngest person had. Fei Ya stated that since that was the case, then he would stand up and tell everything he knew. The guy was standing there holding a knife in his hand, although no one knew what he was planning to do. Baosha, watching this, says that it is an atomic knife, but only does not understand, does not killing people leave wounds? Smiling, the young man said that now the moment has come when everyone can witness a miracle. The crowd didn't know what was going to happen, but what happened was that the guy got to Gu Ling and grabbed him. A moment later, the young man stabbed him with a knife, which was something unexpected and impossible. Gu Ling stared at his companion in surprise, not fully understanding why he had done this. Dong Dong and Pao immediately went to their friend's place to try to help him in some way. Our hero was not going to delay, and therefore in a moment, he was squatting next to his friend. The young man's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the wound, which now looked like just a normal scratch. Putting his hand on the cut, the young man himself asked what had happened to him, why he didn't have any pain. Fei Ya shouted loudly that this was his proof that, firstly, the adopted son wasn't human, and secondly, he already knew the cause of the Lord's death. Baosha sharply shouted that it was hard to believe, but this person understood. Gu Ling, even though he was playing his part, wanted to know more about how it was that his wound was immediately healed. The young man was angry and therefore carefully looked at the one who almost killed him. Suddenly, the guy ran in the direction where the opponent was standing, shouting that he was the most bad person. The enraged youth immediately threw a punch, but the opponent managed to intercept it with his iron hand. Fei Ya told Gu Ling not to be so emotional. All the skills here are disabled, and a human won't be able to defeat him, a monster with a mechanical body. And then he added that everyone had gathered to open a new task chain He knows what personal goals this so-called scenario planet has, but whether these ideals are important for the things they want to achieve. They are not stupid. All their people are trump cards and the main leadership of large guilds. Now this scenario tells the story of Azura. You need to carefully search for hidden clues and advance along the main plot. The crowd immediately thought that they were nothing compared to this guy. The other man said sadly that it looked like he didn't have any more time. And he added that he was hiding this ability. He managed to hack into the Lord's computer. After that, he only received information. In the course of the 360th scientific experiment, all models of brain neurons modeled using algorithms were recreated. Previously, the Lord's wife wanted to do something similar, but she constantly failed. The basic algorithm consists of a binary system, regardless of how it evolves. The program's synchronization rate was 100%. When Lord saw the guy open his eyes, the guy who had been hopeless before, he knew that it wasn't for nothing. The scientist said that the program is arranged in exact accordance with his neural model of the brain. Opening his eyes, the boy tried to realize where he was and what had happened to him. The Lord looked at the boy carefully, though he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. Looking in front of him, the scientist realized that this is a complete neural copy, especially since the memory was also transferred. Guling spoke in horror about whether he was a perfect copy of the Lord's intelligence, even though he didn't have any memories of that person at all. Fei Ya explained that this was because he had erased most of his memories. Artificial intelligence created from scratch is starting to evolve, then even a human can't be distinguished from a machine. Holding up the sign, the bear said that it could be compared to him. But Fei Ya continued to point out that in front of them is the proof of transaction between Miss Cecil and the hacker that he found with the ability, and its content is a virus. The reason they were able to find out the cause of Lord's death is that he is an unusual person. Just like Guling, Lord uses electronic signals to simulate his personality and uses nanotechnology to shape his body. After her daughter discovered this secret, she used the implantation of an electronic virus to kill the current Lord so that she could inherit everything. The real Lord is, as he wrote in his diary, already sleeping peacefully in the 221st year of the new era. He invented this technology and recreated exactly the same self to accompany his daughters. And then he added, finally he can be reunited with his wife. He left this world without suffering and pain. Suddenly, the system sent congratulations, indicating that Mr. Fei Ya deserves the highest praise because his intelligence level exceeds 220. Turning to someone, the guy said that he finally appeared. Probably you can call him the Lord of Azura. And he asked if the respected person didn't want them to complete the task, or if he just wanted them to understand his story. Unknown manages the world of Azura correctly. He is super intelligent. People like him need an assistant, and therefore asked to move to Azura because he does not have long left. The system said that out of many people, only our heroes brilliantly coped with the task. And after all, many did not even reach the main city. Sai watched the screen carefully, realizing that the screen was saying something to Dong Dong, even though they couldn't hear it. GC Lin stated that the system is blocked. As for this guy, he is actually unusual. The computer said that after they separated, the main mission would begin, and then thanked the young man and asked him to keep it all a secret. Fei Ya saw that the system was shut down and sadly asked him not to leave, because he didn't even look at him, despite the fact that the guy might be useful. Only a moment later, the young man started coughing as he sat down on the floor. Pao was horrified to say that a genius who built a business empire is actually facing death. He can only ask for a screen that does not know if he is lying. Sai stated that when this day comes for them, they probably won't look any better, because death is the last outcome for everyone. Unexpectedly, Dong Dong noticed that there were 6 people. Only 6 people. The screen said 5 or 4 more. Are they really monsters too? No one understood what the young man was going to say, but it was not necessary because in another moment, and our heroes have already appeared on the street in front of the entrance to the park. Turning around, our hero carefully looked at the people who were looking at something in amazement. So I went up to Jing Hong and asked if the main line had started, and also what kind of quest this time. The guy couldn't say anything. He just pointed at something with his finger. At that time, the system sent a notification that a new planet would appear in Azura's world 2 years after the quest started, but people with 6 upgrades would be able to explore it earlier. Looking up, Dong Dong said with horror that these outlines of the planet are very interesting. And then he said out loud that this was their planet Earth, which was something impossible. This was just the beginning of the story, because at that time, a girl was saying that her name was Xiao Duzi. That day, she was told something about an anniversary gift, so she opened the treasure chest, but she didn't even know that she was going to turn into an animal. The girl was now a doe that found herself in a flower valley near the novice village. Suddenly, she realized that somehow she had entered Azura's world, but instead the animal was crying, saying that there was a treasure chest just now, and now this is a strange place, and therefore she really wanted to go home. At first, Xiao Duzi came up with the idea of asking for help, but deer-type monsters can't communicate with humans, they can only write. But as in the case of our hero, no matter how much the girl tried to write something, the information was still distorted. At that moment, the heroine thought that she needed to destroy other monsters in order to get to the main city, but instead she continued to beg for help. Lying on the ground, the girl thought that when she played Azura, she raised animals, repaired something, but never killed anyone, and therefore did not know how to do it. Suddenly, the girl had an idea and decided that she should start with the slime because she had heard somewhere that it was not the smartest and strongest. As Xiaoduzi moved around the field, she called out to the slime in the form of a doe, hoping that she would raise her level very quickly. But suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. She saw Dong Dong, who was still only at the 13th level at that time, showing something to his charges and holding Plu in his hands. The girl was upset. She understood that the level of slime is 10 times higher than hers, and therefore did not know how it happened. At the same time, Xiaoduzi noticed a strange skeleton, which was our hero. Together with his companions, he destroyed the wolf, and other players watched it carefully. So Lan went back to the beginning, thinking that earlier in the game, when she had the system panel, everything turned on automatically, but now the situation has changed. Although after a moment, the girl decided that there was still one way. At this point, one of the newcomers destroyed a bat and received some kind of prize for it. He was happy to note that the beginner's task was finally completed, although he didn't understand why there were so many high-level skeletons in the beginner village, since everything was fine and peaceful here before. Suddenly, a doe darted past them, even though they didn't know what it was doing. Privately, the girl in the animal skin thought that while others were destroying the predators, she was picking up what fell from them. The boys watched in surprise, regretfully saying that they had just been miserably deceived, but they were not going to stand for it, so they shouted that they must definitely catch up with this doe. As she ran away, she was happy to think that she was in great shape right now, so these players wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Opening the bag, Xiaoduzi decided that she had received a lot of materials, so she could make a perfect trap. In less than a few minutes, the heroine has already begun to make something. The next morning, she was delighted to find that her trap had worked, but not in the way that Beauty expected, because a macaque was swinging next to the rope, which noticed the food below. Even though the monkeys didn't like meat, it happily reached for a small piece. Sitting in ambush, Xiaoduzi hoped that everything would work out as she needed. A moment later, the metal objects that were attached to the other end of the rope flew at the macaque. Realizing that the plan had worked, the girl immediately started shouting about it, saying that now she would definitely be able to raise her level. Like our hero, after a while, the beauty in the guise of a doe went to the main city to change her profession, as well as her appearance. But only the guards had the same rules for everyone, so she wasn't allowed in the city. Looking at the man in the armor in surprise, the girl wondered if monsters could even get in here. Immediately, she saw Dong Dong ahead of her, who also wanted to try his luck for the first time without an escort. But then he was killed very quickly. Closing her eyes, Xiaoduzi decided for herself that this path was closed for her. There was no point in even trying something. While in the vampire cave, the player thought that if she didn't get to the main city, she wouldn't change her appearance and increase her class, so she started to get annoyed because she didn't know what to do next. But unexpectedly, the beauty decided that perhaps she could become someone's pet, then the situation would improve. Although I immediately dismissed this thought, because it is difficult to meet a good host, and therefore it is necessary to come up with something else. Lan decided that she would make another trap first, and then think about what to do. At this time, the group of people who had met Dong Dong at the very beginning was walking along the field, so they hoped that the big ones would not meet him or the skeletons, and they were glad that they had already gone far away. One of the guys said that on the forum they said that there were strange spots where the same strange monsters live. There was a strange snake that turns into a bear. The second said that in the west there is also a scorpion, which is not easy to handle, and a very fast skeleton, which they themselves have seen. The guys thought that this was some kind of quest that they needed to complete, but after a second they were confused by the fact that everything was very quiet. Looking around, the young man said that so far they had not been very lucky, and therefore it was necessary to be extremely careful. But immediately after these words, the travelers felt the grass give way under their feet, and they began to fly somewhere. Stopping just before he ran into the sharp sticks, he asked Min Yue if he was all right. However, all of a sudden the guy found a dead friend, as well as a fire horse that was already level 20, and then he began to wail, saying that he had met some madman. At that moment, the young man heard a voice that said that there was no experience yet, and therefore it was necessary to take more stones. Raising his head, the young man saw huge blocks falling on him, and immediately shouted that they should not do this. Xiaoduzi knew that someone was shouting down there, but she decided to follow the example of the skeleton to increase her level. Realizing that she had gained level 13 right away, Lan was surprised, but then decided that she must have killed 2 more monsters. As she continued to move around the field, Xiaoduzi said that when the system removed those bodies, she would go and see what was there, and in the meantime, she would continue to set up traps. The young people who were resurrected once again said with annoyance that they didn't understand why there were monsters everywhere, adding that they would have to level up their levels again. But the colleagues suggested that for the time being, forget about it for a while and go shopping in the city center where you can just relax. The youth said that it was a great idea, but after that, he would definitely find player Xiaoduzi to deal with him. At this very moment, the angry guy accidentally bumped into Yui Chu, who dropped her basket and fell on her own. And after a while, the guy was angry because he was almost beaten by a skeleton who stood up for the beauty, and he blamed the game for everything. It had already been 4 months since Xiaoduzi entered the game, during which time Dong Dong had passed the Divine Academy exams, built a monster camp, and was about to start participating in quests. As for the doe, she continued to make her own traps, although they could no longer harm large monsters. But there was still no other choice, because in order to level up, the player had to go to the main city. But during this time, she did not figure out exactly how.